You got the feeling. You got the feeling. The feeling that you get once in a lifetime. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. Looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I'm remembering your eyes. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I'm remembering your eyes. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. The feeling that you get once in a lifetime. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I remember in your eyes. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I remember in
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time for the grand final of the PUBG Race 2025. We're going to see who's the best in the West when it comes to Smash rules. My name's Tavies. I'm joined by Mark Power Casts and Gibson Cast, or Mark and Gibson if you want to act like you know them on a first name basis. You're welcome to. I give you permission. Just like gentlemen, I want to get you in here with permission to start talking. It's been a crazy experience with Smash so far. Mark, what's your takeaway, Ben?
Yeah, we're talking about off cam. I love Smash. I think it's great. I think it's exciting. I think the opportunities are there for teams, and actually might have had a slower start being able to get across the line, and it brings it back to the core, that battle royale. Actually, once you get to that mid game, you really got to start thinking about how am I going to cross the line and convert a win and ensure I get most of the line share of the prize ball in my back pocket.
Nice. Gibson, your takeaway, you've done 2 days of this. You've been my on the ground Smash man this week. Tell me, what's your take?
I think there's some really good things about it, right? Like, I love the idea of needing that chicken dinner to get over the line and get the victory. But I think we're in agreement. Maybe the double point system does mean that if you get off to a really slow start, you get a bit of a benefit. So maybe we need to tweak it a little ways, down the line. But this is an experimental event, so we're just testing things out to see what works. But I think we should definitely give the teams that start stronger a better opportunity to get the job done earlier.
Fair. Either way, it's been a blast to watch, and what I love the most is that the players who have played have been players who love PUBG, who have been streaming PUBG, who have been working within PUBG since its inception in a lot of cases. So it's been pretty exciting. Now, before we get into talking about who's taking the field, we should probably talk to you guys about how the points race works, about what the format is going to look like. Let's get into points race, because that's the main thing. You've heard us talk about Smash. It's really simple. I'll give you the basic concept. There's a 100-point line. Oh, that's a tough one. You can't win until your little circle crosses that 100-point line. Once you do, the next chicken dinner you win, get this, ends the tournament. It could be game 4, it could be game 27, though it won't be higher than 8 because we stopped it for the sake of timing. But after someone crosses that threshold and wins the chicken, it's done. And the prize pool will be given out 10,000, 6,000, 4,000, 3,000, and down from there based on where everyone stands at that moment. So there is another aspect to this, Gibson, where if you see someone looking like the win is coming soon, you can either try to hurt them, or you can spend that time trying to climb 1 or 2 spots for an extra 10 grand or $1,000 before it ends. You know what I mean?
It's $30,000 up for grabs today. So I'll tell you what, if I see a team cross that 100-point threshold in a map, you can be sure if I see them in the kill feed, if they drop a player, I'm third partying. I want to increase my chances to improve my prize pool. It's not like yesterday or before where one team gets prize money and everybody else just gets qualification in the top 8. Tonight, everybody gets a chunk of change. So you can bet yourself if you see a team cross that 100-point threshold, that teams will target them because they'll fancy their own chances of winning in the whole event.
Now, just to clarify, and I think this is accurate because I did my math, only the top 8 get paid. Now, normally everyone gets a little consolation prize. Here, if you're not in the top 8, you get nothing, and your weekend was just for funsies. That said, everyone is streaming, so every player that is on here, you can go check out their stream. You can sub to them. You can prime to them. You can just tell them that you love them. You can tell them that you hate them, to be honest. I'm not here to police what you do. But the point is, if you go over there and support them, then even if they have a bad game, it's not for nothing. They're here to have a little bit of fun playing PUBG with their friends and in front of you guys. So go support those teams. It's a great idea. Let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. I know we just got back on screen, but you don't like my ugly mug. You like seeing big moments. So let's look at the Americas qualifier highlight. That's what went down on Friday. Gibson, you were here for this. What was your favorite part of the American qualifier?
Honestly, the attempted egg comeback in the last couple of maps was probably my favorite part of the whole day, and maybe all the puns around that team name. But in general, it was seeing people fighting against people they don't normally fight against. Seeing the likes of a Hollywood Bob getting kills on the Tiggleton, who he's not going to kill all the time, or even just seeing Tig fight against Shrimsy or Tig fight against Kick. Like I said, seeing teammates in a international standpoint playing against each other in a little event like this is fun, because you can bet yourself come 2 weeks time when they're all together at PGC, it will be like, oh, do you remember that time I killed you 3 maps in a row at in the PUBG Master or the PUBG West race? Like, it's definitely something worth keeping an eye on.
I think it's fun bragging rights. I also think it's interesting as we watched it that the mix, especially in the Americas region, Mark, was very much, I would say, pro-centric. Every team seemed like they went out and found the 2 pro maximum to run on their streamer squad, where I think when we got to EMEA, it was a little bit different. Do you think that affected the way that Americas played versus EMEA at all?
Yeah, and I think just to add to that as well, I 100% agree. I also, because these guys and girls haven't also done a Smash ruling, right? So it was still very new and it felt raw. And I felt like as we started, especially watching the Americas from a viewer point of view, it was slow, steady. But we were getting to that game 3, game 4, and that egg story started unfolding. And it became a bit chaotic. So it's good to see that obviously that region settled into the format and obviously got the grasp of it. Intrigued what they do actually come to the grand finals, because we do have those big names. We do have those big stars from streamers through to pros. And actually, arguably, as you mentioned before, we saw people like Kit Giga dropping their way down the leaderboard. Will they make the same mistakes come again over the grand finals?
Yeah, so as you guys look at that leaderboard, as a reminder, when we talk about Egg, we refer to Cat Conti team. They had no points after 3 games and got all the way up to 111, where they were only 20. It says 22, which seems like a large number, but when points are doubled in the last 3 matches and every kill is worth 6, 111 is not that far from 123, right? So this was one of those situations where Kickstart's team, by game 4, was qualified to potentially win, played very careful fundamental PUBG, and as a result didn't rack up tons of kill points when everyone else started getting 6 points per kill, and they almost fell off that board. So that is kind of, if you guys are joining us, what Mark is referencing and why we thought that the Smash was actually really fascinating, and why teams that are more fundamentally driven, I think, need to try to win this by 5 or 6, because your chaos monsters, or, you know, Team Expendables, if you will, show up in 6, 7, and 8, and they play absolutely crazy. And there's nothing you can do about that, Gibson, because as we go, I think, to the EMEA highlights here in just a second, we're going to see a little bit more of, it was funny, because you guys, EMEA felt more organized at the start of the games, but as it progressed, it felt like they really did understand kill value in the late game significantly better right out of the gate, I feel like. Yeah, it's a long question.
Think about it.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
We were thinking before we speak. Sometimes I think you're bang on with the money with your assessment there, and I do want to point out as well, though, when you're speaking about the chaos in the last few maps, like you spoke about Giga, they could have won it in game 6, so they were over the 100-point threshold by the time game 6 started, but they only got 21 points in 3 maps with double points. Like, when you think about it, that's 3 kills. They basically only got 3 kills in 3 maps with a team with 2 of the best Americas pros that are out there. So it goes to show how much chaos reigns as you get into that mental section of those last few games, especially when you're playing a different type of game. Like we said, some teams are playing for the chicken dinner. Some teams are playing for kills to get over the 100-point mark.
Right. It also shows how little classic fundamentals matter in 7 and 8, right? Like, that's really, for me, the big takeaway is I don't care what you've learned in your pro experiences. I don't care what you know about scores and timing and everything else. When 7-8 hits, you look at your streamer teammates and you go, what would you do in this situation? Because we can't follow typical strategy anymore. Let's take a look back. I got the highlights from the EMEA qualifier. That happened yesterday. Both of you guys were here for that. Mark, as we kind of brought up, it was a different style of play, but I really found it interesting to watch. They had a different take on how to play Smash.
Yeah, I think it's because, as I said before, a lot of these have already played it before, right? And I think it was 2 parts. I think, as Gibson said, especially early to kind of this sort of mid-game, these teams and these streamers were like, okay, let's try and get as many points. Points are king. That's going to give us the prize that we need to do. Then when we found that kind of mid to late game, I think there were decisions were made. We cannot get the win from our position. We are chasing zones. So how can we maximize the amount of points we can get from these kills? Then obviously the late game for us was very, very different. A little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical. Again, maybe relying on a little bit more of those esports, but you're 100% right when that kind of double point scenario, it was, hey, streamer team, that streamer mode's now enabled, let's get going. And then it was obviously, that's where we saw the BRDMs coming out, those sort of strats, those sort of plays. And I think it's a good mix between the two. I'm really interested to see actually how the EMEA now stack up against the Americas. How do they try and deal with, hold on, we've got a bit of experience. I worry sometimes we overcomplicate it. Sometimes we overthink, especially when it comes around to strategies. And will this sort of raw aggression, will that sort of prevail, should we say, especially across a heavy kill point format?
It's true. I mean, it's kind of, as an honorary American over there, Gibson, I think that there is that comparison sometimes where I think my favorite quote of all time was Sexy Pig from Korea once looked me in the eye and said, I asked him a strategy question. He went, oh, no brain, all finger. Like that's all I do. And I think sometimes when we talk EMEA versus Americas, there's a little bit of this allegory to it, right? This idea of like, one of these regions is a lot more trigger oriented, where the other one seems to be far more thought process oriented. And eventually we're going to get a scoreboard to look at out of EMEA potentially. But they were interesting because of the fact that they were out in 7. They didn't run the full 8 now, did they? I had to leave early. So somebody give me a quick follow-up on why we didn't go 8 games when it came to EMEA. Gibson, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, we basically had 5 teams that could win it out of the 7 teams that were left alive at one point. So the game, like, the teams in the bottom half of the table just started falling early. So as the game went on, we were like, yeah, this is the final game. It's going to get done. I think at the end, it all like fell onto Michael in this like crazy shift we had in the final circle where you had Fuzzface holding one edge of the circle. You had Michael on the other, and you had Twisted Minds on the east, or the west. The circle shifted east, and you're like, yeah, Fuzzface has won this. The only way Michael could have won is if it centered on a shack. So I think the zone had a big say as to who got that final 5K in EMEA in that final circle.
Also, just for you guys at home who are just joining us, he has not lost his mind. It actually is Twisted Mind here during this event because they changed it to a streamer name. Yesterday, he kept saying it. I was like, has he gone crazy? But no, it makes perfect sense. That's what they call themselves because 2 of their players are from Twisted Minds. I will say, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, Mark, as we wait for this leaderboard. They'll throw it up as soon as it's ready because we want to point out, where did Fuzzface end up despite the overall point numbers? The pros from Twisted Minds and some of the big hitters, while there are more stream teams, we also saw some really big pro teams in this lobby. Do you feel like they lived up to the hype that you expected in terms of EMEA pros? Because I feel like the NA pros kind of did. EMEA, I don't have the same feelings. I want to know what your take is.
It's a 50-50. I think there was a little bit of competitive nature. You guys alluded to it before. I think there's some, we're going to be going to PGC and I need to get the one up on you. So I think we saw some aggression against team versus team antics. Look, the one thing I took away from it is it was very controlled methodology. They chip away at the zones. They want to get aggressive. And then we look at actually how cool, calm and collective. I'd say actually in our region, a lot more of the streamers were sitting back. They were more relaxed. They were ready to take the action and they were enjoying the event, where sometimes our pros get a little bit more locked in. They're running the numbers, crunching the data, especially as we go further into the field. But our region compared to yours, what I really like is actually, and we'll see it in a second, the team at the top was the team that got the most points and also got
they
all
did
the money.
Ultimately. Good for them. Yeah. So they made a big push up in those last couple of games. That's huge. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to add, you're asking about pro players stepping up. I will say that Batu got his team in a backpack, threw them on his shoulder, and carried them in those last 2 games. I'm not even lying. They were in 10th place, I think, in the 6th game.
Yeah.
He got a couple of big kills, and then in the 7th, he almost won that 1v4 as well. So Batu put the team in a backpack in those last 2 games.
Nice. Did what he had to do to get up there into the top 3. But no money was awarded yesterday outside of first place. Today, those top 8 places are going to get paid relatively nicely. I think it'll be fun to watch how these 2 regions come together on the Smash rules. I do think we saw some symptoms within the individualized regions because the pros were so distributed that everyone followed the same scrim patterns that we see if you watch pro scrims, right? Like you kind of dropped where your pros would normally drop and you don't really conflict with each other because you had a pro who has an established location. I think we're going to see a little bit of that conflict escalate when we get to North America because it's the same idea. We have pros here and they're like, I don't want to give Twisted Minds that drop that I have to at every event, but there's only 2 of them and there's 2 of us and it's not PGC. Let's just go do this. So I do think the idea of seeing a little more of that pro kind of inter-regional conflict bleeding over could be interesting. But we learned, I think you found this out, Gibson. Which team was it? You said one of the teammates was like, you guys got to stop talking in code when they went to Picado because the pros seem to speak differently when dealing with the streamers. Like they're not used to it.
Yeah,
That was me. That was Kiwi,
I'll
wasn't
give
it?
credit
Okay.
to Mark. I'll give credit to Mark for that.
So walk me back through that story then, Mark, because I do think that was really interesting for our viewers at home because it's not normal what we get to see.
No. Iba is in EMEA streamer. She's great. Go give her a follow. Outstanding content. She's always online. And I went to a stream the other day and I was like, hey, like, why are you being a traitor? Why are you going over to North America, keeping that banter up? And we were just talking about how did you find it? How was you finding it? Because you're playing with H-Win and you're playing with Tig. And she's like, absolutely loved it. I think I've done myself some justice. I got 7 kills overall. But Mark, the information that these two like unload on you from the drop, she was like, I just about found a weapon, and they were telling me where to go, where teams are, where the rotation. So it's really interesting to see actually the information from an esports side of the team that's divided 2 by 2, right? So half of the team is gaining the information, understanding where to go, the rotations, whereas the streamers were having a bit of fun, trying to find a bit of loot, and Iba was like, hey, just put a ping on the map and tell me where I need to go, because
I like that.
I'm okay. I'll get my loot and I'll get there and I'll fight. But she was just wowed by the amount of information that the guys were giving her straight off the drop.
Well, especially because they're in there with the teammates. So they're giving each other this sort of strain that they're used to, right? And they're not necessarily forcing you to be involved, but it's got to be a huge information download. Now, if you guys are in chat, I see Kat's in there who played yesterday. A couple other streamers are hanging out. If you're in chat and you regularly play with pros, I want to know if that's how they do it when you're just doing pubs. Like, Kat, when you're playing with Shrimsy, does he talk a different language, or is it relatively, is there scrim Shrimsy versus pro Shrimsy, I guess is my question. So if anyone in chat or anybody who's hanging out has experience playing with those guys, tweet at us, put it in chat. We're going to be reading chat all day today. We want this to be a fun time for you and for the streamers. So feel free to go back and forth to their streams. Feel free to say what you want here. We'll try to respond to you guys and answer questions. No, Tristan tells me to drive and he shoots, and we push everything. That's not shocking. That's not shocking.
Teammate for life. Teammate for life. Love it.
That's you know what? People, I've been married 18 years. People ask me, how do you pick a good spouse? And I've never considered just saying, who do you want a full send with? And that may be the best recommendation I've ever heard. Where are we going with, Gibson?
I was going to say, like, when you play with pros too, you find they play the game at a completely different tempo. Like,
Yeah, I hate it.
It is all gas, no brakes, and you'll be finished one fight and they've already moved on to the next, and you're like, I'm still looting. But I think that a lot of the streamers maybe found that yesterday too for the first time. It's like, hey, I'm playing with pro player, and it's like, wait, you were beside me 10 seconds ago. Now you're 200 meters away. How did that happen? And it is just that tempo switch. It can be, because you're like, I want to help, but you're away.
Well, and then they give you a hard time about it, right? It's like you go to the end screen and you're like, Godspeed has 7 kills, or whoever I'm playing with that day, and I've got 1 if I'm lucky. And he's like, why are you so bad, man? I'm like, because every time I say I see someone, you turn around and headshot him before I could do my normal human shooting numbers. It's very irritating. I played with Ice Tech on a different game last night. We played a little Tarkov on the wipe. He's like, I'll play calmly with you. The second we get in, the kid's gone, right? And like comes back just dragging loot with him, because that's the way these guys think. And it blows my mind. And that, I think, is why it's fun to watch these events, especially with our streamers. Now, our streamers also kind of think that way. And I would say that maybe more than any other player base, Mark, is true of our streamers, right? As a industry that depends on highlight moments, I do find that sometimes they're a little less reserved and a little less moderated than our pros can be.
We look at some of the clips we had from yesterday, right? You take the likes of Bad Boy, and him and James backed up into a compound on Miramar, and the next thing you see, a gas can's gone off and Bad Boy's getting clippable kills because someone's breached. I just like how sometimes Pix, when he's not playing this event, he's another person. Just how these streamers look at these events and go, okay, I can put gas cans here, and then I've got this trick up my sleeve, and then I'm going to go get the BRDM. They will break the game down slightly different. Now add the extra source of, well, let's double the amount of points for the kills, let's double the amount of the placement. You find a team like that can actually skyrocket themselves up a leaderboard and ensure they punch a ticket to the grand final. So, look, I like this kind of 2-2 split. I really like these fun events where we've got kind of 2 pros and kind of 2 streamers, because you never know kind of what you're going to get, especially when under an element of pressure or being pushed by another team.
All right, let's pivot for a second. Bring back that graphic of the teams, and I'm going to let you guys know at home, this isn't just a yap session. We're waiting for our players to get ready. When you have a different starting time and players from 2 separate regions, they can be squirrely. So we're going to give them some time to get in the lobby while we get this thing set up. All right, looking at these teams, gentlemen, we have brought together the best 8 from both sides. You can't see the full roster. So what I want you to do is pick out a roster that you're interested in and read off the list of players on it for me so that our viewers at home have a couple of ideas of which teams to keep an eye on. We've had a ton. I'm going to start out, since I just sprung this on you guys, on Zulu Man's team. He has Perfectix, an Example, and Swifty are his 3rd, 4th, and 2nd. That is an incredibly powerful team, so keep an eye on Zuzu, as they call themselves in map. Mark, who's your pick?
That would have been my one as well. So I'll go for another one. I'm going to take our winners though. I am going to take our winners because it is great streaming content. You should be in their stream supporting. But I'm going to go for Fuzzface. Fuzzface and Marslek are an interesting duo, especially when it comes down to communication and comms. But then they back it up with Gaxi and Bad. Actually, Gaxi, old school. A lot of people will know him from our region. But Bad3, great player, really showed up yesterday as well. So interesting to see actually what they're going to do today and how they're going to try kind of challenge the Americas region.
I'm excited about that. You know, for a bunch of older players to come out and smash like that, that was really exciting. Marsalek out of retirement. Well, not retirement, but back in the limelight again. All right, what do you got, Gibson?
I'm going to give Bob's team a little bit of love, right? Hollywood Bob, great content creator, great streamer. But you look at the people he's got with him. You got Adam and Penta in there, you know, fan favorites of the Americas for a long time. And you got McCoy. Back in action. The real McCoy is back. It is so good to see him in action again. Godspeed said there's no chance that he's going to come back into comp, but you never know. Once somebody gets the itch, you know, once you get that itch, there's only one way to scratch it.
All right, you beat a couple of these guys. You're like, I think I can still hang with them. Maybe I'll go out for a little bit of cash at the open quals next year. Honestly, would love to see it. One of my greatest enjoyments is when we do open qualifiers and like you see a team of guys who left 4 or 5 years ago. They went out in the real world. They've got their jobs or their careers or their families, and they come back for a big weekend of PUBG. And those are some of my favorite games to watch to see how good they still are after all this time.
People like Snakers.
Exactly. Snaker, yes, the casual PGC enjoyer. The casual, let's just call it. This isn't an esports event. I can be candid. He's a casual PGC enjoyer. He just skipped the PGSs. He's got to do some work. Going to show up at the biggest event in the world and probably make a couple great 20 or 30 grand minimum because the team is going to be incredibly strong with him on it. It's the same with Pio. Pio's going to do the same thing. Bagopod is going to show up and get top 15, I think. And he's just going to be like, oh, I'm glad I could come. It's going to be wild. Anyway. PGC, folks, is a small plug, is less than 2 weeks away, and it is going to be crazy as all the ringers are showing up for this one. All right, we're about a minute away from our teams getting up and getting started as we kick off our maps. The order is going to be the same as it was yesterday. We're starting out in the Dusty Dunes, working our way through the wildcard maps, finishing on Erangel, and then adding in the 2 extras if we need to get to them. Here's my question for you guys. I'll start with you, Mark. Do you think starting on the Dusty Dunes is better for Super? Do you think it matters at all? I'm curious if the maps, we don't talk about them anymore. In this format, do you think the maps come into play?
I think they do later on. Especially when we start doubling those points, I think that is a big factor because there will be maps people are more comfortable with. When we take the old school Miramar versus Erangel, even though some people will say Miramar is the better esports map, some people still have a preference, and that preference will overflow into your team as well, right? So I don't think it'll have a massive impact now, but as we get to those wildcard maps, that's when things start getting a bit chaotic, and then we double our points after, and we're looking actually to increase that rate. That's when that Miramar and that's when that Erangel, I think, will take massive impacts onto the final scores.
What do you think, Gibson? I'm curious.
I think the middle 2 maps are the ones that have the biggest impact. They're the 2 that put teams over the threshold. We saw it in the Americas. We saw it in Europe. It's the teams that get those big chicken dinners in those 2 maps that are the ones that are playing for victory by the time we get to Erangel. So look for the same thing happening tonight.
I love starting on Miramar because my one pick of this map is that there are not as many places where the circle... Well, yes, we saw one yesterday. But there's not as many places where the circle can completely leave you in a 2 to 3 game. 3 teams are only allowed to play this end game, right? Like, for me, Miramar has the most escape potential of any map. And so I love it for the start of Super because no one can start on Miramar's 2-8 games and go, man, I just really got screwed over by the way that the circles came out or the terrain. Most of the time, it's pretty fair in my opinion. So I love that we're starting fair and building up that sort of baseline point level as we push through. Now here's the question. Dusty Dudes, will we start exciting? Will we start slow? Will players go for those big points right out of the gate? We're about to find out. Game number 1, it's the race for the West. This is the grand finals. Your casters, Gibson and Mark Powers, taking it away.
Mark, EMEA have spoiled all the fun. We had hot drops every single game in the Americas. Then yesterday, you all went to your proper drop spots where nobody hot dropped anybody. And it seems like the Americans are like, oh, we'll do the same now. And they've done it both. Where's my hot drops at in this kill race?
Gotta follow the best region, mate. Gotta keep cool,
No, right.
and collective. That's what I'm talking about.
I think as a European, I can get away with saying this,
No,
right?
no.
There's
You
this-
have been sold off, mate. You're an American.
Sometimes there's a little bit of like EU elitism. It's like, yeah, well, we play the smartest PUBG out of all the regions, you know. Nobody dies in the first 2 circles because we're planning our game out. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the big brain plays. Whereas America and Brazil, like, we're going to smack you all in the mouth. Like, bang.
No, I'm not taking any of this. I'm not lowering myself down to the Americas level. You're not going to draw me into the fire. We are the best region. It's cool, calm, and collective. We're going to find an EMEA team on top. I hope anyway. Unless Team Egg was in here, then I'll be Team Egg. But for now, you guys won't see the flight path, but we did. It is coming from a northeast down towards a west central. It does favour a little bit more of that north side of the map. The zone pretty much in the centre. So we will start all the way up, pushing on to just, I suppose, outside Cruz, all the way down. Picardo's all in on the other side. So no hot drops. Everyone be looting. Pretty fair and collective. Gibson, I think there's another topic, and Kat did bring it up in chat, which I think we need to talk about before the fight does kick off. We are changing servers. Now, your region has the benefit of the doubt on this one, I believe, because you are used to this. The EU guys and girls will not be used to that. So is that going to play a factor a bit later on? Because when we bounce between EU and NA servers, they might not be ready for the different style of ping.
Let's be real, on Ashley and Tig's team too, you know, you've got the benefit of having Ibba. So in reality, they get benefits on every server. You know,
Super
whether they're
squad.
playing... Yeah, like Ibba will have the really good ping on the European servers. Like, it's worth bringing up because it's something you see from time to time. But look, these are pro players. Like, they're going to adjust. Even the streamers, you'll see it from time to time, will play in different regions for content. So I don't think it's going to have a huge impact because of the fact everyone's going to have to deal with it.
See how they do deal with it. Teams are starting to get that rotation in. Obviously, our Twisted Minds with Battalions leading the charge has taken towards that power grid, so he's taken that drop spot away. So pretty much centralised. I wouldn't be too surprised that he's already got a plan in motion, as we are seeing other teams. 10K, who performed pretty well yesterday. They're one of these teams that really got to the threshold really quickly, Gibson, but were unable to find that win, unable to find that winner chicken dinner. So fell short of I suppose achieving some prize pool yesterday.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, right, the only team that actually won a chicken dinner when they needed to between the two regions was Fuzzface and his squad. So it's really difficult, and it's going to get harder. Like, when you think about it, and I mean this in the nicest way, a lot of the teams that were eliminated, especially in EMEA, were majority streamer teams as opposed to having pro players. So this lobby right now probably has way more pro players than either of the lobbies had yesterday or on Friday. So I think that you'll see it get a lot harder, but I also think you'll see it be a bit more structured, a bit easier to read in the end game, and maybe have teams get these chicken dinners. But what about this for Giga? Like, they're already absolutely beautiful people already, but let's give them some level 3 gear right into the middle of this compound as well. Like, why not help them? Like, Kick does not need a level 3 helmet, a level 3 vest, but he does need a DBS. He does need the dirty big shotgun.
We'll wait for him to get the kill from that one. BB looking to, unfortunately, lose some bodies already. 2 kills on the board. Hollywood, you mentioned this team. This is a team I'm very interested to watch, especially today. Against Bad Boys team, who have lost 2. Them. 2 that remain were the 2 that had a huge impact yesterday. And Bad Boy, well, he's packing a punch back, and Adam will fall.
Yeah, and I think the big thing about the lobby too is there is going to be that inter-regional stuff too, like Bad Boy EMEA getting its own back a little bit there, having lost thugs. But our Thug Fast team might be better than your iThugs team. It's worth keeping an eye on that as well. As I go, who is the biggest thug inside the lobby? But you look at the circle mark, it's pretty much almost just north of center of where it could have been. A lot of teams are in there already. I think Danu's team is the only side that isn't inside the zone, a little bit further south. But I like what Peepa's team are doing, right? They played all of Friday night like a comp tournament, like it was genuinely the normal super format normal super format where placement points matter, kills are nice to have. It didn't stand them a lot of good in the early games, but as the day progressed, it really worked for them because they were able to get the chicken dinner in the last game of the night. They were able to snatch that victory away from teams that had way more points.
Yeah, I suppose that level of consistency paid off right at the end. Here comes some consistency though, as we do have a pull up here. Pippa just waiting though. First, we already mentioned bad nose. He's got the temptation to pre-fire in towards the door. Doesn't quite get it though. So nade is cooked. Looking to try and bounce it off the wall, but the players from FF already pushed away.
Champions Androsito drops down to 1 HP, dips into the corner, and instead of standing his ground and fighting, he gets shut down by Gaxi. Elsewhere, Giga's Shrimsy will find Neil Kopp, one of the really impressive players from EMEA and a really good player for 10k as well. As we're seeing a lot of these fights be inter-regional already. But Hollywood Bob's fans, they'll be saying stop the count. They hope that they wish this could end right now when they're top of the leaderboard.
I think he's going to be up there. I think Giga, super strong squad as well from your region. I won't be too surprised that those two names remain higher up this leaderboard. We're looking at the conversion, be interesting to see. Back for now though, I don't know if FS are aware. It has also arrived as they are looking further afield. They're kind of splitting out, spreading their wings now, but here comes the charge. Now they know they got neighbors right underneath their nose.
Yeah, Chucky G moving in. This is it. Peepa gets the up angle, but Fuzzface snaps around. The Swede absolutely smashing them as he's been doing. Look, I'm going to be real. Even a PNC, even though his team might not have gotten where they wanted to, Fuzzface was insane. And that man is still smashing it. Like, absolutely destroying the poor guys from Peepa. And they're going to just fall back. I think Chucky G, get out of there. But bad as hunting. He wants this kill.
I was talking to Fuzzface after yesterday, and he was like, we've been playing a couple of other games as well in that kind of TPP mode. I think it really helped me just understand where I can position that body and where I can. They are going for the chase down. There we go. And there's the seat swap. Chucky G goes down. I don't even think he's going to stop for this one. Oh, he is. He needs a bit of loot. Why not, though? He's going to pick him up, put into an element of safety before he can drop all that 5.56 and try and put it. Nope. You're not having my gear. You're not. Okay, well, I'll run you over then.
That's what I mean. Fuzzface ain't got time for that. And he's going to go grab this crate. Like, why not? Let's get myself up on the hill. Now, there is a player on the ridgeline watching this crate, but I think Fuzzface, he'll do right. And that's the sort of thing you don't want a DBS in a crate. You want an MK. Because usually they say, but you know, dog's bark is worse than its bite. Let's be real. That thing barks and it bites hard.
Unless it's in my hand. I can hear it behind the door if I was in front of it. It's the one guy that's my kryptonite, the MK.
No,
I'm that guy Gibson that gives it away. Oh yeah, it's an MK here, guys.
The OM and the MK are the only two guns that I hear where I genuinely think, oh no, I don't want anything to do with that. Elsewhere though, So Sad's in a bit of a battle with Tig as the, you know, we call him a New Zealander because he's put his name as Kiwi, and the Kiwis are New Zealand, not Australian. So Tig, the New Zealander, is going to get that kill on the Sosed. I do want to say something though. Speaking of guns that are terrifying, Kowo did say once upon a time on Miramar, the MG3 is the scariest gun out there because of the fact that it's all ridges and hills. Like he said, if someone peeks over a ridgeline with an MG3 at you, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
Can't argue with that. I cannot argue with that at all. Gig up, trying to get that steal before, but they didn't quite get it. As that point did go towards the Kiwis now. Strimsy, though, for Giga. Looking to try and get the move. The zone has transitioned back towards the northeast. So that's the end sort of in that middle section. San Martin will be a big eyesore for a lot of these teams. They're going to try and transition their way through. There's only a few teams now sort of lurking on the outside. And one of them, though, is Danu's team. The store coming in. Drop spot was kind of like Chimasera. Rotate that towards Monty. Now they're going back against south here, Gibson. They're going to rotate round that south side and maybe coming on the other side of Picardo, hoping, praying that a lot more teams have moved towards the center.
Yeah, and you look at it, right? You've got a few teams in there already. DraftKings and the boys, they're in and around Hacienda. San Martin's got a couple of teams in it as well. As just as we spoke about it, Vox will get a knock on Demikaz, and the question is he going to be able to flush it? I don't think so. Like, I don't think you're going to get the angle, and there's no way that Orfam are going to give up their position either to go hunt a couple of points.
Yeah, it's overextension. They're going to be aware people are going to be in this higher ground as well. So, Boostic, though, teamed up with Betordings, old school reunion. Going to do some damage, though. Talk about some damage, though. Strimsy, quick kill, confirm. DraftKings will fall. It's the second point on the board for them. In this case, 6. And they're going to try and get evacuate here. Strimsy, though, hits some shots, but it's not going to be enough. A car's going to escape out, and the team maybe just scrape to keep another player alive.
I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm like the border hopper. I'm EMEA and Americas, right? And Shrimsy's a player that I rate so highly. I'm going to put you on the spot. Where do you rank Shrimsy in like your global list of players? I don't want you to tell me who's above him. I don't want you to tell me who's below him. I just want to know.
He's in a top 5. I can't. The only have to think about it. He's a top 5 for me. Straight away.
Good. We're in agreement. Shrimsy. I'm going to add a
overall.
caveat.
Gone.
Yeah. Shrimsy with waffles in him when he's at an event, or Shrimsy who's had Chick-fil-A is the best player in the world. Like, there's no doubt about it.
Super mode. Super no enable. Feed Shrimsy the right thing. It's going to deliver. That's what it's about.
Shrimsy on EWC waffles, there's no better player in the world. I'm not going to lie.
It knows all facts. You can't argue. Can't argue with the fact that Bad Boy and James, though, are down to a 2, and it's a bit risky making a play with a motorbike, but they're in the blue, and they're about to do a backflip, we hope. Hopefully, they don't hit the wrong ridge and flip the other way, because this could be catastrophic, but lucky enough, James is driving.
Oh, you know that Bad Boy is gonna give James a serious chew out if anything happens to them on this rotate.
Wait and see. On the rotation, though, there's only one king at the hill, and that is the GOAT Betulins. And 1 FPS will go full from there as he reminds that he's king of the cast.
Yeah. Did you hear what James's new hobby is, by the way?
No, gone.
He's into running now. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I took him for a run in Korea. He got the bug when we were out in Korea, running around the park.
I don't know why you guys done that. It was so warm.
And you know what the scary thing was? He was one of those people who smiles when he runs. Like, when you see somebody... No, we were running together, and he was smiling. I was like, why are you smiling while we run? But genuinely, he told me that he's going to train now to do like a 10K. And he said him and I are going to do one together if we ever get the chance to work an event again.
10K. Ouch. I can't even run to the bathroom. I have to walk.
I've seen you run to the bathroom, mate. We were in Korea. You bolted as Himmin is going to bolt on by extends as he picks up that knock on the drive-by. And having seen the knock and realizing where he is, go get the flush. But I see a problem. That tire's punctured on that Bronco, so if you go for this flush, you either need an emergency pickup, you need your teammate to give you a lift on the way by, or you stay for the fight.
I'm at the play forward, though. There goes the grenade. Him not even risking the peak and shots. Tries to back away, but that tire's going to be the problem for him, and there's the problem from the other side, though. Bears party will come in. Now, unfortunately, a bad spot out in the car finishes him off, so despite being lack of a tyre, it was enough to roll back. Himman is now down and out, and that was a dangerous put-up for Team Danu.
Yeah, that's a rough one there, and now I think FF might be about to lose Gaxi as well as James. He's done a ton of damage. He's holding the corner, waiting for the player to peek. He will pop the first aid, but this is a standoff we have. Now, whether or not James realize... Oh, he spots the door closed. You have to know now that he's going to be on the outside. You hear him vaulting through the window. I think the audio cue of the pin being pulled on the nade was the signal to get inside. But this is a big fight between BB here and Gaxi.
Well, this is a dangerous duo, right? These are so in tune. We saw this yesterday. One streamer, one pro, linked together. Now comes a charge forward, though. Nade will go through. Bad Boy waiting for the breach now. They're going to check the doors as they will clear out room by room. Sound cues have stopped, though. It's gone upstairs, but now there's only one final place. Flash will be ready. Flash goes up. Bad Boy waits to the other side, though. Looks for the connection. He's already found his way out the door.
Yeah, shoot the door as well. Give yourself the extra line of sight. You know, you are in the desert. Footsteps do rain heavy. So there's only so many places that Gaxi can be. You got to play the trade. Now, as you vault up high, Gaxi is on the other roof, and he will get the benefit of line of sight, right? Because Gaxi doesn't have to move. And now the third-party shots coming in from afar is buying him even more time. So being real, BB team have got a real struggle to go for the peep because Gaxi will have the benefit of being able to shoot and fire first. But I feel like Gaxi can only stay here as long as nobody is on third party. Gaxi will find that initial knock and he goes for the front. He hears the footsteps going in, but the shotgun.
Oh, James, that is dirty. He knew the objective, shotgun in hand, and it was full charge. Oh, third party will come in. They've got some bodies back. That's why he's not been flushed out in Team BB. You got to remember, we saw them transitioning towards that recall center. But what a play. Bad Boy obviously took the bait. He knew he was going to be up there. Gaxi stood his ground. But James, though, finished it off with the shotgun.
You ever get the feeling when you watch, like, new players coming back in on the parachute? We watch another gunfight completely driving by, but coming back into the game in the late stages, when everyone else is looted, it's a bit like that scene in Deadpool. Is it Steve, the guy who's just parachuting down?
Oh, yeah, it's dead. No, he's got out the wrong time. He jumped out, he's got to come through. He's down to 12 HP. He tries to get it covered up, but he's going to fall though from Adam. That's some distance though. Long distance smoke will try and find a connection. They'll put double up. I think it's a little bit too late now. He's got to find that little cubby hole to hide.
You did see what he was killed by, right?
Yeah.
It's a Tommy gun. Shrimsy just got taken out at range by a Tommy gun. That is unfortunate, as Himsy will fall. 3 kills though, so he's picked up a bunch of points for his team already. I think that will equate to 9 points for Giga, all from Shrimsy alone. As Batu will eventually have to come down. The goat will have to come off the side of the mountain, at least for now, as we jump into this fight between Elisa and Droog.
Lisa, some flowers. I'm trying to look at the ridgeline, just trying to find out where we're going. Droog just backs away slightly, but Droog does have the zone here, so Twisted Minds need to find an opening. They sense, and now they see the bodies on the other ridgeline. Boostic gets a nade ready. Jordan's off the mountain, now reposition. Maybe trying to hold anchor from another area.
Boostic now gets the off angle, but unfortunately for him, Droog was not standing still. There was no opportunity to pick up that knock on the Hexaculor. So the nade will be... I love this movement. Oh, that is perfect by Boostic. I love this too. And this is a tip for all these aspiring players. Nade chase. If you toss a nade, it's never a bad idea to run directly after it, because you'll catch a player either standing for the fight or running away and get the chance to shoot them in the back. Really good play from Boostic.
Yeah, understood the objective. He had to cross that line, and it was an explosive push with a scar in hand. Is there. The charge comes over. Boostic though finds seconds. Now they're just trying to clear up. Now from the boys, third party action coming from behind. Boostic is getting around. He's trying to get as much as he can before he can. Batunis though turns and fights. So they get the first. The second knockdown will come through. The Groza. He's just too far away.
Actually activating here as Boostic finds another ton of damage with the scar, but the Blues at their back. Extends now has got one side of the boys covered, and Giga, or sorry, not Giga, but Twisted Minds have the others. We jump on over to this Giga angle as well. They're looking towards Penta and Thug. Shrimsy will not be brought back. There's no recall stations anywhere nearby that are safe to go to, so they will have to play as a 3-50, but they've got 6 kills as well, so they're also on 18 points, tied with Twisted Minds at the moment.
Those points are going to be those prizes. For anyone that has just jumped in, don't forget it's 3 points per kill. And we're looking for those placement points, and it's only up for grabs if you get the win. Here comes the boys trying to clear though, doesn't quite close all the angles. To come through, they dance down on the outside, but Droog will fall. 12th place though, and they'll be able to get their res. Another point on the board. The third party again is being chased here by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just really activating now. They know that there's another point to be had, but they spot out Zuzu. Zuzu have been really quiet so far. Like, they've got 2 kills, but we've not seen them be in a lot of action. It's kind of been long range fights they're picking up these points on. I think Zuzu could be very good as well.
Should be good. Zuzu performed well yesterday. Good team. Stuffy stole it from me, but team I would have called out. It's just as long as they can keep that momentum going. Kick though. Couple of shots on the other side. So we go back to Twix behind. We'll try and make the push on the boys. Jordan's holding the angle. Gets caught out slightly. Just to go down towards the sandy dunes himself. The boys trying to find the angles. I don't know if they know exactly how many are close and who it is.
Yeah, Maiza is just keeping an eye up that ridge line, but Nuki and Maiza need to get away inside the circle. Nuki was so good yesterday at times, like picking up huge kills for the boys that got them inside that top 8. But speaking of absolute monsters, Batu's going to toss an 8 in towards the smoke, the bounce. He was a fraction of a second early. A fraction of a second early, but now he's going to get caught out. And an example from Zuzu. But Nuki gets it. Nuki gets it.
Oh, he couldn't let it. He couldn't get it. The Jordan's got a blessing in disguise right there, though. As the boys trying to evacuate here, Zuzu starts to activate. Example, we'll put the first one down the charge. Back on the other side, though. Nuski's going to try and hold out, but unfortunately for him, there's no more room. 11th place will fall. Twisted Minds up to 7 kills here. So the smoke wall will start to go ahead. And the U2 dump, though, coming back the other way. They're going to have a fight, but back onto the other side of things, though.
Oh, that
Here comes the U2 cover. It's close. Ibex and 10K gets away with it.
Now, here's the thing, though. You talk about it. They've got 7 kills already, but it's going to be so hard to get any more unless Boosty can get Sunfloy back on their feet. But I don't think it's going to happen with the blue being there. So let's look at one of our other teams that are putting up big numbers. Giga. They have 15 points, but I'm pretty sure I saw they had 6 kills, but we'll see it in a few seconds' time. Zuzu, they're up onto 4 kills as well as they're trying to put some work in. A kick will find a knock onto Ray from Thugfast team. And there's Vexen closing a gap here for Thugfast as well. Spots out Danu. He's got the MP5 in his hand. 22 rounds to work with. Hit fire. And will gets another. Vexens him.
This is dangerous. MP5 is a dangerous gun, close range. Nade will go out, Flash will come back. The damage does go. No, unfortunately, due to the flash, due to the sound in the hearing, that's going to finish things off here. The Thugs live the thug life.
Yeah, Vexen's just been so good all year round, and he's going to get a couple more kills. And Zuzu are going to get their move. They're moving towards Orfam as the Americas are starting to find a little bit of joy in this race. Timfy will find that knock onto Perfectix as Zuzu and Squall will keep on moving. 15 HP, for example, as he will dip back into cover. But look at FF rotating through the midst of it. They see the opportunity to get some more points on the board. And inside the smoke, just a fraction of a second ahead, is one more member of Zuzu. That nade is going to be perfect from Marcelik.
Yeah, I think Fuzz heard him. He was like, throw a nade in front, though. Now they're drawing the objective, though. Unfortunately for Zuzu, they made the aggressive stance. They didn't factor in that they might get backfield here. Now, charge from Fuzz facing the team for FS, though. Back in the cars, get loaded, continue to apply the fresh, though. Information gained. Master gets that confirmation. The FAMAS in hand from Example. What can he dig deep? The car comes crashing in. He gets 1, he gets 2. One final player remains. He clicks driver. Oh my God, Example pulls it off, though. 5 kills, 7 for Zuzu, and they have the opportunity to try and res.
He clicked on empty on the FAMAS, so he switched over and got the hip fire kill. That is insane from Example. And now he's able to go for it, but Vox will make sure it's going to happen. Orfam picks up the kill, but here come the Kiwis. They might be hairy on the outside, but I promise you the inside of that team is a really good core. The way when Will get caught out, the first one to make his steps up over that ridge line, and now the VSS from Resreal will hold Ibba into the corner.
What are we witnessing this? It is third party, fourth party, backfill. Outstanding play from Example, though. Our fam, though, now going to be able to claw back all of the extra loot that was gathering here. There's a FAMAS laying low somewhere. As they get a bit of opportunity now just to spread out. An opportunity also to get level 3 helmets and vests. Hey, why not? Let's add a link into this chaos.
Yeah, Mine's got a couple of extra kills there. They're up to 30 points as well, by the way. Zol from Thugfast will toss a quick blue zone nade, which should be able to get a flush onto Axe. Timfy's got a lynx as well. Right, Timfy. Those rounds are gold dust. You gotta hit your shots if you're gonna fire shots with that lynx, right? Every shot that you miss with a lynx is a Gibson tier, right? I'll be upset as we do lose Twisted Minds. They fall 30 points ain't a bad haul for game number 1, though.
What are we going to get? Like a little bottle, little bar meter as they fill up. We're going to get the
Yeah.
Gibson tiers. Don't forget, we are looking for a first place here. So this is the part where actually it might slow down a little bit because it's not just about the kills. The additional 10 points for the win is going to be critical. Twisted Minds have fallen though, but a huge amount of kills. But we look from the Thugs, 24 points already on the board. See if they can get the conversion. They would build the opportunity, but they haven't quite got the numbers that we are seeing across some of these other teams.
Mark, all I'm going to say is 3 of the 4 teams left alive are from the Americas. So,
I wasn't going to mention it.
All you need to know is
It's
3
okay.
out of 4.
Just make a note. I'm calling HR now. This is borderline bullying, but I'm going to remind you later when an EMEA team wins that you started this on game number 1.
We'll keep our minds. Look, I can say both. I can get away with it.
No, you can't. No, you
I
just
can
drawn a
put-
line in the sand. No, it's not allowed. Not for this event.
I can play both sides here, Mark. I can play both sides. Our fam, though, they're the only team with 4 players up. They are on the edge of the circle. Nobody is in the center, Mark, because it is essentially the no man's land. You don't want to be in the middle of the frying pan because that is where it is hottest. So for now, teams will just see where the next shift goes, right? One of these teams is going to get gifted by the shift. Potentially 2 if it goes north, but one team's going to be the winner. Unless we get a donut. If we get a donut, everybody is out there.
It's going to be interesting to see. I could actually see the donut being happen.
He hit one.
The only
He
thing
hit
for
one with
me,
the
though,
legs, by the way.
Less tears. 10k obviously unable to get the conversion in the group stages. Let's see if they've taken anything away and actually revisited what they need to do to try and convert. They've got a nice little bowl in this sort of southeast corner. Actually, arguably, if we do get the donut in 7 seconds, that they might find themselves just about in. But I think the zone is going to play a big factor into the end of this first game.
Resreal does have the VSS and the MP5, and the benefit of that is you can carry so many rounds of 9mm without it actually taking up that much space, and it frees you up to carry extra nades, extra mollies, extra smokes. All little things that can come in clutch as you get later and later into the game. Tig, come on. It's that scene in Austin Powers where you're trying to do the 3-point turn in the really tight corridor. As Tig wants to make it so they can leave. They're getting ready for a crash on the Thug. Or at least a move, right? You get a couple of headshots. Oh, that's genius. Smoke off the angle. It frees up the move, but you're forgetting about Fixin', and Fixin' is going to tear them apart. Just ruining them now as Resreal are going to activate now as well.
They were looking for the cars to make the cover. They made the play out, but they completely dropped the ball. They got sideswiped there. Unfortunately for them, we probably get the information of the kills though. And the E's will go down to 1. The final remains. The Lynx though, close range. It's going to be dangerous. If you can pack a punch, that's going to be the gun to do it. But unfortunately though, the M4s that are close and the Orcs, well, they're going to finish things off for the Kiwi. Tiggleton will be down 4th place for them. No placement points, but we're down to a top 3.
Yeah, Orfam 10k and Thug 10,000 days. We'll be hoping that he can get this one for EMEA, and they've sent Non into the center, or as close to the center of the circle as he can, as they want to be the team that third parties, not the team that gets third partied at the end of the action. But the Bizzler, one of the best players, one of my favorite players to watch, is just creeping a little bit closer to the one isolated 10Ks player, and that's Wexner. But you know for a fact with that MP5 that if Wexner gets the opportunity to go for a spray and he can feel a knock is guaranteed, he will go for it.
Yeah, they're good util though. They've got an idea. That Molly, just too short here. I think he's taken off the angles though. He gets one. He's able to go back to his little cubby hole in safety though. Now he gets their second here. 10k. Dig deep. Only 2 kills. From the 4, they can convert 1 more. That's going to be number 3 for them though. As they unfortunately for FAM have to fight on the other side. The Fox now leaving the compound. The MP5 hits more of a punch to Vox. Well, he has to deploy the shield, but he's lost the helmet, Gibson.
Yeah, this is looking real good for 10,000 days to get the win now. 3 players up, and 1 player up on each other team as Non will spray through the smoke. He'll get the kill on the box. And it is all down to one last Thug who's going to try to get this one. But 10,000 days is hoping to get this one over in 10,000 milliseconds or less, because there's only a few minutes left in the map. You know where the player is, and the nade is perfect. 10k, 10,000 days with a chicken dinner in the first game of the night.
10,000 days, 10,000 opportunities, but only one team from the EMEA region knows what's needed to get the conversion toffees. Gibson talked a big game for the NA, but the EMEA is delivered first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god, example. We've got to talk about example though first. What a play, what a hold. And do you know what, even going back a little bit though, FF's play into that position, they didn't have to transition up the high ground. It was a really good backfill from them. The aggression there was great. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert against the example and the FAMAS on the other side of the ridge.
Toffee's is trying
think
to
I'm
sort
good.
out his mic.
I think
there.
I fixed
Yeah,
it.
He's back. He's
All right,
back.
can you hear me now? Is this thing on? Is this thing on? All right, Boomer Toffees. It was a great game. 10,000. I said earlier, you know, they were a team that we thought was going to pull it out yesterday and ended up getting kind of knocked down for Fuzz to take over. But that said, it's game number 1. The points are what we expected them to be. As soon as it's ready, we'll take you through sort of what the points from that game were. Big match to start out with for 10,000, as you can see. Sorry.
What have you broken, Toffees? What have you broken?
There it is. you guys are trolling me. So the winner was 10,000 days, but he didn't walk away with the most points. Alyssa's going to get 30. Thugfast at 27. Not a bad start. Gibson, I'm trying to remember yesterday and the day before. Is this on pace with what we expect in game 1 based on our previous experiences?
I think it's a little bit better at the top when you consider that you've got 3 teams almost at 30 points, you know, 4 teams into the 20s. So we're seeing it get a little bit top heavy after one game, but it is just one game. I do think, though, that it's a good sign for these, you know, fans of these streamers, fans of these teams, because they're at the magic number for Elisa and the rest of Twixt and Minds. You average that point tally for the next 3 maps, you're in with a chance to be the first team to win.
You know, we tell chat, you can ask us questions. We'll talk to you all day. We love to engage. The first time we get decent chat engagement is when I leave myself muted. You guys could be a lot more nice. I'm just saying. All right. So there's our overall finals. I like what you said. I think we're off to a good start, a good pace. That Miramar did seem pretty chaotic. I will say that example 3-way with the FAMAS. Now, in Fuzz's defense, they should have died coming that hell no matter how you slice it with 2 teams shooting at them. But to see the double with the FAMAS and the desperation DMR under-switched hip shot right into the headshot. That was the only way he gets that kill. It was sexy and fun to watch, Mark. I don't know if every player would have pulled that off.
No, he's a different breed, let's be honest, all right? Underneath the fire of the lobby, he was able to dig deep and get them. But yeah, you're right. Maybe FF should have died on the way in, but it doesn't matter. Example is at the bottom of the hill, and he became the king of the hill, only for a little short period of time because the third-party action was just as good.
You know what? I bet that shows up in the highlights. Go ahead, Gibson, while they show it.
I think somebody needs to put that clip in slow motion and put Ave Maria over it. Just that whole clip. I think that would be top content. If our social media manager is listening or anyone like that's your task for the break.
Let's look back on some of those big moments. There were a couple. So we saw that big moment with Example, but we also saw this. And then we saw Fakesin in the house with, I think it was the MP7, showing us also just how powerful the submachine guns are. We've seen a ton of them as we watched through the highlights over the course of this 3-day event, Mark.
I feel like the MP5 has been a real big impact, actually. And yeah, that sort of lined up to perfection for them. Look, is that a thing they're going to continue to see? I think we should, right? The fire rate is huge, and you get into those close range battles, though. What else is going to beat it?
All right, we're going to take a very fast break because the players are just about ready. When we come back, game number 2 on the Dusty Dune. Oh, yeah. Let's snap into game 2. It's about to get underway here. Last match, an EU team won, but it was EU servers. We're moving to NA servers this time, which smells like an America's victory. Am I right, Gibson?
Oh, hell yeah. America. Yeah.
America!
Yeah.
Skrat, 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 skrat.
Just take me
I
out
had
of
some
this
coffee
production.
during the
Move me
break. What? It's a streaming event. Have a good time. It should be good, though. I do think... Go ahead. Closest to what? You gonna say something?
This is the closest you get
just
to
try it?
having another
Okay.
American on the desk as you. This is the closest you ever get. It's always you and 2 Europeans.
That's true. They're never ready for the wheels off that we bring when the Americans show up all at one time. All right, let's get into talking about stuff that's important. What do you want to talk about, Gibson?
What do I want to talk about?
I don't know,
Were
important
you doing
stuff.
a WWE? Were you doing a WWE impression there for a second? Like, yeah.
Yes.
Chat. What
it
do you
was
want to
good.
talk
Oh,
about?
I know.
What do you want to talk
servers.
about?
Okay, so we're on EU servers now. I do think that makes a pretty big difference, Mark, when we talk about the ping differential. So I do think that back and forth idea is going to be good. So if Americas wins this one, does that prove that ping is a big impactor in these games?
I think potentially, but I would add a little sprinkle of, I think the Americas as a region is used to this, right? We're used to going between sort of North American and South American servers, so they're used to the change in ping. In EMEA, we don't. We have our EU, we stick to it, we don't like change, you know what we're like. Consistent. I think it will have a factor. Now, will it come down to the individual gunplay and strategics? No, most probably not, because we have really high-level streamers and high-level pros. But I think when it comes down to that final, maybe that millimeter, maybe that additional bit of ping, might favor the Americas region.
You know what I like the most, Gibson, is how he was like, America's players understand the ping difference more, because if we want to play ranked, we've got to hang out on their stupid servers. Come back to America's ranked. It pops when you queue for it. You just have to queue. There's enough of us. I swear to you. We just stopped pushing the button because it was like the Berenstein Bears where somebody convinced us all that we don't have ranked, and apparently we don't now. I'm serious. I forgot what the effect is called, but we did it to ourselves.
The Mandela
It's
effect.
depressing.
Yeah.
Yes, the Mandela or Manila. Manila? Barry Manilow.
No,
The
Mandela.
Manilow effect. I think it's Manilow.
Yeah, are you Mandelaing effect the Mandela effect?
I will do whatever I have to, okay? All right, the plane is about to take to the air. We head back to the Dusty Dunes. Chaos is about to ensue, and it did feel like it started a little bit faster that last time around, Gibson. Like our teams have gone, okay, we get smash. Let's roll the sleeves up and get into this.
Yeah, kills are what matter in the early few games. You know, does not matter if you win or not. If you can get a squad wipe, you get more points than that. Teams are starting to understand it. You're seeing a lot more aggression. I would say, like, Fuzzface's team was a good example of it, but then I'd remember, no, they've got Marcelex, so it's just like sprint to danger. That's just the way they play. But I would say, in this format, play the game like it's the film, A Quiet Place, right? It's just, you hear a noise, go there.
Is that how it works? I thought they tried not to make... Wait, are you talking about the bad guys?
You're the monster. You're the monster.
I haven't watched a horror movie since I was like 11 years old, so it's hard. I don't have any context.
What?
So, okay, this side
Why
note.
were you
was about
watching
very
horror
quick now.
films at 11?
I was driving past a Blockbuster video. You guys may remember those, and there was a poster for Halloween H2O where it was like the knife and Mike Myers' face reflected, and I didn't sleep for 4 weeks. I was 12, and from that point on, I realized my imagination is too active to deal with horror films, and I don't put myself through that kind of nightmare fuel. It's just not worth it. So make fun of me, but I have not watched a horror film since I think Evil Dead back in like junior high.
I got desensitized as a kid. I asked my dad when I was little to buy me the game Medieval. He bought me Resident Evil instead. Yeah. Yeah, I got desensitized to horror pretty young.
And I get it. When you're a kid, too, the hardest part of being a kid is that you don't have infinite funds for buying video games. So, like, you were stuck.
Nope.
Dad was like, I got you a game. You better play it. And you learned
Yeah.
to love horror. So I respect that. What was your first game that was a surprise to you, Mark? Or what was the game that got you addicted now that we're sort of on a weird side topic? I'm going to ask.
Addicted.
Yeah. Something made you a gamer.
So many.
All right, I'll come back.
I'm old school. I got a lot more salt, so I'm thinking it's like Castle Wolfenstein. Like I was and Doom. I was addicted to Doom back in the day. Like I loved that old school shooter.
So, just to be clear for everyone, we're waiting for the lobby to fill up. I want you to tell me in chat what game got you addicted and made you a gamer. I like, what'd you say? You said Castle Wolfenstein? Is that what I got from you?
Doom. Yeah, that was like the
Respect,
old
bro.
school shooter.
My dad had it installed. It was in a secret file on our home computer that I found and played Wolfenstein 3D, and it was fire. Gibson, what was your addicted game?
Oh, when I was a kid, I played way... See, this is where I'm going to show that I'm younger than you two, but my first, like, addicted game was like Vice City, GTA Vice City. And it's why I've got a weird addiction to 80s music.
I'll bet you spent so much time in that strip club. Just dollaring out.
Wait, there was one of those in that game?
I'm pretty sure Vice City had the first one. It did have, and you're right, the best soundtrack in video game history. I actually have, I'll grab it during the break so I can show it, the box set of CDs from that game because it was so freaking good. Excellent. Well, that's fun. All right, I got some Castle Wolfensteins in chat. Counter-Strike 1.0. I mean, that's cool, but it's kind of like, who isn't? Nice. Put them up there. Age of Empires, StarCraft. I love this. Duck Hunt. Really, Cat? Duck Hunt was what made you addicted to. I mean, I played it, but I wouldn't say it was like my addiction. She's so.
That's
so
a little
American.
gun with it as well.
Why
not?
If there was ever an American from Las Vegas early addiction, it's the simulated Duck Hunt shooter game. I respect that. All right.
Was that an America's thing, or was it Point Blank? Was it the same thing as Point Blank, or was it a different game that you got a little gun with?
No, Duck Hunt was packaged with the original Mario and came with the gun, so you could
gun.
shoot the ducks like a little mirror gun. It was and it clicked when you shot it. It was like clack. It was really rewarding. Why did it click like that, Mark? I still to this day can't figure out why it
for
made
the
that.
K9. He knew PUBG was going to bring out the K9 and just knew he had to get us ready for it.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing us back to PUBG. Let's get back to PUBG. 22 seconds to go into this map. We're in Smash rules. 4 games away from doubling point values. Do you go hunt crazy at this point, Gibson, or do you still try to play, I want to go to my spot, I want to send middle, I want to be an edge team? Does that kind of meta strategy even apply?
Right, I'm going to give you an analogy for it. Are you the sort of person, if there's a raffle, you'll buy 1 ticket? Or are you the sort of person that'll buy the 5 tickets, right? Because if you're the sort of person that buys 5 tickets, you're going to try to get as many kills as you can in these first 3 games, so you've got more chances to win than anybody else. Where there's going to be that team that's just, we're going to play our game, we're going to trust that one team's not going to get there first, but when we get our chance, we're going to take it.
What is the metaphor for someone who doesn't buy any of the raffle tickets?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well,
I was thinking to myself, like, I don't throw bad money after good.
If you're not in it, you can't win it.
That's why we're casters. That makes sense.
Hell yeah.
All right. We were like, I don't need the big money, but I also am not spending money for no particular reason. The plane is in the air. Miramar is underway. We learned that half of our lobby loves Quake, and the rest apparently are really into games like Duck Hunt. That's a lot of Duck Hunt conversation. Congratulations, guys. Game number 2 underway. I'm going to turn it over to you two. Let's get into it.
Okay, let's get stuck in. We're back in with the action here. And Mark, looking at the drops, there doesn't seem to be any hot drops again, so boo. It's a little bit boring when we don't get some early points on the board for any team in a format like this. But I guess the positive is, if you don't have early kills, it means you're going to have a lot of kills the later you go on.
Yeah, I felt like the first game, despite it was chaotic, it was kind of a build to it as well. Slower start, and we kind of started working our way through the gears. And eventually, a little beep and say goodnight, bye-bye. We ended up. Well, I would go back to your analogy of your raffle tickets. I felt like the one ticket was 10k. They didn't really get involved in the action. They found themselves centralized-ish. They kept their heads down. That's why they only had a couple of kills. They obviously capitalized on the many kills they could get. But it wasn't going to be enough at the end, though, because Twisted Minds, they were in the other side, and they were not just buying the 5 or the 1 row. They brought the half of the book. They were trying to hunt down every single kill they could. And that's really 2 different teams here and 2 different styles towards, I suppose, the Smash rule.
Yeah, and the one thing I noticed as well is in that game, we saw a lot of the big names really kicking things off strong. Like Batu and Boostic were so good in that last map. You know, we saw big moments from James. Unfortunately for him, he then did die in that crazy fight that we saw. But I think all in all, I'm pretty happy. 2 teams, though, didn't get any kills at all. And they're going to want to rectify that as soon as possible as we look at the beautiful Miramar sign that looks over the mines.
Let's just remind everyone, though, flight path, though, here for this second one is an east up towards the northwest. Does favour that north side, and then the zone favors the northeast. We go all the way up towards Campo Militar. We hold Minas in at the south side, and a lot of teams have to get rotating. We are on Smash Rule. There is a maximum of 8 games, but between now and obviously game number 4 and 5 will be obviously single normal format for this, right? There's only 10 placement points up for grabs, and that's only going to first. So unless you get first, you're getting no placement points. And at the moment, every kill equals 3 points. You'll see a lot more teams chasing down kills, trying to stay alive and maximizing the points they can.
Yeah, Psycho is waiting though for Bad Boy's team. DraftKings is completely unaware of the fact that there is a string, a tether, just wrapping its thread towards Psycho, and he does not even know. The question is, does DraftKings vault out one of those windows and expose himself to the terror, or does he get corralled by James on the other side? He's going to hop into that Bronco, start moving it forward, and I don't know if he realized just how close he was, Mark, to being in the lobby, or at least until anybody got his blue chip.
Yeah, does he know exactly where the other players are? Like Dralkin backing away, thinking he's going to be in some sort of safety. Now dances around the outside, and the Sand Dunes at least help him. He doesn't stop.
Yep.
He doesn't want to take the fight. But he does get away with it.
Observer, look at the floor in the shack just for a second. Did I just see a Panzer? No. I thought I saw a Panzer for a second. I was going to go, you'd use it. I'm just old. Yeah. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
Right there. Coming back. He might be a bit faster now. He's going to take the shots. And they might have dodged a bullet once. They dodge a bullet twice. They don't, though, because Bad Boy puts him down. Headshot from the car.
Yeah, Axe will be the first player to get knocked inside the server, and well, it might just be the start of something not very good for this roster. You've got Rusty in there, Vinny's in there, DraftKings. It's not too far away either, but James will begin marching towards... He spots him. Rusty just sprints across at the perfect time, but James is going to keep on closing that. I'm not going to lie, James was moving there like he was eating at the same time.
I think he was listening to the sound cues of him jumping up. He was like, pushing there. He's got the height advantage. I think I can find the person on the roof. Molly ready, takes another bite of his sandwich, ready to go. Those the reinforcements from BB start to roll in.
Yeah, James just keeping his eyes onto the roof, spots out the head, and DraftKings knows that there's people here, right? So he's not going to overextend himself too much. The benefit that he has is that AUG is going to take multiple, a couple of headshots and a quick burst to get the knock. So even if he does get fired upon, he'll be back into cover before James can push any further away. But the thing that worries me is the fact that the longer DraftKings stays there, the more open he is to a third party from somewhere else. And it also goes the other way for BB team. The longer they sit on the outside staring into this factory, particularly Bad Boy, the more open he is potentially to a flank.
You've got to factor in, we're phase number 1 at the moment, right? The zone doesn't play back towards the southwest corner. These teams are not going to be in, so there is a time limitation as well. Yes, we're on phase number 1. Yes, we are 3 minutes 50 before we have to start considering that. But at the moment, there are 2. They need to go get a chip here for RNG, and they need to start getting points in the board, because they were one of the teams after game number 1 that came out with a donut.
So now we've got DraftKings just keeping his eye on everything that's going on. As we said, he was on the roof, but now he elects to drop below it. But BB getting closer and closer to Rusty, who's in the top of the building, up on top of that roof, and wondering if anybody's going to step inside. But you feel like James could be the first player to be in trouble. He takes a little bit of damage, but I like how Axe are not losing any composure, Mark. Yes, they lost a player early, but RNG are not panicking. They're not doing anything out of order, and they almost lose Rusty, but they might be able to bail out of here.
They're looking for the bow. They're looking for the bow. Good move here. That was going to be there. Iron Bugs needs to hit a big impact here. The MP5 is going to be there. That's been just out of range. He gets the tire, though. They've got to keep it clear, and they do get DraftKings, though, so that's going to stop him in their tracks. Maybe swap over the car, maybe put him in the back and get driving again. But BB team have a decision to make. Do they keep applying the pressure? Scrap that.
Yes.
We got James on the team. They're going to always continue to apply the pressure.
Yeah, this is their move, but he just was too slow. The player's going to sit in the passenger seat. Now, the Bronco is really low. It's very damaged, so a couple more shots and that thing is going to blow. Yeah, I think you're bang on the money. That thing is going to blow. And how much did James want to put the pressure on? Does he keep on going? Or did he fall back? Oh, keep going. Keep going.
He needs to get ammo. Bad Boy's making the run, though. He has the reinforcements here, so they've got 2 bodies already. James those flanks off. I think he's going to try and see what he can find in the shack on the other side, though. Bad Boy, now again, limited ammo. He's got 13 in the chamber, 10 in his back pocket here. He is not on doubles for 7, but he now finds himself close. This is the stance, though, of trying to get killed. FS throwing the kill feed as well. Back and forwards. They're getting points as well. Looking to continue applying that pressure. James gets the car wraps his way around, though. Got the ammo, though. Brady's in on the side. He gets the first one, though. The points go for RNG. They can't get out of the grasp of BB.
Playing this one perfectly. They're getting the pressure on. They're getting knocks. They're getting flushes. They're getting kills on the board. James has been distracted on the drive-by and DraftKings falls. BB team wipe them out, and that couple of kills will rocket them up the leaderboard as well. That was really well played by BB team. Now as we jump on over to Gaxi.
Gaxi, though, makes the run forward. I didn't think you expect to see more than one. Wexner, though, gets the grenade over the top. Does get the knockdown. Yum, gets that confirmation, though. And unfortunately for FF, losing a body here. Kiwis, though, with Tiggleton on the high ground. Not too far away, but we come back to the other side, though. Zuzu takes their shot. He gets taken from the back, though. It's his second guest stack spray.
Yeah, Perfectix got knocked, and I think Example is going to go for that res. Drops the smoke. Don't know if he actually dropped it, but he doesn't really need to because he got plenty of cover. Tiggleton, on the other hand, he's got 10k in his sights. He's got a mini, he's got an AUG, but something's just not quite right. He's decided he's not worth taking that fight. He'd rather just keep himself in a position where he's got his teammates nearby. I think that's the right thing to do. Like, see if you can get the teammates to catch out 10k as they rotate around the road.
I think he's watching. Yeah, I think he's watching the rotation. You know, I think this is really smart from him. We know smart anyway, especially when it comes down to PUBG. But I think he's watching the move. He knows they're not in the fastest vehicle, and I think he's been a key driver to joystick the team into position. Now they put up. Are they looking to try and swap over, get the car? That car's maybe not in the normal position that they expect, and maybe 10k sense there could be danger lurking on the other side. All they need to do is see the other car and say, we'll pop the smoke. They are looking to try and spread out from the vehicle. 10,000 days, though. On the outside of the smoke zone, starts taking some shots, though. And it does go back and forth. One piece, though. Hatred puts nailed down. Nail puts down. Lisa, as they try and drive their way through. But it's not going to be the case here. 10k going down bodies.
Yeah, Ashley is down, and at this point, she's just feeding the information to her teammates. Oh, and Non will find Mormon. Women will end up finding a knock onto Non, leaving the just one 10,000 days player left standing, and it is 10,000 days himself. That'll be Huynh just getting another kill. H1 confirming one more kill, but Tiggleton's too far away to help, so this is in essence a 1 versus 1 for now until Tig can get an angle.
1 versus 1. Ibers confirmed out there. H1 there trying to hold. Don't forget, you might have thrown the smokes, but they work away for 10,000 days. Looking for the advantage, and he puts him down. H1 down to 1 HP, but Tiggo, long distance shots will close things up. It's done and dusted. Our game number 1 winners sit it out from phase 2.
Yeah, he's likely going to go get his bike, go get the blue chips, bring his teammates back because, you know, at this point, you're inside the blue, you get a res, the jammer pack's done, he might just fall straight away again. So I like the idea. Go get your vehicle, get the blue chips, get the team back, live to fight another day. Fuzzface, he's probably going to try to do the same. He's got Gaxi and Marcelix. Blue chips, at least you hope he does, and he'll try to get his teammates back alive and inside the fight as well. So Bad, I think it'll be the player actually who's going for that. But Mark, we've already lost 13 players after just 11.5 minutes. So, you know, the Europeans, they're adapting to the North American style on the North American servers.
They are. Zone has shifted back towards I suppose, a west central. So we still do hold into those compounds. Twixt Mines taking that position we saw from BB in that fight early on. So that's stored within the zone. First recall has happened. No Thugs getting some bodies back though as they jump quite late in that northeast corner. They've got some time obviously to get themselves down, get to the compound, and then work their way back in onto this corner. Pretty much all teams are in. We have a couple of solos just on the outside, but most of the people here, Gibson, are in the center and pushing down from that center down to the southeast. So there are no teams up in that northwest corner at the moment.
Oh, you got to look at that, right? For Giga, or was that Peepa, I think, got the P90, which is a nice little thing to get going into the second half of map 2. Tiska, he's going to catch Nuki out in the open. That's as quick and easy a knock because he's going to get as Tiska is able to find one knock. Spot out the second player and gets another knock. It's Danu this time. The trap was laid, and they're going to reap rewards. Nade tossed up towards Danu, but she will drip in behind cover as Maiza will get taken out by that nade. And now it's just Tiska peeking on the other side. Gets the knock on the 2-0 as well. This ain't going well for the boys at all, as Danu's trap is reaping its rewards. Couple of kills on the board. That's another 9 points for them.
See, Danu, she didn't even dodge it. She head-butted that grenade back on the other side. She's like, Bosh, get on the other side. We're not going to take the grenade. We're going to keep the pressure. But the trap did work well. 3 kills for them. Third-party action coming in. As they do reposition the car, they need to keep those tyres alive. As it was Pippa that did get that P90. You can now see on the other side, now in zone. Zone does shift back towards that northwest, so northeast, sorry. Cruz is storing Pippa just on the outside, but everybody else, as we said, was central to south. They now need to get moving.
Yeah, Foz driving through the blue. Will be able to help his teammates out a little bit. Got that knock on DeRay, and oh, he's not going to get the run him over. He was going for the run over, but he's going to have to do it by up. Shrimsy from Giga, going to Hollywood Bob, and it's nice teams for the tires, but not quite sure if he's able to pop them one open. You can see that Giga, though, holding these points. Look at this bad boy. Yeah, McCoy. It's the real McCoy. Getting a couple more on the board, but he's going to get shot from Danu's team from afar. It's all kicking off here over in the middle of the circle.
It's because of the shift towards the north. Everyone's getting caught. Everyone's in the third party. Now they're just trying to get the kills here. Mika cooks for the nade, looking for BB. Sees the opportunity, launches forward. The explosive grenade does. Bad boy breaches over the top. Mika will go down. Fortunately for him, he will fall. And you know more. Quick kill, quick confirm. But Hollywood Bob coming on the south side again. Third party, fourth party, fifth party. Everyone's climbing for the kills.
Everybody wants to get involved in the party when it comes to picking up these points. Like we said, 10k, 40 points is the tally that they have that leads the way after 2 maps, but plenty of teams in a position to surpass that total. BL from Scapino, remember the core of Rock is playing on this team, is able to do a little bit of damage here onto Bustic, who's dodge, duck, dip, diving, and dodging his way around the ammo as Hambino from Kick starts Giga side, looking to line them up with the M24. Now remember, everybody should know who Hambino is. When I'm talking about it, Shrimsy and Kick, a dynamic duo, but Shrimsy and Hambino play quite a lot of rank together as well, so there's plenty of, I want to say, chemistry going on in that Giga side.
This is a dangerous squad, Giga. A dangerous squad. So, you know, and then, bad boy, capable moment, nearly tries to bury the player alive. As he has to try and back his way off. Parachutes his way down towards safety, but he's got to get the opportunity now to pop a first aid. Fox is down. James has been flushed. So gotta be careful though. Twisted Minds do come in, and Hollywood Bob though, he dodges the car. Now finds himself backed up into a corner as Boostic looks for the nade from Twisted Minds. He's taking third party action. Double goes in. No, he's able to dodge, duck, and dive. That's one of those. He still survives out. Boostic on the outside.
Yeah, Bustic continuing to try to nade towards Hollywood Bob, but B.O.B. the Bob is trying to hold his own. But Twisted Minds, he gets one. That's a great nade on to Elisa, but I don't think he's got another. This is the problem. Does he have any more nades in the pocket? Can he continue to land the misery on us? Mika's will be wiped. The boys will fall. 9 points their tally after 2 games, and the answer was quick. Bob did not have another nade. He's going to step on, and he's wiped out. Bob gets caught out by Thugs, who's third party in the action. That was unfortunate, because I don't think Elisa had any clue Bob was there.
No, I don't think they did. This is the thing. I don't think they actually know. Twixt their eyes that BB's that close. Taking the ridge line here. More of a charge down. So coming down. So he's knocked. Quite flushed here. It's extends. Will they swap over towards the frag? It goes through the window. Now he looks for that reposition here. And this is everyone fighting for a little bit of position now inside of the zone.
Dragomu will get wiped from Drug, so they're down to just 2 players left, Hexacular and Extends. Not too bad players to have standing though, if I don't say so myself, but this is a chaos in here. You got Twisted Minds, Draws, and you got BB. All battling it out in this little compound. You can see Extends going from building to building, Thugs will peak as well. At some point, he'll try to get some shots off onto Extends when he goes to close that gap. But I'll draw your attention. Extends does have a gas can in the back pocket too. And Mark, there's no reason why he can't toss that in there and blow it up, because we've seen that get used quite a few times yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's also seen half a door and it's like, don't like the look of that. Thugs going to try and hold this at the moment. Take the opportunity now. Right, it's a calm before the storm, just to get a first aid on. So go to that reposition. Extends on the other side. I think you can hear the footsteps as well. So just waiting for a little, maybe a peekaboo over the top. No need for BBT just to move. 8 kills here. We will go back towards Kiwi. Tiggleton looking to put another point on the board at the moment. Dig up, well, caught on the outside, and there's a little bit of pleasure there. Tiggleton puts Shrimsy to bed.
Yeah, a little bit of Falcon on Falcon violence there as Tig comes out on top this time around. And why not have a go at Kick as well? Kick was going out to try to maybe get some loot off of Shrimsy. There's no recall stations nearby, but I don't think Kick, you're going to get it. There's also a drop not too far away from Kick's position. And, you know, last time Kick was gifted a drop, it had a DBS in it, which wasn't really what he wanted. Maybe this time he'll get something a little bit more to his acquired taste. The Thingmar almost catches out that shot from afar onto Ashley.
No, there's one thing the PUBG gods
want
to give Kick, and that's a DBS. Kick, take it. This is a sign, Kick. Pick it up. Make it sing its song. It's so close, though. Hopefully, maybe if he doesn't pick up this one, maybe a third time's a charm.
And a heavy stock as well, by the way, just in case, you know, just in case the DBS wasn't enough. Just give him the heavy stock as well. As Hemming will spot one open, 4x spray, and it ain't quite bad at all as he catches out Marcelik. And that'll be another member of FF that should be down and should be wiped, as Yahtzee is going to try to parachute down on top of a Tig. It's over, though. There's another fight going on. Hemming will wipe out Gaxi now as well. Is that Danu herself is on 10 kills?
Airborne warrior. Insane. Tig needs to try and work his way around using the cover what he can do, but though P90 pretty close. Hasn't quite heard that sing just yet. As they do lose Ashley. Tig will take the opportunity now just to pop an energy drink. The zone does shift away. It's not too far, but does bounce towards that northwest corner. So they have to go through Pippa here. They can't disengage because they know they've got Giga on the other side.
Yeah, Kick tosses that knee towards H-Win, and he's going to get one. Tig got Shrimsy, but Kick will get H-Win, and that'll be enough damage. That'll force them into cover, and now the third party. Look, it looks like Peepa's team is actually falling back off of this, realizing that Kick and core here as well as Ibba will look to move on up. You're not giving her the stick that you've been giving me for working inside of North America, but we'll guess we'll have to wait and see what happens there as Hampino will confirm out that kill. Back into the compound, and Bad Boy will see Psycho wipe out Droog as they get eliminated in 11th place. 27 players left alive as Giga now will have to move on. And remember, they lost Shrimsy at the hands of Tig.
Love it. I love it. I'd love to go to the Falcon boot camp because it could be a little bit spicy as he had that 4-time spray into the soul. Now they go for that reposition here. Now they're going to try and go for the holdout though. Right, got the bolty in hand. Skip, well, got to skip their way ahead of things. They have come in towards Kiwi here. Tig though pops over the top though, finds one though. Spray comes back on the other side though. Nade over the top towards the tree there. That's going to be dangerous here. Boosting in the fighting on Bad Boy though. They're going to fall Bad Boy. Big heals, but all that instead.
Yeah, Bad Boy down, so they're going to stop on 33 points. Continue in their sights. Santa. It's not quite December yet, so he shouldn't even be here. He's going to get knocked, but they deal with Kiwi. Now Kickstart's going to try to steal some of these away as BL will roll on in the Murado. And he's not even going to go for the rest. He's just going to focus on getting inside the circle. Okay, Ingmar, I see you with that tapping on. I see you making that thing full auto. Okay.
That's my other kryptonite gun, I'll be honest. One nade. This should be the last one to finish it all. Pippa reposition Panther on the back here. Going to be cautious though, as he can here. M16 on the other side of that ridge line. Let's back away slightly. He's trying to find out exactly where that player is. Now gets an idea where they might have fell back to for the safety. They've got the ridge lines to play. As I said, zone to shift back towards that sort of northwest. We're waiting for one more second to see where it goes. It goes back down towards the south for now. So Pippa does have a stronghold here now in the south, but they're going to want to use the height advantage and be the last team to play in.
Yeah, you look at it, right? We've still got 8 teams left alive, though, so still quite a ways to go before we find out who our winner is going to be. But look at the amount of players that we have on the south side of the circle. Like, we have 4 teams. 4 of our 8 teams are all just tucked together in the circle. Now, Ingmar, Kick's team, Giga, if you be the one to fire first, you can bet that Boostic and the rest of the crew are going to move on over. But you are going to be the first one to suffer as BL gets the off angle, but BL is dealt with. But Pipa will start flooding this way, realizing that the knock came onto Giga, who are right danger close. And there comes that barrage, that volley of utility and nades. And this is all feeding into Twisted Minds, because they can third party this perfectly.
Oh no. Never turn your back to Kick. No way. Shots will come over the top. Praying that Molly wasn't shot out of the air. Gotta be cautious though. Looking for a smoke wall, bit more of a retreat, less more of an offensive play. We use the opportunity now just to reinforce their position further away from Giga. And wait, not gonna be able to take advantage though of that knock just yet. And Pippa is on the outside edge. Gotta make a desperate run though, using the ridge lines to get back into the zone. Be cautious and try and take advantage of the timing.
Yeah, look at Pippa with that P90. We saw him pick it up so long ago, and that thing is just spelling doom for whoever he gets close enough. Pippa, though, the rest of his team, a lot more closer, but Twisted Minds just still waiting to see what's going to happen. They know that the compound that they have is known. Like, of course, Kickstart and the rest of Giga will know there's people in there, and that's why they're so cautious with engaging onto Pippa too, because they know that you don't want to be the meat filling, because if you sustain a knock or two, Twisted Minds are going to just go full send out of this compound for those kills, because it's not about the chicken dinner, it's about getting kill points, and they already have 36 of them.
Away from them. Danu destroying the kill feed. Really spread as well across that sort of north side. They're trying to get as many kills as they can. They're up to 11 at the moment, which stings them straight up towards second. It's in 39 points. Check below. Here, the shots coming over. I think they want to try and find anyone that might remain in the kind of graveyard area. Just burying their bodies. There's that Zuzu man on the other side who got caught though on that fair part of that crash of action. They're looking to try and survive this one out. Perfectus goes down, example, taking the initial shots though. Smoke instantly, they're going to be ready for that res as they reposition, trying to get the elevation. Stop Danu's side though, working their way across the top.
Yeah, gonna go for that res, though. That buys a little bit of time for Orfam to do the exact same, but Danu's team are hoping to take advantage. They have 11 kills so far in this game, and, you know, we've seen Danu pick up some, we've seen Hemon pick up a bunch, and now Zulu just keeping his eye over towards what is going on with example, watching Twisted Mind. I'm not gonna lie, it's so confusing when the team tag is a player's name, and then it's a different player name below it.
Yeah, I'm also getting confused as well when you see a pro player's name and you're like, oh, instantly that's that team Twisted Minds or whatever it might be, and it's not. That's the thing that's getting me at the moment. But it's a fun thing, Gibson. This is what it's about. It's about to catch us off. I'll make content now. As He-Man waits for the breach, they come out one way, and Orfam, it was a 50-50 chance, and looks like He-Man picks up the first.
Yeah, and now all you gotta do is toss those nades into the valley. That one.
Oh my god!
It landed on him. It landed on him and went a little bit too far away, and he's not going to fall. The molly is really good. That's a really good molly. That is so good. Hemon gets a double. It's all down to the Bizzler, and he is all about his business, but his business right now is not performing very well. Those shares, those stocks are being shorted hard, and it is Danu's team that are the ones that are looking to just pick up the pieces off the back of it. That's res, done and dusted. The Bizzler gets the res. It might just deny the kill, but you know what? With the terrain, they might just get out of this and see where it takes them, but they're running directly towards Zuzu.
Can they get out of it? This is going to be dangerous to them. Zuzu though locked in against Twisted Minds. They're having to leave. They're having to fight here. Giga staying low, staying calm. The car will explode though. Here comes the chaos though. 6 teams remain, 19 players up. Hitman looking for more. Gets the another knock though. Bizzler still alive though. Tiska looking to try and drive, find the bodies, find the points where they can next. They might not find themselves into the victory at the moment. Example on the adjacent side though. But it is going to be down for Tiska. Another point though for Danu's team.
Yeah, Danu's absolutely playing a blinder. She's up to 5 or 6 kills now. She really has been putting in the work. Twisted Minds are under serious pressure on the other side of the circle here as well. Kraken will use that arm to delete kick from the game, and all that's left is that M16. Zuzu with a headshot onto Elisa. Why not? They say those who can. And those who can't. Zulu's doing both.
I've been told that. Kick though is down and out. Ingmar, final player. Giga down to 1 in the Valley of Death. As Twisted Minds on one side, Pippa on the other, but they've got a big 2-2 split here. Danu though, team chasing their way down, but they've been chasing everyone else to find themselves now top of that leaderboard though. Swifty, there's that confirmation. Another point here will go from Zuzu, a team from the EMEA region that popped off early, was one of the driving forces here after game number 1, and still looking to be a driving force now. Sunflower Edo down to 1 HP, trying to hold out, but it's not going to be enough though. That's a pathetic nade will send them home.
And Danu's team are up to 15 kills now, 45 points in this game alone, and hoping to add more. It is a 4v2 v3 now. One team from the Americas left alive, and it's a South American one on the North American servers, but it ain't looking good. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that res. Pipa has the P90 as well. But I'll tell you what, if Danu's team can cause an upset, they are going to be getting very close to that 100-point mark. However, Zuluman's team are closing the gap towards the center circle. They've got the numbers, they've got the center. This is looking really good for Zuzu.
It's looking good for Zuzu, but can they stop though the momentum the team has though in hand? Here comes the charge though as they start to charge their way forward. There's 1, there's 2, the ridge was just too far. Tiska remains though, but don't forget the Pippa's team. It's not about surviving out to a second. They've got to try and stop this, and Zuzu's team up to 11. The spray will go through, but able just to duck into cover in time.
Yeah, and that is that. Zuzu's team should take the victory. The question is, does Pipa's team deny? I don't think so. He's lying at the blue. He steps over Kraken with a bolty bomb shot, and that's going to open up the chance maybe to pick up another kill. Pipa still bleeding out off in the distance, but that nade is the one, and Zuzu take the win.
Kraken cracked the headshot though, but it wasn't going to be enough. But the points are huge points though. 16 kills going to Danu's team. But Zuzu team here, Toffees, well, they took the win though in game number 2.
Zuzu makes a big play at the end, but again, it was Danu's rise to the top of that leaderboard all in one game, and we're not even in double points yet. That impressed me the most. So still very cool to see. I think they picked up 40+ points in that game when it's 3 per kill, not 6. Like, that is actually a pretty huge number. So we'll take a look at that as soon as the leaderboard is ready. We're putting some highlights together. It's going to be a good one. And then we go to the wild card matches next, which I think is going to be even more fun. So let's take a look at where everyone stands at game number 1. Gibson, 48 points for Danu and crew.
Yeah, that is insane. That is 16 kills. Just outdoing Zulu. This is what I mean. Zulu's man's team got double-digit kills and a chicken dinner, but because the emphasis is on kills, Danu's team still comes out on top. 48 points in one game. She really is closing in on that 100.
It's a quarter of the lobby. And that's more than a quarter, because I don't think you're allowed to kill yourselves. So, leaderboard final as it stands right now. Zulu at 67, looking good. Danu at 54, and it goes down from there. We didn't see anybody break that 100 mark in 2 games over the last few days. Next, I think game 3 was the first time that we saw somebody crack that 100-point barrier. It does feel like it might be a harder order here, Mark, as it seems like the points are a little more spread out than we've seen the last couple of days.
Yeah, it feels like the grand finals, and to be expected, right? We've got the best top 8 teams of streamers and pros in both North America, or the Americas region, shall I say, and EMEA region here. So that's maybe a wire factor. Interesting that we've got a couple of teams on that right-hand side, a bit lower down on the numbers, but it's hard to work your way in, especially we had so many teams survive out for so long. Placements are playing a big factor in that. If we can only get our placement points from the first place, you've got to try and dig the kills, and if you're chasing the zone, if you're getting caught in those rotations, it's going to be difficult. But really, really good to see a lot of these teams though trying to farm as many points as they can, even if they can't get the win.
There's definitely more farming going on. Let's take a look at the highlights as we do talk about some of our top teams that haven't been able to farm those points. There is lots of salvage. Here's our champions from yesterday to start us off.
Yeah, Buzz and Co doing a nice job. Here's Hollywood Bob. Like, look at those glasses. Like, you telling me you're not going to be good without glasses like that?
Two guys running from house.
I feel like, you know,
How do you
when you look at 3D, the red and blue,
Yeah.
I think he sees like PUBG in a different world than we do.
But
it's kind of like more than 3D for him.
But I want to know, with when he started, did he go to like a gas station and they had a big sell on those two frame glasses and he bought a bunch? Did he do it as a whim on day one and then realize, uh-oh, I've got to keep doing this, and now buys yellow and blue glasses and breaks them apart himself? Like, how does one maintain, right? Because we've all been there. There's something you start and you're like, this is fun, and then you're stuck doing it for the rest of your life. And I wonder, where do you buy things like dual color glasses with that specific color framing? Because it can't be easy, but it works. I love that. So, Bob, you having a good game? Do you know the secret to Bob Gibson? I feel like if anyone knew Bob's glasses secret, it would be you. No.
Honestly, I'll tell you what happened. One day, he was just it was just out, and it was like around Halloween time, and I got these special pair of glasses, and I put them on, and it was like, you know, you see those videos of people who hear for the first time, or people who get, you know, laser eye surgery and they see for the first time. Bob put on those glasses and was like, wow. Wow. Although he's not allowed to go see 3D films anymore because he can't wear the blue and red over the top of those colors because it ruins the whole, you know, immersion for him.
That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, I do think we have our break ready, so we can take a quick break, and when we come back, we're headed to the wild card matches. I'm just jumping to the break. I thought the story was good. I just want to make sure we have as quick a turnovers as we possibly can. So don't go anywhere. Gibson's stories aren't that bad. Welcome back, and the good news is I found out you can actually buy the glasses from Hollywood Bob's official stream store with branding and everything. So go watch his stream and convince him that he should give away a random pair of glasses. Or you can gift them during stream. You can gift glasses to people on stream. That is hilarious and an amazing feature. Go check out Hollywood Bob. Make sure you do that for everybody. By the way, this is Mark. That's Gibson. You know them. You know me. I'm Toffees. I want you to know our players. That, for me, is the biggest thing. This is a fun event. You should stay here. You should listen to us. Watch our stupid bugs all you want. But go watch those players' streams. Give them follows. Give them likes. Give them subs. Because this is what matters the most. I'm going to turn over to you guys in a second. But I signed on for this because I love events where we choose streamers and players who stick with the game, love it, and know it. And that's what this event is. It's for our community, by our community, and I think that is amazing. Game number 3 about to kick off. Will anyone break the 100-point threshold? We'll find out as I turn it over to Mark and Gibson.
Oh, I love the base on that one. But yeah, this is the thing. This is the chance to look at not only the pro players, but the players who keep this game going. It's their livelihood. They cast it every day of the week. Mark, which of these players in the lobby was the first one that you ever came across on a stream? Because obviously I'm sure there's streamers that, that used to stream or you started watching who aren't here anymore. But in this lobby, which of these were the first person that you ran into on Twitch?
I think it was watching would have been Tig back in the day, especially when you're trying to improve your game, right? And that's kind of when you get into esports, you're trying to figure out exactly, hey, how do I sort of work on the trigonometry, as he says. And they're the type of streamers you go to, right? Maybe not knowing so much, obviously, as an esports person per se, but actually that was very close. Close enough just to potentially leave if I was James, which might be the option now. But do you know what? Actually, I want to give a shout out Iba, who is on Tig's stream. Kiwi, one of the first streamers I actually met at PUBG Hot Drops. Really, really cool. Really down to earth. Just a great person, and more importantly, streams pretty much most days as well. So if you're sitting there like me, you're working from home, just a really cool person just to have a stream up and just listen to and just interact and talk about PUBG. Yes, I'm doing a bit of work in case my boss is listening, but it's just one of these people, as you say, that I streaming all the time, and he's just keeping obviously that content flow, which is great.
Yeah, obviously same for me, seeing the likes of Tiggleton streaming way back years ago, and people like Iba as well. I think Braxco was one of the first pro players that I watched when they were streaming. There's a throwback for you as well. But I remember getting this game when it launched, when PUBG, it took over the world. Like everybody was playing, like everybody you knew was playing the game. I remember going on Twitch, going on YouTube, like, oh, well, what does this player do to make things right? What are this player's in-game settings? What's this player's recommending your best loadout to carry into a game, or, into the middle of a game? Was like, those are the things that I love about it. And I don't know about you, but I still get joy when I win. The joy when you get that chicken dinner at the end. I still feel the love. I still feel great when I do. I know for these pro players, it's like more of a shock when they don't win, whenever they're playing the game casually. But for me, I still love it.
That's the joys of the Battle Royale. Land, loot, survive, and have fun while you're doing it, basically. Don't lose team, though. It's having fun in the last game, despite not getting that win. Oh, they see a crossing over, though, from FF. Flight path, though, from this one, guys and girls, was a north. Does favour more of a northwest. And does go down to more of a southwest as well. But the zone ends or touches the end of the flight path, though. And we are very much on the south side there. Lots of water. I'd argue to say about 40% water as we go from that sort of southwest all the way across towards that kind of studio area. Songam is a, I suppose, a focal point now for these teams, as we are looking as FF have entered the zone in the northwest corner as they are working down towards the centralized area.
And let's remember, as we look at FF, they are the EMEA qualifier champions. They won 5k yesterday, which I think Fuzzface said he gets it all. Marsalek was like, wait, you guys are getting paid, whenever he found out. But they won yesterday by playing the long con, right? They didn't rush to 100 points. They weren't one of the first 2 teams. I don't even think they were one of the first 4 teams to cross the 100-point threshold. But once they got over that line, they got the job done. And I think it's teams like that that you got to look out for. It is an OM, so Kickstart will be watching this going, really? Really? Why can everyone else have the cool things? But I do think that teams like, Fuzzface's team, or, even, I'm going to say Kiwi, teams that aren't necessarily up at the top of the leaderboard right now, but it's teams like that that could get over the line and get that win, because it's about getting hot at the right time.
Just what comes from two sides of this, suppose, the Smash Run. There's an element of consistency, and if you just chip away at it, you eventually get over that 100-point threshold. But there's a gamble to that as well. The gamble is if you make sure it happens before someone else gets the wins. Well, RNG, look at that, get a knock though. FS working their way down. They'll be eager to try and get one of these kills here. Draftkin goes to cook the nade, goes over to the top though. That's too far away. The bounce would be great. It could be two for the price of one, but it's not going to be the case. And RNG just clutching to try and get the first set of points on the board.
Yeah, and look, there's no nades, no blue zones, no mollies that DraftKing can throw. So Bad will get the res on to Fuzz now. And I think that if you're them, you get your health back, you wait a second, you get into there. Like, Song Am provides you the ability to drive around and avoid the trouble. Like, the good thing is, you're near the center of the circle. Like, this is not delaying your rotate all that much. It's not going to cause you any severe problems if you get out of here scot-free, as far as getting a compound that maybe you want that somebody else ends up getting in the meantime. But I just feel they're so lucky that DraftKing didn't have that extra bit of explosive utility.
Let's wait and see. RNG is repositioned now. As you mentioned, this is a town that you can rotate around. Actually, one of my favourite parts of this map is that southern part of Songam, where you can sort of pitch yourself up on their hill, try and catch those teams that are rotating by. Giga is a team that is rotating past Kiwis at the moment. They will try and hold out. Iba, I'm sure she reloads that smoke launcher, ready for maybe a defensive or offensive play. It's actually, though, for a newer place to live, and they are finding themselves a new home. They are just deterred away as Giga put in, and Kiwi has to find a new position.
And remember, something to keep note of as well, this is the game that is played on the South American servers. So this is the game that I think some of the EMEA teams might find the hardest, Mark. Like, this is one that I think both the Americas and the South Americas teams will be used to this. But whether or not the EMEA teams can adapt is the real question. One thing is, though, when you're playing on a little bit higher ping, swing or be swung. You're the aggressor, you get the advantage. And Mikaz, though, he'll get that knock on the Kraken. The headshot with the K9 will find the knock. And now Tuho is going to attempt to keep on moving, and Kraken is flushed. Chucky is down. This is a really good start for the boys.
Yeah, good play. It's about taking that aggressive stance, right? Boys in the EMEA team making that push forward. I do like, as I said, it's one of my favourite areas here, that south side of Songam. If it's not there, it's here. It's in these kind of open terrains. Catch those teams rotating. Catch those teams trying to take third-party action. This might be an area, especially with those 3 points per kill. Could be for a team like the boys. Might be able to capitalise here on one of the wildcard maps.
Yeah, and just as well for the people that are watching at home, remember, this is a $30,000 Smash format race. We've already given away 10k, 5k for the Americas, 5k for EMEA, but there's 30 more thousand up for grabs today. And if you win, if you're the first team who gets 100 points and gets a chicken dinner in the map after it, you are going to get $10,000 for yourself as the winner. Now, whether or not Fuzz, if he does get it, will decide that he wants to share it this time around is something that I guess we'll get to ask him later on. But that's a nice chunk of change. And whether you're one of the players where you're a pro and you're going to PGC in a few weeks, and this is a nice little bit of prize money before you play for the really big prize money, or whether you're just a content creator who does it for the love of the game, and this little bit of extra prize money is another way to keep you going as a streamer and keep you doing what you do best. Like, it's a nice chunk of change to be playing for.
It's a nice chunk of change at the end of the year. It's just about before Christmas, Gibson. No matter if you're a pro or not, you're getting those Christmas presents in. We're having a good time. That's what I'm saying. 60 Mines having a good time as they are rotating. They are the only team really in that sort of southeast corner now. So all three at half in as they will find their way around that kind of hospital area. They go up and over the hillside, and they will then work their way down back towards the boys as we saw before. Apart from that, obviously, limited. Most teams are on that more south coast. A lot more teams pushing towards that sort of west side of this zone. So anything here in 7 seconds back towards the east, back towards Twisted Minds could be catastrophic. We might be losing some bodies early.
Oh, I have just got an update as well. So I found out that all of Shrimzy's earnings, if Giga managed to get into the top 8 and get some prize money, goes to Cat. So Shrimzy's not getting paid at all. Cat gets whatever prize money Shrimzy gets.
Hashtag Team Egg. Yeah?
Yeah, Team Egg. That's
Team
genuinely...
Egg for life. We need to get on a t-shirt and go to an event. That's what we need to get.
I actually heard that Kick's going to give his earnings to Cat as well. Just all the money to the Egg players.
Here come the shots come through though. 10k out from one side. Gimpy dances the dance, but it's not going to be enough. Knocks will come down. Confirms will come out from Wexner. That is a point gained. F-ramp though, charging away over towards the top, trying to get that blue chip, but keep the pressure on because points will mean the prizes. Triple nade goes out. There's one. Look for the second. The damage is done. No, 3 nades. They pick up 2.
Yeah, that's a nice little bunch of points for a 10,000 days, and his team as they get up to 49. Toffee says, of course it does mean that Cat gets on with just what is called being in a relationship. Well, what I've been told, Mark, by my wife is what's mine is hers, and what's hers is her own. That's basically what I've been told when it comes to money.
That's exactly the same living I methodology that I apply.
And do you want a tip for all the viewers at home? Do you want a tip for all the viewers at home? The husband may wear the trousers, but the wife picks the trousers that he wears.
Yep, sounds about right. But Non launches the nade through the middle. Has to try and back away from here. Pops the smoke, trying to stop the push though from the aggressive stance. Non goes for the underarm. Cook go through the door. That third level that he can go for at the moment, though. We'll go around the outside. I'm looking to try and apply pressure onto that third level. The skyrocket of the Molly will go forward though. To Narnia it goes. Wexner's there. And he catches Bizzler out. So, Fam, they're going to fall though. 16th place for them. No points on the board.
Speaking of players that have stood out, how good has Wexner been for you? Because I'm so impressed. Like, when you look at the players on that team, and you talk about Neil Kopp and what Neil Kopp can do, Wexner has been so good.
It's just, again, you look at some teams, and maybe because we're in esports, right? We look at the teams and we go, oh, we know they're streamers, and we know some of the pro players, and we know some of the players that are working their way through the sort of the tier scene. But it's good to see some of those teams, some of those players working their way through the tier scene. They are outstanding here. They're finding their own. Like, they're getting the kills. It's not just about those pro players. And that's what I love about these style of events.
And now we look at another team that's been benefiting from this style of event, really. Danu's team, 54 points as they're halfway towards the threshold. Zuzu, 67. There's a very real world where going into game 4, Zuzu could be the first team that has a chance to win. They'll need, I think, 11 more kills, Mark, if they want to get over that line, right? 11 by 3 is 33, and that would take them nicely over the 100-point margin. I did the maths, right? I didn't get that wrong.
It's the Irish threes that I love, mate. That's what I love.
I say 3 normally. I don't drop the 3. You know, 33. 33 more points.
The zone shifts. It goes northeast. Away we go. Zuzu, that team that is now on the outside edge, the team that can maybe captivate kills as they start to rotate their way in. That's harder with Bob though, with FF. Target in sight, they charge their way forward. The glasses have a second guess though as he charges his way back and lets Adam and the real McCoy take the fight. But unfortunately for them, FF just gets to the other side of the ridgeline.
You know what, Mark? Seeing as you're part Irish, give me your best Irish. This is a fun broadcast. Give me your best Irish accent.
I can't.
Not go on. I want your best Irish accent.
No, I can just do a 33 and that is it. And it isn't even that good.
Do you want me to give you an Irish saying that I want you to say in an Irish accent?
No. Oh my god, hell no! Sosa D just hit the AWN. Gaxi goes down in 10 points plus space. And I get out of talking Irish just for one more time.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts from Sosa as he saved you. He saved you. Well, I'm going to give you the phrase anyway, and I want you to say it. That fella is so stingy, he wouldn't give you 2 fivers for a tenner.
That's what Toffee is going to say, because he said in chat now he's going to do that. So Toffee's make note, have a bit of time for practice. Phase number 3. We'll see you though when we get ourselves down to that final
So
team.
Toffees, get it down.
Not going to happen.
Get it down. That fella is so stingy, he wouldn't give you 2 fivers for a tenner.
He's practicing now. I feel I can hear it. Here we go. The boys making the push though. As BB, they have to come in on the north side. It's worth noting, though, the boys are the team that is on the north part of the zone, but there isn't much more else between them and centre. Zuzu did reposition. They came off the outside edge. They played in towards the centre. So pretty much most of our teams here, Gibson, are kind of pressing their way into the south. This is really the only fight that is happening on the north.
Yeah, when you look at the map as a whole, it's really focused on the south. Everybody gambled on it being in around Song Am with that phase 1 circle. And it's gone ahead and shifted to the north, which I think has caught a lot of these teams out. And you look towards the center, right? It's all well and good being middle of the circle, but I think that this format, it's all about playing on the edge, right? Play on the edge of the circle, farm kills, third-party points, or third-party fights to get those points. And looking at your lobby leaders, Zuzuman's team, they're currently sat in the very middle, as Mikaz is caught in the middle of a bit of a gunfight here and takes a ton of damage.
So the damage comes in. iFugs launches a nade forward though, but it's windy though. Ontego doesn't quite catch the first. The second is not going to be there. The boys will disengage here. Bad Boy gets caught though on the off angle though as they work their way around. Danu's team's causing issues though for them as he has to reposition. Now goes for the defense here as that BRDM is in play and Bad Boy says no more, but I've got no momentum and no time as he will fall to him, man.
Yeah, Fuzzface's team got right there as well in the midst of all that action as James will pick up an extra 3 points for his side. Bad Boy, though, as you can see, is being shot at. The timers being put on him by the rest of the members of Danu's squad. And that should be another point on the board. Turning our attention elsewhere, though. Tig here with the nades at the ready, tossing them over towards the polytunnels where RNG are currently calling it home for themselves. Bottom of the leaderboard, not a single kill to be found through the first 2 maps. And I don't know if their tides are going to turn, but they've got to do it against one of these strongest teams in the lobby. Kiwi closing the noose.
Each win just on the top here. Bob, though, we know he's been an aggressor already. Harks to perfection now. Now we'll be able to get the third party. Actually, off of a nade though. RNG trying to find the angle themselves. They find their way up towards the higher ground though. H1 will pop the smoke, trying to go for the defense. Blue zone will provide some pass to him now, as he needs to be cautious though, getting the information from the adjacent side here. He's going to take the opportunity now to back away.
Yeah, dipping into the smoke now as H1 will just give himself a little bit more cover to close that gap. Tig getting the covering fire, just keeping his eye on it because Bob pulling in on the other side. Their attention has been drawn elsewhere. Oh, I think that Mikaz just naded his own teammate there, by the way. I've seen that in the kill feed, and yeah, that's going to be James taking advantage. But all of a sudden, Kiwi have found themselves in between both RNG and Bob, and you've got Droog rotating right beside them as well.
Zone shift back down towards the south. There's no rush here. It is third party central. Bob, though, taking the aggressive stance because I feel like he wants to climb this leaderboard. Back to the north side, though. Danny, though, who had that BRDM, chasing and applying pressure towards BB team. The boys are there as well. Going to take the tank and go further towards the south, though. Let that one go. Double BRDM. Here comes the tanks. They roll in for the north. Who's going to be able to stop that player applying pressure?
You're forgetting something even more important. Double pink BRDM. Pink camo.
Extra buff. Extra buff.
BRDMs.
Best skin in the game. Best skin in the game. What I'm saying.
If somebody's went and bought the pink, or went and equipped the pink skin to the BRDM, that tells you even more that they mean business. They live the BRDM life. They don't just adapt to it. They own it. And that's why it's
you're
scary.
talking about my skin selection. What I'm saying. Yeah. I saw that skin, I was like, I had to get it. 10k, losing 1. One is down, got to reposition, hard to get the momentum. That's why we see the smoke ball just get the cars up and over that hill. But it's mid-dangerous push. You can't sit on the outside here. The trees provide little to no cover as you've got to try and break and thread the needle. Unfortunately for them, they lose 1. Now Pop go down. 10,000 Dazer looks back on the other side. Wexner, though, ahead, but in their head into danger, though, as he will now fall, though, as RNG looking to try and get the points on the board. Here they come. Thinks it's safe now, but he's rolling into it. Where are you going? He tried to flatten him, but it's not going to be the case, though. 10,000 days down to 0, and he's going to fall.
He was like, oh, right, I'm getting shot from this building. Right, so I'll go to the next building. Oh, I'm getting shot from that building. I'm going to go to the next building. Oh, guess what?
Nope.
They're in the, not even in the third building, the fourth building. Every single section of this compound has a different team. That's a good need. That should, Ingmar just managed to avoid it. But look at that. Shrimsy will just take down Adam from Bob. I suppose, wait, McCoy died? McCoy, you were using the M16 on full auto? You wouldn't have died there. That was the MP5's fault as we lose Giga.
Do you know what I love about this compound? Bob waiting for the backfill against Kiwi. Then we see more teams backfill. The south, though, becomes the precipice, the focal point of the lobby here. RNG, well, they found 2 kills now. They're getting those points. As they start to reposition here, they've got to make sure they hold this cover, though. Because team like Drew will be looking at this compound like we've just seen from 10,000 days. And with an opportunity, maybe, to try and push it. Now, DraftKings, though, sees the opportunity to try and get some kills. But he's got to time it right. He goes around the corner. That timing could be perfect. And he does get the knock, though, and a flush as DraftKings makes RNG up to 3.
Yeah, that's their further, you know, they got their first points of the whole tournament in this map, and now they've got 9, 3 kills on the board and taken down by DraftKings. As Pipa, by the way, Fixin will grab 5 kills for them as they move up to 54 points. Zuzu, though, 70 is the number now as they play on the edge, but they've got Scapino not too far away. That rock core is closing the gap, moving closer and closer to where Zuzu is playing. But Mark, I'm looking at the circle. Where can you even, if you're not in those compounds, where can you even play? That's why Danu's team is lucky. They've got the double BRDM.
Yeah, if you're Zuzu's team as well, you're looking at it going, oh, I can't go there, mate. They are just going to bully anybody that plays into that northeast corner here. Zuzu man has to reposition. A few drops ahead, though. We do see Kiwi, though, falling down in this game here. Reposition with the car. And his team, though, does go across towards the east as the tank division moves its way around. Thugs now the objective. Let's see what they can do to try and stop this run, because it is a 2-2 split. The driver doesn't need to move. They reposition the cars. Maybe they're going for a send themselves here. Just going to try and push the car out the way. You can't park there, mate. We're going to be aggressive and bully you out this area.
This is just bullying here from Danu and co. The driver, yeah, get inside.
You ain't leaving, mate. You ain't leaving.
Yeah. And now you're going to run on out. You're going to hunt them down. A ton of damage. Really well played.
What?
You know what the best thing is? The best thing is, because you've 2 people on each BRDM, 1 player can jump out and go for the kill because it's not going to get stolen.
Exactly, he's aggressive at his best nature. And I love that they knew he was trying to escape. It was like they turned the BRDM round, parked up like a traffic warden. There's a ticket, mate. See you in game number 4. Back to, though, the compound on the south. Back before we see the tanks make the breach here. RNG up to 6 kills here. DraftKings able to bag 4 as Kiwi said no more. They now hold the compounds here as other teams were looking in. It's going to be chaotic, though. Phase number 6, we still got 7 teams, 25 players up.
Yeah, Thug have joined the party inside this compound, as have Droog now as well. So there's 4 teams in the compound, and Scapino's team might just think about moving this way as well if the action allows for it. Elsewhere, Zulu Man's team sending some shots downrange towards Danu, who's going for the drop in the middle of the circle, because yeah, let's give us some BRDMs and give us some level 3 gear. And you know, why not just have all the things?
All the things and all. They want to get over that 100-point mark, and what better way to do it, though, if you're Danu's team, and that's with a double BRDM. Hey, man, rotating his way around. I think the idea now for this team is damage control. Can they keep these teams out of that danger? Can they use, obviously, the opportunity to repair them as they are in an element of safety, because they're going to want to make sure they secure the victory. 2 BRDMs, you've got to favour this team for a win.
Yeah, 2 BRDMs, they can keep themselves out of trouble, then they can third party the compound when they need a Scapino's team.
Here they go.
Will start to make the move. They see the knock, they see the smoke. It is time to go. It's not going to be very fast though, Mark. It's rather slow creeping up in the BRDM, isn't it?
It doesn't really matter. It's time to tango, though, isn't it, right? They're going to start making their push forward. They know the knock's coming here. Zuzu Man wanting to try and get over the threshold of 100 points, though. SKS is going to be causing some issues, though. And Mika, well, you can't move them, but they're going to do the damage on the other side. As they do find one, at least for now. They're taking full advantage. This is PUBG bullying at its finest, but do they know there's a panda, there's a streamer, they jump out in time, he doesn't get the connection he wants.
Yeah, Mika will get that kill confirmed. This
Run!
is Rock.
Run!
I mean, this is PUBG as Danu sends it towards, but unfortunately, before she could flip it, and one will manage to find the kill. 6 teams left alive, 21 players. Danu's team up to 5 kills now, 69 points. Can she and her crew get over that 100-point mark? There is enough points available on the table. The win would put her to 79. A couple more kills would help even more. But Mark, there's still a couple of members of Thug, all of the Scapino team, all of RNG, 2 members of Bob, and 6 Droogs.
At what point do we get a NATO? What point do these teams go, we need to stop the tank push here? They got the repairs. They were well prepared for this one. As that will be hammered in. A couple of hits with the tools. Send it back on. They find themselves in the middle of a fortification. And why not? We've got another one. Let's make sure we reinforce this one. My logic, right? If you're Danu here, Gibson, you identified as another team not in the top 10. You identify that now as your next target. Yes, it's an uphill battle. Yes, you're going to take some pressure from the teams. But there's no other one else on the playboard where you need to bully. Unfortunately for SKP, they might have now addressed this. They're trying to back away as the slow approach, though, but a dangerous approach from the double BRDM. Oh, no.
Oh, the Panzer.
Oh, no.
The Panzer.
Oh, no. Launch. Oh, just one. Quick kill confirmed. Mika will fall out, though, but they got damage on the other side. That Ticket comes out and applies the pressure where it matters.
Yeah, but Mika's going to jump out as well. Scapino's team putting in serious
Oh,
work
my God.
onto Danu and go. Mika's going to fall as well. It's all down to Danu. Her pink BRDM is fleeing the scene of the crime. Slowly, ever slowly. But it's going to blow. She's out in the open. And I don't think there's going to be a win this time around. Scapino's team strike.
Scapino, talk about not skipping a heartbeat. They knew the task. They had the objective down. They looked at it and went, there's only one place Danu's team's going to come, and that's for us. We were waiting. We were watching. Get yourself back down that hill, Danu, as she gets running and she gets finished off, though. 6th place here for Danu's team. A disappointment from a double BRDM and another team unable to get across the 100-point threshold.
30 seconds ago, they had 4 players, 2 fully functional BRDMs, a bunch of kills, and zone control. 30 seconds later, they've got no BRDMs, no players, they're not in the circle, and it's shifted back to the compound. That is how quickly things can change in a game of PUBG. But I'll tell you what's not changed. The battle for the compound and the circle. Everybody's still alive in here.
Can't take anything away. Double BRDM, that was a play. The amount of repair kits they had was outstanding. They just, as a bullied the wrong person. They bit off a little bit more than they could chew. And for Skip, as I say, they didn't skip a heartbeat. They held the high ground to perfection. But now they need to deliver a plan because they've got to find themselves into the action. What's felt like's been the action for quite some time. That's now Hollywood Bob not just gets 1, he gets 2. But unfortunately, he's going to fall though in the hands of Fugs.
Hollywood Bob did say that if he wins this game and you go over on the main stream, you go over there and say, Mark Power said that Hollywood Bob will give 1 pair of glasses away to 1 random viewer in chat if they win this game. Isn't that right?
I heard that. I heard that he was going to send us
But he died, so they didn't win.
I heard he was going to send me some goggles, man. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. I want to see what he can see. I want to see what the blue and yellow's like. Like, it must enhance PUBG. It must be something like some kind of cheat code that we don't know about.
If
For now,
Bob
he is
buys
out.
me a pair
Gone.
and I end up working a LAN at any point next year, I will wear them on the broadcast.
Even though if you're casting, you'll get seen all the time. Fuck fast though, casting his shots though. He gets one, but so Speed puts him back down in the gutter though. SKP need to make sure they skip their way down off that high ground here. Here comes the nade. Jukes go down to 1 though, folks. It's going to be perfection as RNG, a team which at the bottom of the leaderboard, now driving their way up to 12th though. They're getting the kills. Can they get the steals and can they convert the win?
Yeah, and now and one will get his 5th kill. That is 10 kills for Scapino. That's 30 points from kills alone, rocketing them into the top 5 and hoping to get a couple more. 4v2, v3. Last time we were in a situation like this was map 1, and the team with 4 players up managed to get over the line. One thing that Scapino's team has not done in a while is win a game, Mark. They were the first team in the Americas to cross the 100-point mark. They had 4 chances
Oh
to
my
get it
God.
over the line. They didn't do it. Fixing with the Panzers. Perfect. But can Scapino do it now?
Fog Life on 12 now. Here comes the smokes. They've got to try and get the res on as quickly as they can. They see their head though, as they will now launch more barrage of the util dump though. The smoke does get the bloom, gives the opportunity for Fugfast to get a little bit closer. Underhand goes the flash though, as they will try and breach their way in, but they've got to be careful though, because Skip is on the other side. Skip has the angle, but the blue zone is now pushing those babies. Number 9 here, Gibson, and Skip's in control with 10.
Yeah, 10 kills, and now they're tossing everything. The Doritos are being dropped as well, hoping that they could find some kills on the board. BL has 2 BZs as well. Let's not rule out those having an impact, as Fixin is the last player standing, and he is in the cloud of a storm. All the fog has rolled in, and he's going to wait to maybe get the res. Going to put his healing hands on the Ray. I say, Ray, don't worry, we got this. But he takes his hands off him because he hears the footsteps, and he sprays through, and it was worth it. He gets himself one. He tries to get the first. He gets Vinny.
Oh my God! He nearly backs up the whole team. Skip though, just looking at the skill board, going, what is going on? There's only 1 remains. A shotgun in hand though, as he's backed up into the corner. Skip's got the control. 10 kills. Can they make it 11 and a win though? For now, they have to dance with the blue though, but another one will fall. King refuses to go down.
Yeah, DraftKings gets the extra 3 points there, which might help. He's in behind the shield, and he does manage to find another knock, I think, but it's finished off in the end. Thugfast, 14 kills
14.
and a chicken dinner. Things that you love to see. No, 14 kills. The
14 kills, no chicken dinner. It's a Fog Life though, and it all came from that south compound. It was backfill after backfill after backfill after backfill. It was good to see RNG there. The points though for Toffees, they came though from Fog Life, but the win came from Skip.
Yep. I also want to point out those are players on those teams that are very used to playing against each other on a regular basis in this endgame scenario. So watch them sort of fight and like understand how the other guys were going to do it. Not only do they scrim together, they also pub in the same sort of server grouping. Yep. So they see each other quite a lot. So that was always fun. I like when we get these sort of end games between 2 or 3 teams that know each other extremely well, and so when they're fighting around those houses, they're doing things where you're like, why would you make that push? And you go, because I know this player plays this way, and they're going to be holding that corner. So that is awesome fun to watch. Congratulations on a big win. We're back. Game 3 is done. Let's take a look at the board for that game. Skip and Ho walks away with 43 points. Is it as impressive as Danu's? Not necessarily, but they got that chicken. They put the 10 on there. Thugfast with no chicken bumps up to 42, and everyone kind of falls off behind that. This was a very top-heavy game, Mark.
It was so top-heavy.
I agree,
Let's talk about how heavy the BRDMs, right? It's insane.
Yes.
The double BRDM, though, for them was just not going to be enough. Top-heavy, it came from the compound. The points rain true, and it does force them up that leader.
All right, Zulu leading the board at 73, Thug behind it at 72, Danu with a nice score at 69, and it goes on down from there. But no one seems to be pushing for the hundreds like they did, Gibson. I kind of wonder if the last 2 days have made them go, you know what? I just have to play this like it's a normal comp game. Double points be darned.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, right, you look at poor old Scapino. They needed a win on Friday. They get it on Sunday. They waited a few extra days.
For them.
But like Thugfast, They've got a bunch of kills. They're on 72 points now. We've got a couple teams very close to that 100-point threshold. But it does mean good thing for the viewers. We're guaranteed at least 5 maps now, not 4.
That's true. 5 maps, a minimum. Probably more than that as well. But first, we should take a look back at some of the big plays from that game. It's highlight time.
That double
You know, I don't
BRDM,
feel like he
right?
picked
These
that up
guys-
with enough energy. Go ahead.
Ah, never. That double BRDM was insane. Insane. Like, what a play. Like, and the fact that they then went to go farm as many as they could when it came down to the repair kits, they knew exactly what they were doing. Oh, wow.
Get in, Mika. Get in.
Get in. Love Mika. Get in. Panzer, get out. Get in.
That was a fun one to watch, though. Like, the 2 BRDMs didn't quite go the way you wanted to, but it's nice to see Scapino's team get over the line, because they were the dominant team, Toffees. They really were the dominant team in the Americas.
They were. You know what I liked seeing about that last fight, though? I love that they cut to the wide shot. You hear the leader, the IGL, going, breach in 3, 2, and then they both go in and get the kill. He's like, 1. God, come on, guys. Because you know what happened. It was that moment where we've all been there where you're like, well, there's only one guy in there. The first one to go in probably is going to get the kill. And I'm not going to get flushed if I get knocked, so we're going first, right? Because then you get that extra points, get a little bit of stats. That was a good game. That was fun. You saw the leaderboards. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, the players are already getting in the lobby. I guarantee it, Game 4, not long. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for us to get the next match underway. I am pulling for America. So, we designed it. Ah, fell off! Yeah, we'll keep designing. We'll keep working. We'll keep working.
Love it. Love it.
But I need a
done,
win!
GGs.
America's,
Well done.
North
Well
America's
done.
is not. It was so close, it fell off. Okay, look at this. Beautifully homemade pink blue
Where
lens.
did you
All right.
find that?
I dyed it myself. My fingers are now stained blue. So, you know, you guys are casting. I got nothing else to
Worth
do,
it.
so I try to invent fun, stupid gimmicks. All right, let's talk about the game. Let's actually just, you know what? I'm Gibson. That's Mark, and that over there is Toffees. Let's get into the points race. Let's just talk about the points race. Just blow my nose. There we go.
Oh my god.
All right.
Love it.
Let's get into this. 73 to 72 to 69 to 58 to 58. That's a good startup, but no one over 100 yet. Gibson, why?
Why?
too
Because
fast
they're
for
just killing everybody around them. They're just killing absolutely everybody in sight. They're doing a fantastic job. Thugfast, the exact same. That's why they're out in front, because they understood the objective. They understood that the whole point is get kills. Then after you get the kills, worry about the chicken. And that's why they are out in front.
It feels like a lot of the lobby has taken this tact, does it not, Mark? Like, it seems like there's a lot of just looking for violence this episode of our show.
You can't take away, right? 3 points for a kill is huge. I think a lot of the teams until mid to late game are not even thinking about the win. It's all about getting those points. I think that's key.
It is key. All right, it sounds like the game is already about to get underway, so we will jump into it right now. This is our last wildcard map of the day. 4 points, only 2 games left where everyone gets normal point totals. Nothing hot drop, nothing crazy, I think, for the most part.
Hot drop?
Well, maybe never mind. It is a hot drop. Good luck, boys!
The observer's like, oh, hold on.
I was like,
Go cut
whoa.
your glasses in. Go cut your glasses in. We've got a hot drop, Toffees. Get out of here. It is Thugs versus 10K, though. Flight path was a west across towards an east, but it was very much on the south side, forcing these teams, Gibson, together as they got to duke it out, though. But they get a bit of time just to loot before they have to cross the road.
It's the lukewarm drop, right? 2 teams dropping, but they ain't going to fight for a little while. Also, there's something I wanted to point out, but we got in the game too soon. Toffee's little lanyard holder with all the lanyards looks like the Predator mask with the dreadlocks on it. I want everyone to look at that when we get back to broadcast. I was like, wait, does Toffee's have a Predator mask hung up on the wall? I was like, oh no, wait, it's just all of the lanyards from all of the events that he's worked over his long and illustrious career. Damn, kind of jealous. He's had a good one so far, hasn't he?
Top lad. That's what I was saying. Best desk out there. I love that we've got 2 EMEA versus the 1 America. We keep him controlled, but then we get the amazing outlook where he swirled the break last time. I thought that was well done. Well, the lukewarm drop becomes a no warm drop as they will look to get in the Pico bus and evacuate the actual half of the zone, pretty much in the middle here. So we are just on the outside of test track, though. We do go down towards Hong Sang. Kiwis in that sort of southwest corner. Ting Long Garden is in on the southeast corner. But fundamentally, a lot of teams on the outside edge here, they are going to have to sort of move in. No one really sitting in the middle apart from Skip.
Yeah, and they're just fresh off the back of a victory in the last game, so they're hoping to maybe climb that lobby a little bit more. What, 58 points is what they're standing on at the minute. I think there is a real chance that there will be at least one team over the 100-point threshold going into game number 5. However, when you look at how stacked the lobby is, would it surprise you if the teams at the top don't get the 30 points, 30, 40 points that they need to get over the line, and somebody in that 7th, 8th, 9th, even 10th place position are able to get the majority of the points this time around? That's what I love about when you get to the stage of an event. There are so many good teams. Anybody can win it on any given time. And even more importantly, we're getting closer and closer to the double points. I think this map and the next are the last 2 where it's a 3-point kill. After that point, everything doubles.
I love that. See, I think whatever team sets the fastest lap time on the test track should get plus 50 points. I like that idea because we bring a lot of teams together, number one, right? Fact. But I know these people are really competitive, so there will be half of the lobby that will want to put down the fastest time. I think there'll be half of the lobby that might have a gun in hand, though, and might opt to start chaos that will ensue. Kiwi, one of those teams that I think will will produce the chaos, should we say, as Tickleton looking to get into his car to produce a fast lap time to a bit further in towards the zone. But for now, they do sit on the outside edge. Pip, though, not too far away on the west, as they are picking up Panzers. Maybe an insight Gibson to what we are going to expect. But I've got a question for you. Do you think we are going to get a team over the 100-point mark on this, like we did in the group stages? And if so, how many teams? Is it going to be just the one? Or do you think we're going to have more than one to get across the 100-point threshold?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this will be the first time we don't have a team going for the win in Game 5. I have a feeling that because of the way that the points are distributed, everybody's picking up, you know, few points without anybody picking up an absolute bomb amount of points. So I'm going to say that. What about you? Do you think we'll get a 100-point team? Because the more I think about it, the more I'm convincing myself otherwise.
I don't know. I feel like this feels different compared to what we saw in the group stages. Obviously, the group stage was very aggressive. We kind of had that confirmed that we was going to see teams getting across that sort of 100-point mark. There is a world here that actually, because the points are distributing really nicely across the sort of lobby at the moment, that we might see a team get close, but not get over the 100-point mark. That being said, though, it's going to take a Zuzu, a Tharg, a Danu just to be aggressive this game, and we might see one. And if we only get one team over the 100-point mark, I think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, and that team will have a chance to win it in game number 5. Remember, you have to get to 100 points, and then the next map or any map after that, a win for you will secure the $10,000 top prize. $30,000 total up for grabs. I like that the boys are going to try take the high ground here as they move up on top of that mountain, that spire. Oh no, Nuki. You may as well go down at this. You may as well just go down at this point.
It's falling with style. That's what that is. And Nuki's thinking about it. Can I do anything from here? Can I do anything from here? Yeah, no, this was the plan. This was the plan all along. I was just going to play parkour down the side of the rock. Interesting, they have jumped off here. They're on the north side. There's a little bit of water down in the southwest, so we would expect it to potentially play away. But it doesn't have to play away just yet. Phase number 1 here, right? Phase 2, phase 3. We can see it maybe be a bit more aggressive. And recently, Gibson, we have seen... Whoop, near the street there, James. We have seen the zone go down towards the south. So they have jumped off early. But will the zone go back their way? We'll have to wait and see.
I think Nuki's there for the long haul. He's gone prone. Nuki's gone prone. Not absolutely. Take the hands away from the keyboard now for the next like 15 minutes. Hopefully the zone goes the way you want it to. But at the end of the day, it's not about the chicken dinner in game number 4. It's about as many kill points as you can get. Remember, 4 kills is worth more than what you get for the chicken dinner. Fuzzface is looking to add one. He spots out Batu.
Pre-fire,
and he pre-fires them to
beautiful.
perfection. You know what? Batu, you may be the GOAT. Fuzzface has been playing this game a long time and he has seen everything. He read you like a book.
Oh, the pre-fire was Chef Kiss special. Wow, wow, wow. He knew that peak was coming from there. He knew that the person behind there, irrelevant of his battalions, thought he had him banged to rights because he was out in the open. But this time, wasn't going to be the case. Back to the boys, though. High ground that is in the north side here. They are sharing with Zuzu, a team which has the capabilities. Top of the leaderboard with 76 points to be able to get across that threshold. As Gibson said, though, we are looking for a team to get above 100 points. But it's definitely worth mentioning, if you go above 100 points and you get the win, it doesn't stop there. You've got to come back the next game and get the win to be able to stop it and lock it out. And then we divide the lion's share of the prize pool between 1st and 8th. 10,000 is up for grab for 1st.
Yeah, Mika here up in the skies, usually where you expect to see him, right? You like to see him in gliders, you like to see him getting information, and at this point, probably thinking of either going to one of those spires or realizing that this town is completely free, hasn't spotted any vehicles whatsoever. Oh no, he's going for the spire. It's going to be a slow... No, am I wrong? Yeah, I'm probably wrong. It's me.
Nah, he's going to spy. I think he's going for spy. I think he is scouting. I think you're right. I think he's going to go for that spy, though. Again, he's expecting that zone sort of shift back towards that sort of north to northwest. Again, no one's down in that southeast corner here. A lot of teams obviously transition their way in. FF, though, he did take on Batudin's. Batudin's very far away. So, again, I don't think we're going to see him again now, as they are very much in that northeast corner. And his team, though, charging ahead. Glider ahead of them, though, so they've got to be cautious slightly. As obviously the glider, especially with this map, because the hard spawns, is such a key tool, I feel, because you're able to kind of not just joystick your team into safety and path them into late game, but the information that is gained from them is huge.
Yeah, information can be such a differentiator in an event like this. Like, you can basically tell your team this spot's clear, that spot's clear. You can also get knocks and kills from up on high. If you see somebody get knocked, you can third party the action. Like, I love how positions like that can be used. I know that some people don't like it, and you can understand why, Mark. Like, some people like people to be in positions that it might be easier for other people to take the fight to them, but we'll see another team take to the skies. I think they've timed this bang on perfectly as well. By the time that helicopter gets there, the zone will have popped, and they'll know whether they need to take this E-pickup or not.
Yeah, they are, just for the audience, they are looking for the potential. If it does shift away towards the east, which we'll find out in 3, 2, 1. It does shift towards the east, and so it actually goes towards the southeast. Wouldn't be too surprised for 10,000 days to get on this one. No, we've got to get over there pretty quick. They've got to just about to grab. They're actually going to split this one. They're just going for a single scout here. So the rest are going to take the car, like actually using the glider. He's going to look at the pathing now. We can see him looking at this sort of higher ground. There's an opportunity, though. Is there anybody there? Is there anyone trying to camp out? Because they're not too far away from zone, Gibson. So like a glider, used as a scouting opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. The only problem with taking the pickup is, especially when the circle condenses like this, it can be a little bit harder to get a vehicle. So once your boots hit the ground, you're kind of reliant on either winning a gunfight and somebody bringing the fight to you and getting their vehicles, or just one team that's hungry for more than just zone lock, though, is Zuzu. They're rotating past BB at the minute, and this is one of the teams that are right on the, I suppose, the edge of being at that 100-point mark. Like, one good game here, and they're right up over the line. They are taking damage, though, from Scapino, the winner of the last game. So I think it's get some medicine and get out of there as get going a bit quicker. Come on, you're in a fight. Speed up, because Kick wants your soul, and Kick's going to get it. Perfectix has been found, and just watch Giga full send it over to those knocks now. Yeah,
they know they're sort of backed up against this high side, so they can apply pressure. Smoke does come out, though. Strimzy's mostly going to drive on through, though. Shoots the outside edge. Connections, Zuzu on the adjacent side, but be careful, he does go off though. Strimzy out, but the evacuation's already happened though. Kick finds that evac here as Swiftly falls.
Remember, this is a big fight. Like, they know that Zuzu are on 76 points. They know how close they are to the 100, so taking them out now is the best thing you can do for the rest of the lobby. So that's a couple of points. McCoy is down again. McCoy,
run!
Come on!
Run! Waterfire coming in. The real McCoy. He stands up. No, the Waterfire's not coming in. Bad boy does get the Zuzu man, though. As goes falls. They're down to 1 now. A team, which I say, this is kind of the EMEA strategy now. This is Jack explaining. Actually, we can stop them. We can stop the opportunity. But unfortunately, it's 1 of 3 realistically, right? It's not just them. You've got to take out Fudge. You've got to find Danu's team as well. At least stop them. Get the kills. More importantly, stop them late game.
Buzz back in the sky this time around. We saw him a little, bless you. We saw him a little bit earlier.
I did try.
we saw him earlier getting that kill onto Batu. This time, he's now scouting things out. Remember that glider? Gain a bit of speed, get a bit lower, and then get back up high once more. Fuzzface is essentially dictating where his team goes from this point on. This is clear. This is where a team is. There's 2 of them. They have 2 gliders. Why do you need 2?
Why not? Because it's Fuzzface's team, right? You've got Marslek on there. You've got to keep him under control. And how best to do that? By an aerial attack. We saw the tank division in the last game. Now we see the RAF division, the eyes of the sky. They're going to take control, but they've got to be careful. As Zuzu, well, unfortunately, they do fall in 16th place. 76 points on the board. Again, another team short of 100 points, and more importantly, that means they'll be looking, praying that the others don't get across the threshold.
Yeah, Danu's team 69 points, and they've had a couple of very good games, like very good games, and they would have been hoping for more in the last one, but Unfortunately for them, Scapino's team had exactly what they needed, and that was LMGs and Panzers for when that BRDM drove, or those BRDMs drove on by. But it's another map. It's another opportunity for them to garner more points as we watch Giga off the back of picking up just the 2 kills. They would have hoped for maybe a couple more, but 2 kills moves them inside the top 8, moving ahead of Twix and Mines as we turn our attention over to RNG, playing on the north side of the circle.
RNG, I suppose, leapfrogging off the last of the game. Be happy now. They're trying to get an element of control there on that north side of the zone now, ensuring teams sort of work their way past. Marselec, though, aerial division, not so much, as one of them is down and wasted. Fuzzface seeing the opportunity maybe to move forward. It's Twisted Minds and move on out.
Yeah, I like the position they've gotten to now. Like, the circle's gotten so small that you're not going to get as much value out of the glider as you would have gotten in phase 2, phase 1. So at this point, abandon it. You've got cars, play the edge, look for kills wherever you're going to find them. Remember, this is EMEA's champion from the qualifier, the team that got the 5k prize pool. So they'll be hoping to add to it as we look at Kiwi and their usage of the BRDM this time around. It's Ashley behind the wheel as she'll look to navigate her team to a couple more points. It's 10 kills across, what, 3.5 maps? You'd like to hope, Mark, that a team like Kiwi could find a couple more, but the thing is, the lobby is so stacked that everybody's getting involved now. Like, even you think about the fact that one of our teams had 0 points. Was it RNG at 0 points going into the last map? Now they've got 30.
Yeah, and this is before we double up, right? So this is the calm before the storm. And this is a worry of mine. If we don't get anyone over the 100-point mark, it kind of goes into anyone's fair game at that point. For teams that have been quite aggressive early on, they get the points. They really want to get across sort of map 3, map 4. That's where they want to get across that 100-point threshold. So it gives me a little bit of a buffer, an opportunity, a slim opportunity, but an opportunity to try and close it out. And we get to those late games, and we are doubling those points up. Gibson, anyone, even Hollywood Bob, though, down in 16th place with 12 points at the moment. One good game, hashtag Team Egg, could make their way back up to the top, and more importantly, into potentially a lion's share of the prize pool.
Yeah, that's it. And we've seen teams get 50, 60, 70 point games once you get into the 6 points per kill. And Bob's team is good enough to do it. Now, one thing worth pointing out as well is, unlike yesterday and Friday, every team's got at least double-digit points at this point of the game. Like, we've seen teams going into game 4 in other areas with 0 points in other regions, so it's nice to see everybody at least getting on the board in the early stages. Now, boys, they were one of the first teams in the EMEA to cross that 100-point threshold yesterday. Like, they were really good. You know, they got a win, they were dominating the kills. They're currently sat in 13th place, Mark. Only 6 kills for them so far. Nothing like the performance we saw yesterday.
Liverpool sending to the centre here. Adam finds the first car. Gets the spray. Everybody at the transition. All the other cars now put up those. They want the sauce. Adam gets down to 1. Cooks for the nade though. I know with Bob's team's got to look for the reinforcements, look for the backups here. They have to try and push away. YouTube dump comes through, but oh my god! They found 2 with the nades, and actually they shoot out the molly in the air. But Adam straight into the car, straight applying the pressure, and the boys are falling apart.
Remember, I think somebody just said you gotta watch out for Bob. Well, now Bob's putting in the work, but he got out a bit too quick. Nuki is there, and Hollywood himself with the JS9 is on his way. He's going to hear the footsteps. Tiggle says, don't you dare do the Bob. The Bob does fall at the hands of the Tig, but a lot of members of the boys have just been eliminated. Yes, I think they've got... No, but now they're done. They're completely done. That's because Bob's him.
Yep. He's in a bad spot now. Kiwi on looking to potential. Ashley driving that BRDM forward to go, oh, there's some free kills for us to have. Fuzzface glider down, making a run on the adjacent side. The zone shifts back down towards the southwest here. Hung Sung is still in, but the rest of it is open terrain. For FF, they're on the bad side of this one. They have to charge their way forward. And there's Ashley, though, finding Bob himself and flattening him over.
Yeah, poor Bob. Poor Bob. Oh, I guess Still a couple more points, 3 more kills on the board, and they've still got a player alive. You never know what can happen as the game goes further forward. Thugs now, the last player alive for BB. They're currently sat in 6th place on 45 points, moving in from the north from Hongshan. But you've got RNG there, and you've got Orfam. And you are deleted as Resreal now turn their attention to RNG. Timothy spraying off towards edge, but I think falling into the compound might be the better plan of action because Mark, here come full space and go as well.
They've got to play into something, haven't they? They've lost the gliders, but they've not lost the opportunity though. Arfam under the pressure, but Vox holds the line. Gaxi goes down to 1. Bizla finds Fuzzface though. Gaxi got to put that med on pretty quickly. Phase 5 hits a punch though. It stings a little bit more. He repositions. Sees the car. Here's the car. Gets the shots on, and that's it though. FF is down. 13th place for them as the Bizla puts FFam on his shoulders and packs 5 kills.
The Bizzler by himself has got more points than any other team in this map. That is just what the Bizzler is about. 5 kills on the board already, and Orfam starting their ascent up the leaderboard. They've doubled their point tally in the opening 20 minutes of Rondo. Elisa and Twisted Minds, they're going to fall. 39 points is where they're going to be going into game number 5, but Thug are going up against Giga. Kickstarts down. Shrimsy will go pick up some util first. A couple of stuns, a few blue zones, a few smokes. Just something to give himself a little bit more cover. And Ingmar is going to be the player charged with staying on the front foot and preventing anybody from pushing this way.
This is dangerous here for Hong Kong because everyone has to find themselves now in that southeast corner. The only advantage, the team that survives is the recall station. If they do there any time, no. Penta puts down Hexwin. Here comes the reinforcements though. It must stand strong though, and it will fall down. It falls from the hands from the adjacent sides though. Unfortunately now for them, they've got to try and find their way back towards zone. Kick works his way forward with his team, but unfortunately for them, the road across.
And another team bit the dust. Shrimsy will use the BZ to get that knock onto Joel from Thug as we ride on board with Droog rotating south inside the circle. We've almost fully departed Hongshan now as just the little southeast corner is on board.
Is this a second BRDM or is this a still? Because those two teams are pretty close together. We're not sure. We'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye.
Been stolen. I think it might have been stolen.
If it was stolen, I'm about it.
And me too. Bring back that Vice City.
I
like
like
the cross. Go on.
No, I say I like a heist. You know, carry on.
Oh, we should carry on. We shall heist it as where we can. Kick up, make the crossover towards the road. They look to go round the action though. Pippa waiting, watching, holding the line. Looks like Chucky though got the Panzer in the back pocket though, making the communication. Actually, we're about to be pressed this side. We'll go for the shield. We'll put the shield down, use it for an opportunity potentially to stand up on and cause the damage. But not quite the case at the moment. The reinforcements are here. Not just 1 Panzer, but 2 is ready. This is going to be an explosive cross for Giga. We don't know what's waiting.
Yeah, 4 teams now hanging out in the southeast corner of Hongshan, and everybody else is waiting to pick up the pieces of the team that leave that spot. There is nowhere these teams can go if the zone shifts away where you are not running into traffic. So maybe your key to success in this game isn't the win, it's the kills that you can garner from all these teams. 10,000 days, Skipinho, Pipa, and you've got Giga in position. And then down at the junction, just a little bit further south, is Danu and the rest of her team on 69 points. It's been quiet, Mark. No kills for them so far. Barely, they've taken a little bit of damage, but they've not quite had the impact yet. But the kills could start coming their way very quickly as we lose Axel. They are eliminated as they tried to move into Hongshan.
Skip moved their way around. No, they've got a neighbour though from Pippa, but they've got more coming their way. Going to take the opportunity maybe just to try and get this res. 22 seconds as the zone starts shifting into phase number 6. Gotta be careful here. Skip has the high ground. Doesn't get by Pippa on the other side, but can need the shots though as our 10k take on Giga. Store yet to come out. All these teams have to leave this area to go to the grassy pastures on the other side, but only one team realistically can be the last standing.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if you don't be the team that's left standing when you leave here, be the team that picks up the majority of the kills. Kick lands a nice headshot, but this crossing is going to be a quick one. Michael will find one. Piska and another. Giga are getting absolutely torn asunder. They can't even cross the road. You'd say that, Joke, why did Giga cross the road? Well, they didn't, because they were taken down by Danu before they could even get there. And they only got 1 kill off the back because most of them were taken away by 10,000 days. But Mark, that's the problem. You hang on to the city too late, you get torn apart as you try to get there.
Because anything that comes out, they're going to have him exposed in the middle of the field. But now, the opportunity to wait. Oh my God, to be on the enemy store there. It's not still. It's a flattening no comes in from the Kiwi.
Oh my, Drogu is going to get taken out.
Another run over. Go on, Ashley.
No, she wants the kill. She wants to get the other kill, not to confirm. Oh, it's going to get taken down by somebody else, and Droog are eliminated. Did Ashley miss the chance to pick up an extra kill by going for the second instead of going for the flatten as Tig? It's a double BRDM for Kiwi. We already seen this story before. Danu tried it the last map. It wasn't successful. Let's see if the Americans can do a better job.
Oh my God, double BRDM, back-to-back games. This is going to be chaos, back to the chaos though. 10k final player soon to tab out. None will be no more. PA will try and hold as Pippa's team will be there instantly towards the top 4. Danu's team though, with little to no kills coming in towards this area, knew the objective that there would be one team left and be the one team that will cause them problems. But Tiska is there watching and waiting. It's nearly a full house. Only Pippa down one body as they will come into this top 4 as a 3.
Danu's the only team here that reasonably can get over that 100-point mark as well. If they're able to get a couple more kills and a win, Tiska will find Pippa, and the Nate finds another. This is phenomenal from Tiska, looking for a 3rd and a 4th, maybe even a 5th, with just 1 player and Rasido standing on the side. And well, for poor Pippa, they're dealt with. Mika will get that kill, but Danu's team move up to 87. 1 more kill and the chicken dinner will cross them over that 100-point threshold. There's just Orfam and Kiwi left to deal with. The double BRDM and Orfam who've entrenched themselves in the north, but they've got to get moving now as well. Look at that terrain.
Yeah, they see the train, they see the car park. On the death car park, that's going to be the case. Can they make the stretch though? Tig says no. Tiska instantly down and out though, waiting. H-Win to be there with a nade. Then they're going to try and make the push. BRDMs though, favour there is Ashley trying to charge their way forward. Ashley with another run over. Ashley another run over. She's underpinned in everything. Ashley flattens the lobby.
Oh, she finally gets the reward. She was confirming kills for other people, but now she's killing them herself.
4? 4, I think she's run over. 4 at the moment. Never getting it. Actually, I say that. Get in a car with Ashley. If she opts to drive, don't leave yourself outside because you'll get flattened.
Do you know who can get kills with a BRDM?
Ashley.
Ashley can. Ashley can.
If Ashley can't, then who can? Oh my God. Ashley, disgusting behaviour. I'm pretty sure it's 4. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong though. But it's a 4 versus 4. Ashley still in the driving seat to try and take the win. Will one of them, our fams, be left in the open? If they are, she will take advantage as she's waiting.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she's definitely not asleep at the wheel.
Oh my God. Let's just look at Ashley can. If she can't do it, no one can. Ashley! Give me an A!
The name's too long for the name's too long for that. The name's too long for the give me an A. Give me an S.
My cheeks are hurting. She is instantly just running people over. We don't know which one of them. So H-Window tries to take a leaf out of Ashley's book, but he gets put back into the trench. Keep it secret. It's not secret for much more. Phase number 7 though, as our fam have got the better positioning, but can the Kiwis dig out? Can they get an additional 4 kills and a chicken dinner and round off match number 4?
Yeah, Tig and Bo looking to get their win, just spraying into the bushes, making sure that there's no snakes roaming around, but it is Orfam up against Kiwi for the victory. You got Bizzler on one side, along with Rezreal, Vox, and Timothy. And on the other, it is Ibba, Tig, Ashley, and of course, H-Win, all trying to get the extra 10 points plus the kills. It's because of the fact it's 2 full teams as well. This is 22 extra points up for grabs here.
Big points. Big points make prizes. Phase number 8. Yes, the dad jokes do come from Gibson mainly. He encourages me. Pick up the flashes though. Zarfam looking to find that opportunity. More kills for them though. Same trench line, but it was a trench line under this team. Another team unable to get to that top side. Ashley knows the objective now as she now tries to build the momentum. And the team here is H1 though. Maybe does a version, maybe knows the pack of the punch is going to come from Ashley. She goes for the wider approach. The bite off Juicy and H-Win ducked out into safety.
Yeah, that's BRDM ain't looking too healthy right now. Another shot or two, and it is going to be curtains. But H-Win, he's got the nade. He jumps up. He spots exactly where they are. He throws it in, but it goes a little too far. What he wants that BZ is a little bit better. Ashley will drive around. Just plan the car. Turn around, plan the car. Let's go, Ashley. Here we go. No! Get him!
I love those. No,
Get him!
this is the tactic. This is the tactic. She's separating them around. They can't stay close. H-Win does get the nade. Now she's going to push the cover away like she moves the safety. Underpins Arfam. She doesn't get the opportunity now to move her way back in towards the position though, as she will again underpin Arfam's protection as she continues to be a huge distraction for this team.
Hurting them. She is hurting the team for the rest of the squad. They're fully focused on the BRDM. They're not even looking at where the gunfire is coming from. Ashley is just a one-woman army. Let's go.
What a win! Let's go! 10 kills go to Arfam, but forget that chat. That game was about Ashley. Ashley with the BRDM. The goddess though with the tank. Toffees, oh my god. Ashley in insane, and you fixed the glasses ready for this.
I did. I'm desperate for the Americas to turn up, Ashley, and the team comes out and gets some points, and they're going to do it. They're going to do it.
He's muted for us. We have no idea what he's saying. He's not muted for chat, and he just looks good for us.
I only said wonderful things about the two of you. Really, you have to know that. I'm excited about a win for the North America crew, arguably, partially, largely Australian, but it's okay. It's okay. It's a win for us, all right? Bob's going to make a comeback. We can see victory on the way. That game was about BRDMs. I'm not sure what happened as we look at the scoreboard. You're going to have to fill me back in because I was looking over here and I thought I was watching golf all of a sudden because I started hearing Mark scream 4, 4, 4 over and over again.
Yeah.
Why?
It's what happens. It's what happens. It's number 4. It's a flatten. And maybe she didn't get any more roadkill at the end, but she was enough to distract and get the win for the Kiwis.
Hey, they got the win, and that was awesome to watch BRDMs used aggressively. It felt like they solved BRDMs in Pro, and so now we're crushing it here. Tiggleton, 34 points. I was like, yeah, he's at the top of the leaderboard. Not surprising.
Yeah. No, but that was awesome. That was so good by Ashley. And there is one thing I do want to say about it, though. We need to get her on the team. Like, if we get a Rumblers back and running, get her on the Rumblers the way she's been rumbling around in that BRDM.
All right, match results. Sorry, I was hearing some stuff in the background and I forgot where we're going. Let's go to the overall leaderboard.
Another Gibson story. Love it.
Yeah.
Danu, 87 points. No one's broken 100 yet, Gibson. What is going on?
It's just being shared. Look, there's nobody over 100, but look at how many teams are over 60. 6 teams are over 60. There's one more game of single-digit kill points. Then we get into the doubles, and then chaos will reign. But I think Danu's team are just a few kills over that line, the same for Zulu, but I love how tight this is getting so far.
It is getting tight, and so I do genuinely kind of stand by what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Maybe it feels like everyone's just going, you know what? The points are going to double at 6. I'm just going to set myself up with the best position I can because, Mark, the money is spread out to the top 8 positions, right? So, like, I don't know if you want to put it all in the just chicken basket because points will get you second, and you know what I mean? Like, there's more to it than there was the last 2 days.
Yes, 30k on the lines. I'm with you. The first couple of games I thought was the opportunity that we might see a team or a couple of teams run away with it. and then try and get like 100 points. But it felt like game 3, game 4, they were like, we can't get there. Danny was so desperate to get across. Zuzu, so desperate to get across. But now it's the point, game to go before we hit the double. It's going to be about where do we position ourselves, though, for a top 8. Because, yes, the lion's share of the prize pool is going to go for that top half. But if you can put yourself in a driving seat like Ashley did, you might find yourself with some more money in your back pocket.
Yeah, so Toppies, before you start, did you intentionally make a Predator mask in the background with all those lanyards?
Are we talking about the ones on that side or the ones on that side?
It does look like that.
Over your left
the other
shoulder.
side, left side.
Over your left shoulder.
That side? No.
Yeah, look, it's a Predator mask.
No, it's not. It's actually the Aegis from TI4 with all of my lanyards hung over it. But it does look like a Predator mask. Actually, it shockingly does. Nope, not a Predator fan. Though I do think that the Green/R Greenberg is hilarious. Okay, let's look at highlights. Then let's take a break, and then let's get into the action of the next game. Here's a quick highlight. Yeah, headshot.
Yeah, that's
was
what I
that
look like when I'm
cross?
playing. I'm a lot more closer to the screen.
That's the Giga Cross. They had no chances. There were no chances there.
You're the little screen there. Get him. Get him.
Yeah, it was funny because she thought that one had made the cross and yelled no, but no. Danu, the rest of your team took care of the job.
This is great. Look at Tig's POV in this.
And Tig is like, I'm getting kills. I'm getting kills now. Ashley, keep hurting them.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is that?
What is
Send them
going on?
towards me, Ashley. Send them towards me. All right, I do believe we have a very fast break. The players are in the lobby. The game is about to get underway, so let's take a quick stop down. We'll be back in a few minutes with more action. It's time for the Grassy Pastures. We are back, and it is time for the Grassy Pastures. We made it here without anyone hitting the 100-point threshold, so that does mean that we are going to minimum 6 games, probably 8 with how this is looking, man. This is actually, no, there's no way. There's no way we get to 8, right, Mark? Because, like, a bunch of these teams, we're going to have, like, 6 or 7 of them crossing the 100-point total in the next 2 games. There's no way we go. There's no way.
I can't answer that question now, Thomas. I can't. You've got to give me.
But you
one
have
more
to.
game,
That's
right?
your
Because
job. Your job is to answer
That's
questions
your job,
no
is
one
like,
else
to
can
put me
answer,
under
Mark.
pressure. I know. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry. If we have 1, maybe 2, the likelihood we are going to go for the length. We are going to go that way. But if we see a couple more of these teams, I'm going to put the length of maybe 4 getting across the line. then it's going to be dangerous because they're going to need an additional game. That means we're going to go into double points. That means we're going to get more chaos. It all comes down to how many teams cross the line, and I feel for Danuke. I feel for Danuke. I feel for Zuzu, man, because they've had opportunities to get across the line, but it's been taken away. The rug has been swept underneath their feet.
Mark, I'm not having it. I'm not having it, Mark. You take the mick out of me all the time for being on both sides of the fence and playing both sides. You're sitting on the fence with your answer. You're sitting on the fence. Pick a side, man.
I am not, mate. We are going the length. We are going 8 maps at the moment. It's going to be an EMEA win, but we're going the length.
All right, so while I got you guys on a hot topic, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
I'm down. I'm sorry. I'll throw it out there.
Do you want to hear something?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Do you want to hear something worse? You know the Finns,
What?
and we've had some good Finns in PUBG. They put banana on pizza.
They do. And do you want to hear something worse than that? In Sweden, they don't slice your pizza for you. They just send it to you as a whole-ass pizza.
What?
And you just got to figure it out.
Just
I'm not
fold
kidding.
it.
Yeah, I don't know what they
They just
do,
throw it-
but I
they
asked
throw
him
it
to
like a
slice my
frisbee.
pizza. The man on the phone said, yeah, we'll slice it, but that is extra, and it was more money to get it sliced. So, Sweden, pizza, just don't do it.
Anchovies on pizza, that's a fact as well, Kat. 100%.
It is, right? I like them in Caesar salads, too. All right, it looks like we're about to get underway. We're headed to the grassy pastures. No one over 100 points. This is the moment when Americas runs away with it. And I guarantee that. That's a Toffee's guarantee. Turning it over to the casters,
Yeah, brother.
it's Mark. And snap it to a Barangle.
Yeah, brother.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, this is why we have more EMEA people.
I'm
Where's
putting,
the
I'm putting
EMEA?
on next break. I'm putting on my USA jersey. That's what I'm doing next
See?
game. But
Let's go.
Mark, speaking of USA, and speaking of this being an incredible community event, one of the people who had a team but didn't get over the line was Corky. Did you see the clip that Corky put on the timeline like a day ago of the shot that he hit from a glider onto a car, spinning through the air over a bridge? What the hell?
That's why we love our content creators, because they're the ones that give, and they are the gift that keeps on giving. So if you haven't already, especially for the ones that may not have made the final, make sure you go show them some love. Get on your social medias, you know who they are. And like Corky, give them a follow. Say that we sent you. Say that me is the best region. And yeah, show them the love, because they are the ones that keep getting all the great clips.
Well, that's what this is about, right? It's all about the content creators. You can see every single... If you look at the leaderboard down the left, some of the tags are different than the content creators' names, but those beautiful people you see down the left are the content creators that help keep this game and make this game what it is. Yes, a bunch of them have stacked their teams with pro players left, right, and center, and retired pros, but we're seeing the content creators hold their own. Mark, Danu, she's holding her own. Skipinho's had some incredible moments as well. And, you know, even content creators like Tig, you know, aspiring pro players like Tig, but they're fantastic content creators. Show them some love.
Oh, you can't believe you don't boil like that. Right, this is match number 5. We got to get a team across 100. Surely it came from a southwest plane up towards the northeast, through the heart, through the soul, over Potato Mountain, and the zone ends a little bit later. We go towards an east, pushing towards a northeast. Estalpa is in all the way down towards Milton. No sign of a military island here, Gibson. Match number 5, though. Surely we get a team across the line.
Yeah, you'd expect so. There's so many teams close now. You've got five teams at 7, almost 70 or 70 and above. But wouldn't it make it interesting if nobody's over the 100-point threshold going into Game 6? Because then at that point, if nobody's over it going into Game 6, it means that a bunch of teams in the 40s and 30s have gotten closer, and it means you could be going into Game 7 with 8, 9 teams needing a win to get over the line. Very similar to what we had in EMEA yesterday. But it is the first time in 2 days, Mark, where we've not had a team going for the win in game number 5. This is strange terrain.
I think there's 2 parts to this sort of smash rule for me, right? When you get kind of like 1 or 2 teams over, maybe even 3, I think those teams get targeted. We saw earlier on in the year here in the region, we saw Team BB get over the line, not Bad Boys, but BB team, the actual BB team, get over the line, and actually they were targeted by FaZe to kind of deny them the win. I think when you've got a small number of teams that are over the line, that are looking for that win, Gibson, they get targeted. maybe indirectly or directly, but I think it is an option. When we get kind of the point where we've got 8 teams or half a lobby or a little bit less, it will be a case actually. At that point now, it's just kind of play PUBG and pray that actually one of those teams don't get the win and obviously don't stop things. So there's 2 halves. I think the game will be played out. I don't see though this time, like we saw yesterday and the day before, a couple of teams over, and those teams maybe change their style of play, become a bit more defensive. I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see the teams continue to play as they are, because you look at the leaderboard, Gibson, it's pretty stacked, but the points are pretty shared.
Oh no, get out of there, get out of there. Drogue could be about to lose one. Box could get the first. Example's actually going to find a knock onto Resreal as the first knock of it. Remember, Zuzu, a team on 76 points. Is he going to be able to get this kill confirmed? Here come the cavalry. You know there's only 2 players there. You can full set. No, you know there's more. No, yeah. I think your plan might... No, look, they're still going. They're still going. They're still going to try to make it.
Send it. Unfortunately, though, for them, it's already got a FAMAS. Maybe something you wouldn't expect, though, in phase number 1. But they can apply the pressure, looking for the flush. Smoke's not going to be able to provide the cover it's going to need. But Zoo team making the push. And Zoo man over the ridgeline on the north.
Yeah, this is a map that in the last, 12 to 18 months mark, Erengel's gotten a bit crazy. Like, usually you'd say that Miramar's the slow-paced map where it builds up to a crescendo, where everything happens. Whereas it doesn't matter whether you're in APAC, whether you're in EMEA, or you're in Americas. There's just something has gone strange on Erengel, where you see more players dying so much quicker than you seem to have seen in the past. More players are dying on rotation, and I'm not gonna lie, it kind of suits this format. This suits Smash.
Is that because Miramar's the best esports map out there, Gibson?
I love Miramar. I think that Miramar and Erengel are my 2 favorite maps.
Map, though? What's the best esports map, then?
I think... All right, I'll tell you now after Pipa gets this knock. Come on, Pipa. Come on, Pipa. Come on, Pipa. Come on, Pipa. There we go. I think if you take the emotions out of it, right? If you take your own personal feelings and the love that you have on Erengel because it's the map for PUBG, I think you got to agree that it is probably the best map for esports. But I do have the soft spot for Erengel because to me it is PUBG.
I'm with you. OG, Erangel, watching back in the day when you pick it up close on the floor. I think Miramar has become that wholesome, but again, this has become the
Psycho
of Chaos map, though. That's not a bad grenade. Does catch it, but doesn't catch the damage, though. Third party action comes in from the angle, though, causing the damage. Pippa gets to clean up with the ace. Not just 1, but 2 says goodnight, though. Psycho will be out of this one.
Yeah, Psycho done and dusted, and BB team not really having the start they would have wanted, having lost 2 players. Full Space is going to lose himself and Bad here as well, as Bob, the notorious B.O.B. and his squad are going to get to work, picking up a couple more kills on the board. Flying one, Adam's going to T-bone him. T-bone's not even here. T-bone ain't even here, but he's still going to be involved in Hollywood. The Bob himself will get a flush, and Gaxi is going to fall to his death.
He's going to flush him.
FF.
Nice. He actually took a tumble. But he able to get the point. We were told in chat, don't count Bob out, and they are going to make the comeback just before the double points. This game is about trying to set yourself up. The prize pool does go between 1st and 8th. The line share does go up, but there is $30,000 up for grabs, though, just in this stage alone. So with Bob on 3 kills, looking to try and maybe close that leaderboard down, because we know when we go double points here, Gibson, chaos unfolds.
Yeah, exactly. The 6 points per kill. Like, your team gets 10 kills in a game, and they're 60, and they're guaranteed to go over the threshold almost at that point. Example, will do a ton of damage onto Mika, but Mika will get back into cover. If there's any team that is in the 70s, though, which one do you think's the most likely to cross that threshold this map?
Not in the 70s, Gibson, or in the 70s?
In the 70s.
In the 70s. Look, you've got to put Dano up there. They've been very aggressive. You've got to potentially look at their position of where they are on the map as well, expecting to shift back towards that kind of northwest, because they are just sitting just on that sort of east side of school. They're in that compound looking onto Yaz Field, and this feels like a Yaz Field style ending. So I think they're looking for a win here. Can they get a tip over the line. We'll have to wait and see. I actually think a team outside of the 70s is going to close the gap. I think a team like we're looking at the Kiwis might be looking for those kills, might be looking for those steals, and trying to drive their game into their hands. For now, we have to wait and see. They have taken a few shots at the boys, but they do deter and go back the other way. He comes over the stop zone. Does he get that connection? Only a little stop zone towards the MK, but there's not enough though as the trees provide the cover.
Falcons have been bumping heads with each other all along.
H-win.
So
More
he's
banter
just
on the
basically
bus
just
that
said,
happens.
I'm the superior gunner. That's what he's just trying to. He's trying to make his case. I'm the superior gunner on the Falcons here. But you know what? You know what's even worse? Shrimsy can't even get Chick-fil-A because it's closed today. Like, in the downtime now while he's dead, he's just got to sit and wait.
So you have to sit and wait for the banter to come through in the group chat. Here come the boys though. There's face number 1 that says goodnight. Oh my god, we go towards the northwest. We are the lake. The lake is pretty much near enough in the centre. It has played Yaz stories in the Yazfield store there, so I still stand by my point now. Danu's in a good spot potentially to try and steal a win here, see if they can control that area. But what it means for the rest of these teams here, Gibson, they're in the south, the southeast. They've got to watch out for the trees, but they've got to watch out for all the other teams that are going to try and path their way in.
Yeah, I like the position that Danu's got as well. Not just because it's the center of the circle, but I like the split. But yeah, good. I was about to say, are they being too greedy holding on to Pompey as well? And I think they were. So falling back, giving it up to Zuzu, no issues with that whatsoever. You can play the other spot. And you know then that somebody else is going to take the yellows that are just not in that position. No, I'm not colorblind. No, I'm not saying anything crazy. The building will be blue on your screen, but we call it yellow because we don't like change. And once upon a time, those buildings were yellow. Red zone as well.
Facts.
Okay, how do you think Thug are in danger now with that red zone being on top of them? How much danger are they in?
I think there's enough danger as well because we've got a lot of chaos on the outside, but once the chaos... Oh, so he clicks dry. No, he has to get the reload on, but that might be enough now just to get away. Enough to get behind the cover of the fields. The boys are chasing down, and he does get him in the end. Mickens says, no, you can't get out of here. I'm taking a leaf out of Ashley Burke and flattening the opportunity.
Yeah, as I said, this map's a little bit crazy for kills lately, and 10,000
Hail Mary.
days will send it off, but over in Nolene, it's not close enough. You know, you got to throw it a lot further than that, buddy, if you want to get the kill. But 10,000 days, they kicked off the day brilliantly. They really raced it up. Oh, Druga gone. Zuzu picked up a bunch of kills, and that's going to put them up to 88 points.
Wow, wow. Zuzu want to try and take the victory. They control part of the south now. They're in a good spot as well. Back to 10k though, as they're trying to deal the damage with Pippa. They have breached the compound. The Hail Marys from the grenades didn't, in fact, get the connection. But they are looking for the peekaboo. This is a bit of a standoff, but they're lucky enough for them, Gibson. They're the only two teams on the north side of the stage.
Yeah, and I think that they... Well, Marcelec's still alive. He's gone to get the res off, I think, inside Severny.
Yeah.
He's off on a mad one. 10,000 days is going to fall, and like a good teammate, he's leaving. You know, it's like Top Gear, the Grand Tour. You go down, yeah, we're not helping, we're gone. Bye. I want to get yourself out of that mess, 10,000 days.
Get yourself out of the mess. You got yourself into it. Wait and see now. We do get a look at our FF team, Fastface team, who was the EMEA champion. They did bag themselves $5,000 in their back pocket, looking to try and claim some more. They are in Yaz again. No one really here. I think they're praying for again a shift towards the north as Victorians just lining up here to try and get that rotation. It's phase number 2. Not 19 seconds away. Guys are in that southeast corner as well. They'll be looking to try and rotate during that zone shift.
Yeah, and it's really good that we do have the ability for the blue chips to bring players back in. You know the way people will always say that chats and Reddit are savages? You know what the like coldest thing I ever read on Reddit or Twitch chat was after that was brought in? Someone was saying it's really nice that they brought the recall system into comp so that players like Michael can give points to multiple teams now.
Wow.
I was like, that was so mean. Like that, there was no need.
Not as mean as the zone shift. The zone shift goes north. Yaz now just on the outside edge here. Twisted Minds are going to now try and hold. The rest of the teams are going to try and send their way in as they will migrate or mass migrate from the south back to the north here. There's a number of them. And Pippa, though happy to clear the compound from 10k, that's backed away. He is free. And Strimsy is free gliding. Hopefully, to some loot down below.
Well, Mark, this has to be a Yaz. Well, you'd assume that the most likely outcome now is probably a Yaz Fields finish, right? When you think about that phase 4 shift and taking the water out of play. It's most likely, but then again, it's PUBG, so you never quite know. But you look at it, our fam, they're holding the Harry Potter Tower in the center of those fields. You're looking at other teams like Danu's team. They'll be able to take advantage of teams that go in early, being able to put long-range fire in. There's the possibility that some teams are going to farm points hard in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I think there's a world this could be a Yaz ending as well. I'm with you on the field. There's a lot of water, so the expectations are a shift down towards the south because we know the center of the zone has to hit playable, right? But there's a world that's going to Yaz. A lot of teams now going for that send in. Hoping, praying, Strimsy, using the train to his advantage. Did go down, did take the aggressive stance, seeing the players in there, but opted to go back out the way he came in, using the buildings as cover. That's sometimes the difference of staying alive and unfortunately going down. FF have to hold the line. Skip, do work their way into Yaz. There's Twisted Minds though on that south side. Rest of these teams though have to try and figure out what they want to do left. Now, Danu on the other side here and Zuzu are sitting on the outside on the south. Danu just about in here, but again, be looking at the zone, praying, as you say, Gibson, for a kind of Yaz field ending.
Yeah, and if it does end up going towards Yaz, then it's just complete craziness. Like, those urban finishes, they've always have been a bit mental. But see, since you've added blue zones into the game, it's become even more crazy because you've got shotguns, BZ nades, you've got throwables left, right, and center. It just becomes nuts, and solos can win. Solos can get tons of kills. Speaking of players playing a little bit solo, Chucky was solo on his own there. The rest of the team a lot further away. They'd sent him way north. You know, they thought they had full control of the north, holding no lean. And, well, you pay the price. One of the other solos able to pick up those 3 points and say, thank you very much. And none will get that one. And that moves 10,000 days up into 5th place with 70 points.
Here we go. Not the Yaz field just yet.
Yes, Yaz.
Our fam holding on. We're looking for a strong urban ending. Here comes the mortar fire. Our fam takes to cover as Rock regrets that peak. Lucky enough for him, a splash of damage, but a splash no more.
Yeah, now things get messy. Now things get real messy. Now Yaz has got so many buildings, but all these teams have got a full send. One positive, Mark, with it being a city finish is, at least you can full send. Like, if you crash, there's a likelihood at least one player will survive and get into a building, right? It's not like a field finish, but look what's going on the end of Yaz. Kraken gets the knock on to Thugfast. The nade is perfect. It flushes him out. 3 more points as they get 4 kills on the board. And Gaxi is able to find a kill on the Shrimsy from Giga, as well as all these teams are just trying to find a home.
Everyone's going to find a home. Fuzzface, though, is going nuclear in Yaz on that north side here. Our fans say we're not going to be in the next zone. We're going for the full send now as they find themselves Twisted Minds, though. Well, finds Resville as he does pull up, though, but he's on the right side now as the nade will come out. Can he get over towards the car? Does go, hits the grime, and there it goes. Bing, bang, boom. Confirm, done, and dusted. Unable to find any more.
Another nade tossed in. That one was almost perfect. Does a ton of damage onto Vox, but our fam have managed to get 3 bodies inside. Twisted Minds are here as well. Twisted Minds currently having a day. You know what? It's not a million miles away from what happened yesterday, but this was the point where Batu really started to get that backpack up and running. Danu are going to full send it in now. They're on 87 points. Him and Tiska are both going to fall as James and Thugs will just climb the stairs, get higher and higher and higher. That's the problem with these apps, Mark. It is so hard to clear them.
That's BB, they're obviously trying to make a guesstimation, but now they know exactly who they are fighting, Gibson. Here comes the Molly, here comes the Panzer. Panzer will go through. James, though, backs himself up to the corner. 3 kills on the board, praying for more victims of Danu to try and send it through.
There was 10 rows in the kill feed. I can't remember the last time I've seen 9 or 10 rows. And the kill feed. Tingleton is doing some technometry as well, as he's just going to find... Because they're out in the open. Zuzu are in the open. They're in the field. Ting will send. Here's Wrath. Comes from above. It comes down hard. And it misses. But it's okay.
No.
He still got his knock.
I think he was thinking they were going to be running, and that's where they were running to. When you see Tig get the hit, though, with the mortar fire, you start running and scattering. For Zuzu, though, they hold firm. They hold the line back towards FF, though. Marselect has been knocked, though. Gaxi might be trying to look to see if he can try and fetch the needle towards there, but I don't think it's going to happen. Too many teams are in. Rest will now happen, but they might be split up. And Fuzzface, well, he has to hold the line.
Yeah, 4 more kills, by the way. We'll see Zuzu's team get over that 100-point threshold going into game number 6. But here's the plan. He needs the pre-fire. Rusty! He's going to get himself as well. But as Gaxi and Marselect, they're too far away. But look at the rest of RNG. They might not go for this flush just yet. Actually, I think they're going for it. They're going for it.
They have to. They have to. Skip's on the right play. They know who is there. They know the damage that can be done. Pippa, though, trying to hold out. We are seeing teams migrate their way in. Bob just on the outside edge now. Yaz, it is. Urban ending is going to be their case here for match number 5. Pippa. Now, no, they've got to find themselves a bit of hard cover now. They're going to have to try and send their way in. But FS Gaxi reminds them that they've got a neighbor, and it's a neighbor to pack a punch. Maybe they find their way towards the smoke. The damage has to be done. Smoke will go out. Might cover their back. So if they come to this one, might get the connection. Fuck, one down. Pippa in a bad spot here. But they're fighting all they can, and Fox denied back.
Yeah, by hook or by crook, they tried to make that crash work, but Zol is getting a really good nade in it. He's going to find Chucky as well. Not looking very good. Zuzu have made their crash as well as they're trying to find an entry point. They send the first 2. The second 2 have not made their way up. But this is actually really smart because they're bleeding utility from BB while not taking as much of a risk as they could. So these first 2, well, they are the sacrificial lambs, or at least they're the test subjects. They move in, use all the utility that BB have, and then the rest of the team can make their way in. So I have no issue with that at all. Now, you have lost Perfectix, and let's be real, that is a huge loss with what he brings to the table. But for Zuzu, you've got to get these other 2 players over. Do they have a vehicle? Do they have a... Yeah, they do. So they do have a... Oh, it's a bike. At least they're going to get there fast.
Oh, my God.
They're going to be fast.
That's a Hail Mary. That is. Can they break in time? Are we going to get 2 tumbles?
Does he have a C4?
Well,
or is he
find
just...
out.
No, he's just...
No, he's just praying to the bike. He's praying. He doesn't get shot. He's praying he can hold the brakes, though. They have received another knock. Their bad boy does get the C4, an example, though, so that might change the angle of approach here. They go towards Twisted Minds. They lose 1. Swifty has to go for a C4. He goes for a C4, but it's going to be too late as he will fall. Bad boy and the boys will get 1 as Twisted Minds, Boostix hits the final blow.
2 of our top teams both eliminated now, so neither of them are getting over that 100-point mark. So now the door might open for somebody else. And Rosita was still alive in the... Oh, no. Oh, is coming under fire from Kickstart. Gets his knock on the Penta, clicks on empty, but here comes the real McCoy. Kick drops down to 3 HP, but it don't matter. Kick's going to get another knock to McCoy. You got to do something here, McCoy, because Kick is going to try to take your teammates down. 4 HP going for the first aid. How brave is McCoy going to be? This is an OG.
He's brave!
Done.
No!
Kick gets the BRDM. Kick gets the BRDM.
He turned around and he thought he put the handbrake on the BRDM and it done him dirty. It continued to reverse and the real McCoy stood up, but he stood alone and Kick finds himself with an amazing pink BRDM as a reward.
You know that clip where it's like, I'm the upgrade? That's what it is. Kick is like, I'm the upgrade, old man. McCoy, you might have been him once, but I am him now. Kiwi, Tiggleton, speaking of hims, he's going to grab himself an MK, and you know he's going to put that thing full auto. You know that thing is going to bark its way around the lobby. But you look at this, Mark. C4s have had an impact. Blue zones have had an impact. It is a Yaz City finish. And what makes a Yaz finish different than everywhere else, right? You think about all the urban finishes you can have. Yaz has the most multiple story apartments. It's got the most places of its city finish.
Well, I will like to know, well, like Nick was saying, everyone just shoots the BRDM. I feel like now he might have regretted that conversation with all the other players, as he is subject to a barrage of fire coming his way. But he uses it to his advantage. He gets across the road. All I'd say with the Yaz ending for myself, Gibbs, is I'll just take a moment's silence and prayer maybe for our observers, because this is one of the hardest cities to try and capture, because we've still got 9 teams, 24 players, and a huge amount, as you allude, of elevation that they can fight within.
I will let you know that Menox and Frost do not suffer from pressure. The word pressure is not even in their lexicon.
Facts.
I once asked Frost what pressure was, and he said pressure was for tires. That conversation didn't happen, but I'm pretty sure that's what he would say if I did ask it.
Facts. Absolute facts. Well, 6 kills here for Twisted Minds. They're going to try and hold out the push from Giga on the adjacent side as they have a cross up, an anchor, so to speak. Boostic looking for the anchor on one side. Kick trying to find a weakness in a kink of the armor. That is going to be Twisted Minds. They will now sit, watch and wait, and the nade will go through the front door. Bit of splash damage, but not much more as Boostic lines up the molly.
Yeah, and Batu's just done with it. He's bored. He's not going to wait any longer. He doesn't want to wait too long. That nade is almost bang on the money. But Kick, I'm sorry, my friend. It's been a fun one.
He's going to fire.
It's been a great journey so far. But I feel like your time is done. No, he's done. He's gone. He's over.
No,
He's got at least 45 seconds. He's got at least 45 seconds before the blue zone starts closing those, so I guess he can chill for a little while longer.
The problem is there's no opportunities across the road, right? So Batu's going to be there. Batu's going to cause some problems. So Gaxi, well, he's got problems of he's going to fall towards DraftKing. Not just one, but 2, and Fuzzface team. Well, we're going to fall down in 7th place. DraftKing will now try and hold. It's 2 points on the board for him, but he's the final player here for RNG.
Yes, Capino still alive and running. 0 kills for them whatsoever. And yes, there is no placement points unless you come first. So they kind of let the whole game go by them. But maybe they're hoping to garner a lot of points when it comes to the very end. They're playing on the north side of Yaz. There is one solo RNG player not too far away, and that is DraftKing at that point in time. You've also got Twisted Minds playing all by themselves over on the west. FaZe is very sparsely populated for a city finish, Mark. I'm not going to lie.
It feels like 2 teams are in control, right? Kiwis in that southeast corner and Twisted Minds on that west. Everyone else, well, is suffering casualties and bleeding numbers sitting in the middle at the moment. The only one that's going to be good to show, well, that's Skip on the north, but they've got to kill and get clear of teams like DraftKing for RNG and get across the road.
Yeah, it's going to be quiet for a little bit, isn't it? Maybe we'll see the solo die on the north, but for Scapino, it is going to be a rush to get and 1 and Santa across. Don't forget there's also another solo not too far to the north. 10K are still running around, and 10K were running around, Mark. They were running around.
This is the point, especially for the EMEA teams who look at this game, we can't win. So do we give points up, or do we try and get some more points before we go? It looks like for RNG, they're looking to try and get as many points as they can before we start going towards that double bubble. Double the kill points, double the placement, but the placement still rely only on first. So yes, we are 5 teams remain, but we still haven't given up any placement points. Says our fam, line up the shots for DraftKings.
Yeah, but it's going to get tough. It's going to get real tough for these 3 players on the other side of the road. And one is preparing himself mentally and physically for the journey by popping that energy drink. He's got a car. He could full send it in the car if he wants that extra bit of hard cover when he makes his way on over. But he's going to go for it. And ain't looking too good. DraftKing the first to fall and 1.
C4
the other
the
solo
roof.
goes down. Mark. It's a
He's got C4.
4v3.
And he's got C4. Great defensive play here. Actually launches the defensive smoke. It's going to stop the line of sight. Bizla has to move the FAMAS. The shorter mag. But if you can't see the targets, you can't help. Now Bizla has to launch his way to a new position, find a new window that he can peek from. He has to be ever cautious as well. And I wait for that C4. If he can get across that roof, if he can launch it on the high side, that could be an opening that Skip need.
Yeah, just to point out as well, the DMRs are being dropped. We're seeing SMGs be picked up by the players. I know the UMP might not be the favored one, but it's going to be more useful at the minute than like an MK or something like a Mini. So it's no harm picking up that SMG. I know that you'd like the MP5, mainly because you cannot control recoil and it's your favorite gun because you don't need to worry about the recoil mark.
Absolute
But it's okay.
facts.
We listen and we don't judge. 3v4, v4, v3.
Bit like we listened and we don't judge you chasing down pro players to try and get a kill that never came. Yeah, I remember that day, Gibson. I've got his clips. Bushido got the better of you. Now we go for our top four.
I got my one. Celtic was obliterated.
Yeah, in the mines. We'll have to wait and see. Skip, though, as I said, the C4 is going to be the game changer here. You're right, though. Everyone's gone towards the SMG. Twisted mines, though, causing problems. That might stop Skip's jump as he hip and scops his way over the top of the hill. Still going to be the case just now. Try and build. Elevation still a big key, but the M249, it's a bigger key. Not just 1, 2, as he finds Arfam charging their way forward.
Like Oprah, you can have a 5.56. You can have a 5.56. Everybody can have some rounds from Bielis. Coutinho's team waited patiently for the kills, and now they're starting to reap the rewards. They're reaping what they sowed with that blue zone. Coutinho, look at the hurting. Run! No!
Oh, he misjudged it. He should have jumped across. He should have launched the C4. The M249, but that's providing the firing coverage we can. Kiwis staying well out the fight. They want to try and get the win if they can at the moment, but not to be able to make the push. So in the line of smoke, they'll be careful as they work their way forward. 7 kills here for Twisted Minds. One of the teams early-ish towards the send here towards Yaz, and early to try and find some more kills. Just found the up stick.
Yeah, and look at that, with that team falling, Skipinho with only 1 player left alive, and they have a chance of getting over that 100-point mark, but they need another kill or two and the win. Kiwi are the same. Kiwi with a few kills in the win will be the first team to hit that 100-point mark, but they've lost their best player. Ashley is down. And H-Win will look to get somewhere. He's in the corner. He's in the room. Just shoot it at the door. Open the door. Boom. Just get him. Get him. He's in there. There we go. That's why. That's why he's a multiple LAN winner.
Because we would have shut the door and died from the blowback. Yeah, but we're alive. Still kicking here. Kiwis 5 kills at the moment as they look to try and convert. It's a 4 versus 3. It's the Kiwis in mines. Damage being done. Battalions down to a couple of HP, but so is Ashley. She gets the opportunity now to get the med back on as they look to try and charge their way forward. It's phase number 9, so it's going to be chaotic though. Anyone with a shotgun in hand is next to the bump, but it's going to be the barrels, the orcs though, as Kiwi make the charge.
I don't even think Kiwi can get over the 100-point mark. The 10 will put them on 89, but there's only 9 other points up for grabs, so nobody can win it in Game 6. We're going to Game 7 at a minimum, but can you give yourself a chance? Boosting will get the spray with the barrel onto Ashley. She falls for the 2nd time. Will they get that res off? Batu bit off a bit more than he could chew. He's going to get caught out by Ibba as Ibba shuts him down. The best player in EU taken down by the better player in EU. There's a snake in your boot. There's a snake in your boot. What? But Twisted Minds win.
What just happened?
Let's take a moment to calm down and bring in the relaxing, the really relaxing and never hyped presence of Toffees to just tell us what just happened.
I thought Americas was going to win it. I thought this was our moment, okay? And then it was ripped from us. Betwixt, torn asunder, not shared, not left Twix, not right Twix, dream-crushing Twix. As we get 2nd place. Very depressing. But good for Alyssa. I'm happy for them. So, congratulations. My name's Toffees. I got Mark. I got Gibson. We got games. Let's talk scores. Overall leaderboard from that match. It was a good one, but I still think no one north of 100, if I remember correctly. Still wide open.
Nope.
Nobody's
there.
And that does mean we've got the additional games in hand because we need teams over 100 and then after to get a chicken dinner. But the points still being shared out. At least it does get the win and the points. But because of the urban ending, it means they're spread out a lot more.
Bob got 2nd, though. So that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob got second, but here's the thing. Now that we go into double points, could you really put it past having 7 teams over 100 after the next map? Because every kill is 6 points. So 5 kills for 10,000 days, 30 points, that's 100. Like, this is the point now where you will see huge jumps, particularly on that right side. Like we saw it yesterday. Hollywood Bob, if he is the same game he just had there now, he's over 100 points.
Yeah, that's true. I honestly, because you're guaranteed to have 2 more, it's going to get really wild on that game 7, 8. There's no way we get to 8. With the double scores, we have to have at least 4 or 5 past 100. Like, this is going to be crazy because now everyone knows that we double on this one. So that is going to be a gnarly, I think, Mark, I think as people come out on this one, it's going to change the mindset because no one has broken that 100 threshold yet.
That's the thing, as I said before, if we have a couple over the line, then it's kind of hunt the few teams to get across. If we get to the kind of 8 above the line, it's kind of PUBG as normal. This feels like new turf. No team is over the line. We're going to double points. We're going potentially to the wire because the next game means we're going to have to get a team, at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 over the line, and then it's full send. Anybody with a good game will send themselves into the top 8, if not up into that top side of that leaderboard.
All right, let's take a look back at the highlights from that match. It's gonna be the end. It's gonna be us losing.
Nah. Trust. Americas are gonna win. Americas are gonna win.
EMEA. So first highlight, EMEA.
Yeah.
Second highlight, Americas.
Yeah.
EMEA. Okay, 1 to 2.
I don't think he did. He didn't see.
Okay,
Americas.
2-2.
This is the best highlight. Though. This is kick.
Best.
Oh, look at
This
this
was
guy.
so good.
Oh, this was so good. This, guys, was, if you remember NPL era, this was Ghost versus Ghost Kids right here. And Ghost Kids won.
You're the GOAT. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. You're the GOAT.
Let's go!
The GOAT. I've seen enough.
Let's go! Yes, kick. Go on here, bar.
Last no game.
This is
Final for the record, final highlight count was 3 and 3. In case you guys were keeping track at home, that was the best. I loved the sound of Shrimsy gassing him up and then him waiting. It's like he waited though. He was like, "I need, yeah, okay, finish gassing me up, Shrimsy. Okay, let's go." But that was a sick fight. Chat was like, I would never have left the BRDM, but I was like, clearly you don't know McCoy. That is a man who is supremely confident in his own skill. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be time to check on the points race, get into the 6th game where the points get doubled and things get crazy. Let's see who crosses the line. Don't
You got the feeling. You got the feeling. The feeling that you get once in a lifetime. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. looking in the bright lights. Then you're lost in the highlights. I'm remembering your eyes.
It's time to rhyme because I got nothing else that fits with that. United Kingdom, I don't even think you have a team. Michael, okay, good for you. So you're one of us. It's a big day. We're about to break 100 points. This is Smash, okay? The way it works, the first team to break 100, the next chicken dinner they win ends the tournament unless we get to 8 games, at which point whoever is in first after 8 wins the tournament, and it goes down cash from there. Here's the sticky wicket, though. We're about to enter double points time. Double. That means 6 points per kill, 20 points per chicken, and adrenaline surges across the board as every moment matters. No one, not one, not two, not anyone can win the tournament in this game, but they can set the standard that the next one is theirs. Who's it gonna be? Tell me in chat. Make the call. If you win, you get props, and Gibson will sing you a song later if you predict correctly. So tell me who wins overall at the end of this thing. Gibson, I'm making you predict now.
You're making me predict now. Well, I
Now.
predict that we will see Giga get over the 100-point threshold this map. And I predict that Kick will gas himself up as he wins that $10,000. Yeah.
He just killed McCoy. He's got to be pumped. Right? It was the end. It was the end hype where he sort of like gave up at the end. It was like, yes, I'm trying to commit. Yay! Story of my life. What do you think, Mark? Who are you watching right now? You're like, these guys look hot.
It could be Team Tanu, right? Or Zuzu. They're so close. Every game, they're so close to try and get over the line. But unfortunately for them, they're allowing other teams to catch up. Double points, double prizes. Maybe they do enough now to get over the line. But it does mean it's going to be pretty chaotic. And what I'm worried about is actually all the teams that are not close to the cutoff, because we kind of have this steady going down when it comes down to the leaderboards. Double points means we're going to get everyone at the bottom pushing their way up towards the top, and then it becomes anyone's game.
I like your point. Let's do it. Let's pull up that leaderboard again so we can take a look at the bottoms as well as who's on top. Right now, it has not been great for those over there on the left side. 21 points for Drew, Mikaz, Axtol, but they're not out of it. With double the points, we learned from Kat Conti that you can never be counted out. Right, Gibson?
Exactly. We saw what Egg were able to do. I'm surprised that they're not subbing Egg in at this point, because if Egg joined this lobby right now, they would win the whole thing, because they know what it's like to get points when we get into the doubles. But this is the thing. If you're Mikaz, if you're Drog, if you're Axt, one good game, and you're up over that... What I love about this is 10 kills for anybody from like 11th up gets them over the threshold easily.
That's true. I am starting to wonder, though, if maybe we picked the wrong Americas teams to put in the top 8 now that you say that.
You can't back out now, guys. No.
Well, because they performed well.
I was
But Egg would up there. Egg would be crushing right now. Absolutely. Oh, well. That said, we got some players who are on the turn up. All right. If there's a crew that I think goes boom in the next game, it's that Tiggleton squad. They have been on the cusp and playing really, really well, but haven't quite hit that super 40-point game. So this is probably the one where they do it. I think it's... No, you don't think so? You're not even wearing fun country swag, Gibson. No opinion required. Mark, what do you think about this next game?
I actually think Kiwi could go up there. I also think maybe a Hollywood Bob or maybe an FF potentially could do, because they could be explosive teams. We've seen action from them as long as they don't come across Kick, right? But actually they're a team that might... Yeah, there we go. They're a team that might be able to lock it in. Double points, double prizes. So again, they know. And it's kind of, as you said before, streamer mode enabled, right? If they get a bit aggressive, if they get a bit aggressive, they could actually be explosive. And Hitman might be one of the cases that gets some... look at him, he's looking for gear.
We're just holding up stuffies. I think we're just holding up stuffies.
No, I've got me too. I'm in a new office. I've got nothing else around me.
You don't have any. You don't have stuffies just lying around. Are you an adult? What are you, an adult male? Who would have thought? Weirdo with your cool attitude and your neat sports jerseys. Look at him with his sports jerseys doing sports things. I know. I'll bet you watch soccer.
Always.
You're literally called Toffees. You're literally
because I love candy fat guy toffees. It just makes sense. The story changes every day, and it's beautiful. All right, we were told the game was about to start a few minutes ago. It looks like we're back in the lobby, and it's about to get underway. We've been goofing, but I want to be serious for just a second, reminding you guys, in case you're just joining us, what were you thinking? But you got here at the right time, because points are about to double. No one has hit the threshold yet, which means we get at least 2 games of total point chaos. And you could say that if I had an echo voice in the background, I'd use that like, it's time for total point chaos, because it is about to get absolutely crazy. What is that? Are you just showing off your new watch?
You said it's time. It's time.
Oh.
I'm doing the
Wherever the
TikTok.
longer the night goes,
TikTok.
he goes to dad jokes.
It's time.
Where's your watch, Mark? Do you have a watch?
Yeah, Mark, you don't have a watch or stuff?
He ran out of battery.
Oh, it's digital.
Right, you have a battery. What do you probably use you probably use Bluetooth headphones and mice, you weirdo. You gotta stay wired.
Battery.
Yeah.
Technology's only good if there's battery. That's all.
All right, real question
Wow.
though: Are you guys wired or are you wireless when it comes to stuff for your computer? I'm wired, 100%.
Wireless mouse, so I can do the mouse spin.
Interesting.
I'm the other way. I got a wireless keyboard.
Really?
Got wide
I mean,
mouse. Yeah.
I wired mouse. I would be stressed about a wireless mouse. It died once in an MMO during a progression raid, and I never went back. All right, I am going to go back to the green room, though, as it looks like we got a hot drop building. Turn it over to the 2 casters, the maestros of mayhem. It's Mark and Gibson.
And it's a hot drop on Millie Island, Mark.
Stop it, you two. This is why Tubbies has 2 EMEAs with him. He keeps them under control all the time because it spreads out. But it's going to spread out like this hot drop, shotgun in hand. That's the one you want to get. It's the S12K charging the way forward, but doesn't get the opportunity here for Pippa. We've got to be cautious. No helmet, no vest. Here's the click of the grenade. Bounces his way back though, but way back into cover. No damage done, but the time is now spent.
Not a lick of clothes on and running head first in with a shotgun. It's just BL is about it. He is about it. Santa is here to help things out. But look at this. All of the South Americans hot dropping on Millie Island. And you got... The thing is, right, all of the Scapino players are in one spot. They're all in one apartment building. Oh, whereas Pipa and his PA team are a little bit more spread out, which is a good and a bad thing. It's good because a solo can catch out a player defending or while the team runs to another building, but it's a bad thing because if you get knocked, it's a relatively easy flush. But yeah, Mark, do you have a wired mouse or wireless?
I'm wired mouse with wireless keyboard.
See, a wireless mouse is better because you've less chance of like having the cable cause an issue, but also complaining about it dying, that's a you problem. That's failure to plan. Your mouse should always be ready to charge, or you should always have your charging cable nearby.
Yeah, maybe. I like the danger that it brings, especially when I have a wireless keyboard, right? So if it dies, and it's pretty fun. You have to panic, and then you can only do so many things with your mouse. But at least I can store fire. That's the important matter. Here comes something that can fire. Well, let's say Panzers. It does charge its way forward. No helmet in the hands of Pippa. Find the safety with the scar. Not much in the chamber, so needs to get the connection. We'll go for some more loot, and let's find the more loot. And more importantly, finds the level 2 helmet.
I heard the craziest rumor about you, though.
Go on.
I heard that you've got lean on racing pedals. I heard you got racing pedals on your table.
I've
and you
heard
lean,
people do
you
that.
lean
I
with your...
wish that. That is an amazing tool.
Imagine swinging around a
take
corner and feeling like you're drifting, dropping the clutch.
Wired headphones, wired mouse, wireless keyboard for the danger. That's what it's about, Gibson. That's what it's about. But let's really talk about the zone before this kicks off, though. The flight path was from Military Island. It did go up towards the north, but it went to a northwest. The zone, though, is on the west-hand side. It is over the top of McDonald's, north of Quarry. But we do have a little bit of elevation as we have Everest in that northeast corner. Huge amounts of water, but more importantly, both these teams here are not in zone. And Giga is holding the West Bridge already.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on, the more of a problem it is. But they're going to stay here because there is 4 players up on each team. That is 24 points now. For Pippa, 24 points gets him to 84. But for Scapino and his team, those 24 points get you over the 100-point threshold. That's why they're sticking to it. Mark, this game right here is not about winning. This game is about getting over the 100 points. So if Scapino get 100 points and they run into the blue and die, they don't care. They need to win the next game. So they are going to hold on to this as long as possible because they desperately want those kill points. And it's the same for every other team. Get your points, get over the 100, and then you're chilling until the next game. Like, yes, you get more points if you're top, but here we go. Giga's Grinch camp works out, and so said is going to get caught out.
Good hold. Bait look. To be fair, man, gets the spray. Zuzu man gets over the top, not too far away. BB team already in the zone. FF already in the zone as well. Again, teams, as you say, Gibson, looking to try and have a good game. Double points. And double the prizes. Strimsy, though, obviously looking for the clippable moments as well as he's waiting for whoever jumped over Millet trying to come over. And then RNG, well, you get points from getting kills. And why not chase down? Penta puts one. Penta puts down two. That's someone you don't want to chase because he packs a bite.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 ideas that couldn't go wrong. Let's drive at Penta. Penta. He shuts them down. RNG. You're making your own RNG if you drive at somebody like that. McCoy is going to drive on over Ervis, trying to find the other member who's got the scar ready to go. But Penta will get those extras 12 points now, and that puts Bob in 11th place and only 43 points away now from that 100-point magic total.
It's going to be... How many points? Look at this. More teams, though, work their way into the 80s. Top 5 are there. Twisted Minds 1 point away. 10k 10. So all with the potential. One good game here might change it. This does feel very different, though, than the qualifiers. The qualifiers felt a bit more cool, calm, collective control, despite the Americas and the EMEA region playing it both very differently. We bounce up and down over the bridge. Twisted Minds, who are in zone, they obviously need to get shifting their way in. And like we saw from Zuzu, they can be taking the opportunity to take an emergency pickup. Novo, it's a bit too far to travel. I think they're taking the right methodology in.
And I've seen the question pop up in chat again, and we've not explained the answer fully just yet for everyone home. But this is the race to 100 points. What that means is once you get 100 points, you need a chicken dinner to win the tournament. So 100 points, and then in the next map or two, get the chicken dinner, get the $10,000. That's what the race is all about. The rest of the prize money will be spread out between the teams in 1st to 8th. Unless the team that wins, of course, is outside the top 8, then it'll be 1st to 7th, because the chicken dinner is all that matters once you cross the 100-point barrier. And Mark, we are definitely going to have multiple teams over it because it's 6 points per kill.
It worries. It does worry me as the wind does blow past or angle. That actually, at least teams in the lower half of the leaderboards, if they get some big point games and the ones at the top struggle, we might find ourselves going to the wire, going to the 8-point game. This is the game where we are going to have to require at least one or more teams across to end slightly early. Otherwise, has the EMEA teams got the legs to go the whole 8 games? Because we know the Americas have. They played it out, right? With us, it might be ending a bit shorter. So they're eager to maybe try and find enough points in this game to secure 100 points.
I was just doing the maths there, and I think the top 8 has 4 EMEA and 4 North American teams. So it's perfectly balanced as things stand, Mark. It's perfectly balanced.
So we're now not going for just the winner, we're going for the amount of teams in the top 8. I feel like you're changing the rules halfway through the game.
I'm clasping it. Look, I'm a winner regardless. You only win if the EMEA win. Toffee's only wins if the Americas win. I win regardless. But
no.
Do you know who wins the most? The viewers at home.
Oh.
The viewers at home. They get to watch top class PUBG.
They do. And it's not just top class esports PUBG, it's top class spectators, because we have the streamers and, more importantly, the pro players. So the best mix of both. FF moved their way from the north down towards the south, found the McDonald's compound for free. Now they were trying to lock this one down. Lots of water out towards the west, lots of water towards the south as well. So they're praying for that zone shift. But this is a difficult compound to hold sometimes. Teams that want to breach their way in, that whole south side, they can live for free. So we have to wait, watch, and listen. It's phase number 1, about to come phase number 2.
Yeah, Twisted Minds. They're tucked in on the very southwestern corner here of what is inside the circle. Just a little bit northwest of Primo, which is surrounded by a red zone. 3 kills so far, as all 3 of them went to Bob, because why not? He misses. Scapino will cross the bridge. Oh, tire popped. Tire popped.
And
He's
he missed
going
the
under
bridge.
water. And
Yeah,
there's
he
2 of
missed
them
the
in
bridge.
it.
He missed the bridge. He's got to make emergency evasive action though. Pippa know this. They're going to move their way around. Chunky G's like, get in the car. We can make a more of an aggressive stance. They've had the opportunity now to kind of pitch up though. As Skip though are on the bridge. They are still waiting. So they are waiting for the push here as they are stacking up. Zone does go across towards the west as expected. FF are now sitting in the middle of the zone. So there is a time ticking. And I think Pippa, no, they didn't take full advantage though of that tire pop as they move back towards the west.
Where Giga are still holding the bridge, Mark. They're still waiting. They are going to wait, and I don't think that people realize the trouble they're in unless they go... You know, there is the option that they could take the boat and ride their way in towards Ferry Pier, but Giga will hold this for quite a while. They're currently sat on 69 points. Yes, get your laughs out, chat people in chat. Yeah, funny number, haha, you know. But anyways, Mark, my point being, they're we're going to say they're 6 more kills away from crossing that magical number, that threshold, because their 5 kills would get them 30 points, but they just need a few more. They need 1 more than that.
This is not the last game. No matter what, we are going to have more. We have to get a team over the 100-point threshold, and then we have to ensure that we get a win after that. Lanu's team, a team that's been on the sort of cusp, the bubble, so to speak, of potentially having a good game and getting over the 100, but been denied, especially from that bullion of that double BRDM. Drew, a team which I thought might have been driving a little bit higher up after their good performance in the EMEA region, find themselves now neighbouring out to no one but a red zone on the east. They do have a lot of space as we are waiting now for phase number 2 to start collapsing.
Yeah, Bob now on the move. They're on the north side, just south of Hospital. As they make their way into the circle, they've got themselves that res station on lock. McCoy's probably looking at going, what is this new technology that's come into the game since I left? This was not here the last time I played in a competitive setting. So McCoy, you can use that to bring your teammates back. Example though, speaking about bringing teammates back, he's removing the teammates of other teams as he manages to pick up 6 points for his team. RNG and a spawn. Oh my! Neil Kopp got 1. Neil Kopp got 1 shot, but Wexner was the one that finished it off.
He finished it off with style. The swamp, a dangerous zone to hold, but the angles to hold doesn't mean they can't get the kills. I just have to try and stop these teams sort of crashing in. At the moment, BB team do neighbour them. No one else really worthwhile. I think this is more of a waiting game. This is what worries me now, right? This is the waiting game. This is the calm before the storm. As we will have to have 15 teams, though. Go head to head a little bit later. But this is a dangerous end zone.
I like it, though. I like it. McDonald's is just south of center. You've obviously got Shrek Swamp a little bit further north of that. 6 points for Giga. They sat there. They get another kill on the board. Hambino finding a 1 for himself, as we've now got 57 players left alive. Zulu, though, we didn't speak about him in a while. He's just 1 kill away from crossing that magic barrier of 100 points. And they are playing on the west, Mark. They've got a massive buffer of space to the north and the south. And I like their spot. Like, they should get at least 1 more kill from this position.
You'd expect it. You would expect it. 10k. They work their way down. Here comes the zone shift. Whoa, that's a heavy. That goes shift towards the northeast. So Gatka's storing. Danu's team storing, but on a big split. 2-1-1. They've got to make a decision as they have Skip working their way around the outside edge. 10,000 days now on the outside edge. They can sit tight here and wait, but they've got to make a decision. And here comes that crash in. Skip does make the crash in. Danu's team evacuates out just in the brink of time, though, as they're collapsed a little bit closer towards the zone.
Yeah, leave Gatka, go a little bit further to the, the little annex, a little further away. Don't give up the points, because you yourself are just 3 kills away from crossing that magic threshold of getting on in. So, 57 seconds. Here we go. They've waited. They strike. 1 will fall. 2 will join them into the depths. And the 3rd will sprint over towards that ridge and try and jump into the water and survive. But those extra few kills move Giga into second place. 87 points for them. And they're getting closer and closer.
It's getting closer. It had to wait. Sometimes, if you wait long enough, the reward will come. And this is the difference here, guys and girls. So double points mean double opportunity. Basket, though, does get swiftly down and lose. They have to try and deal with the damage. These teams neighbouring them towards the south. Kiwi looking to try and get the steals. They do get the steal there. The points going in the way of Kiwi. And they just try and deal with it. So Zulu Man, though, finds his way up towards that higher ground, up towards the little bowl, just north of this position here. They'll be happy just to sort of sit and wait, watch the next sort of teams unfold, because more importantly, now if teams try to rotate towards the field, Gibson, they have to go in between Kiwi and Zuzu Man.
Oh no, boys are coming the same way. Boys. I don't really think you'll be back in town because you've got yourself a bridge camp you have to contend with as Pipa will become the campers, and Rosito will find one.
Oh, he ran to Narnia! What? He ran to Narnia! He hit him so hard, he fell to his doom. Pippa deleted though, and the boys, well, they fall, but they might fall with a bit of style there, Gibson.
Who can say? He just went flying over the bridge.
Oh my god. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me to the depths of the river of that Tarangle. That was a full send, but it was a victory nonetheless.
Right. Production crew, you need to go to Pipa's stream, and for the highlights package, I need his POV of that section.
Oh
Get
my
that
God.
for me, because that is phenomenal.
We're killing people. We're going to get some kills here. Oh, guys, he decided to crash right into me. Zone shifts back towards the west. We're playing ping pong now. As now FS, though, still hold the compound, and they still hold now the south side of zone. 10K don't need to move. They don't need to work their way through BB, but BB understand that they're there. Eyes locked in as they do work their way through the swamp.
Yeah, Shrek's swamp. The shack itself is completely unoccupied as it's just about on the edge of the zone. As NONSTOP will take down Elisa, and that kill for 10K will move them up into the 80s for points. A little further away, Twisted Mind now. Spot of trouble here, Mark, but Boomstick will manage to find a kill of his own. They move up into 5th place now as all these teams fight inside the swamp.
This is dangerous. I don't know whether people are farming for points, farming to get those additional kills, but it just feels like chaos. Everyone's running through the zone. So Patoonis is down, Boostik's going to be there, so Chloe has to reposition because he knows the danger's coming in from the other side. Reduces the smoke, able to provide a bit of time, and Boostik has to chill out on the couch though, avoiding the flame.
Yeah, Vox will get a kill confirmed a little bit further away onto Zulu Vox, one of the members from Zulu Man, but Boostik pre-firing around the door, trying to get an extra kill for his team. Now, Twisted Minds need a few more kills to get over that 100-point mark, with at least one more game guaranteed. A good nade will do a ton of damage on the Sunfloy, and Wexner will find a couple more. 10K, get another one on the board. Hambino is going to get felled by a Hailwind, and Elisa from Twisted Minds will see the team eliminated. They will not be over the 100-point mark. They cannot win in game number 7. And we got 2 teams now 1 kill away from that magic number.
Magic number. It's going to be the case. Drew, though, looking for the first kill, so Steed's down. Team just outside of the edge of zone. Giga, though, on the other side of the mountain. As Kiwi, though, will be looking to continue to apply that pressure. 10K, well, does get the knock here. Zuzu, though, getting all the angles worked against him. He has to try and hold the team up, though, as he launches his way up towards the top. Ram goes the other side, but not going to be the case of the connection. He needs to find a new home here. Unfortunately, under huge amounts of pressure, and the pressure, though, explodes as BB finds the last kill.
Zulu Man cannot win it in game 7 now either. Another team in the chase falls. B.O.B.'s Bob tossing the nade over towards Danu and co. They're not up at the 100 points yet either, as Heyman will fall. One of the Norwegians drops. Does Danu go for the res, or is there too much pressure coming from up on high from a Bob as Penta? But the shots with that MK. You can see Panther got the knocking noise closing in. Panther lands a couple more tags. Adam has got Danu completely cornered, but she's going for the res mark. This could be massive as well, because having He-Man on his feet. Oh, the Breezy. The BZ is perfect. The nade is better. Panther is so good.
Pressure applied. I think Dano was in two minds. Res or shoot. The shoot came. The distraction came. Here comes another ding, ding, ding. It is 100 points. The Kiwis, as we said, have been the first now team to cross the line. As Bob, though, looking to try and drive their way up. 75 points for them. Not too far if they continue the momentum they've got. Back to 10k. Another team shy at the moment, but holding on. They're looking to try and get across the line. Those shots will come through. BB underneath the pressure here as they fall. Ascend now. Bad Boy backed into the corner, but not backed and down and out just yet as they look to try and make the clear. The smoke comes through, the flash around the outside, but it's not going to be the case, and he's made no sound cues as they were trying to edge their way out. Nade goes through the window, up down the other side, and it's a 1-2 bang, and it looks like our 10k team is another one to enter the 100-point mark.
They're up over the 100 as well. Will it be 10k for 10k if they can get the chicken dinner in the next map? Two teams now have earned the right to fight for victory in game number 7. Giga and Fabinho are both not far away either, nor is Danu, but she is all by herself getting hunted by the notorious B.O.B. Can't park there, mate. Can't park there, mate. H-Win will send Drogamu into the lobby as Kiwi will reclaim top spot. And here is Giga sending it into FF.
Giga, again, a team. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe 4 looking to try and cross their way over this line. Don't forget, though, anyone above 100 points now, even if they get the win, guys and girls, it will not end. We are still due another round. They have to come back one more time and deliver a win. Even if that win comes with subject of 0 kills, they have to come back and do it again. Giga looking to try and get across that line. Nade goes through. Damage has been done. Fuzzface has to back away slightly, though. Jaxie keeping an eye on the cross. Another nade goes through, and Fuzzface down the damage, but he's not making the cross just yet.
And remember, Giga need 2 kills to get over that 100-point threshold, and Fuzzface and co will want to make sure that doesn't happen. Bob, though, in a little bit of trouble here. The Vox and Bizzler putting them under pressure. Penta will toss the nade over this way as he looks to get some work, and Penta will get a knock on at Timothy as
oh my God,
Penta is really going to work, but he's going to get traded back to Bizzler. Finds the knock, and the Bizzler will go ahead and get that kill confirmed. He goes for the res, but Bizzler's the last player standing. Can Adam throw one nade into the smoke? That's all he needs. But instead, he's smoking it off. He's playing the long game. He's going to try to get the Mariel McCoy back on his feet.
McCoy stands up, though. Fuzzface, the shotgun Templar, did get kick with the S12K. They're able to clear the compound, though, so unfortunately for Giga, they will fall short at the moment. There comes the res. Adam does move the real McCoy around a little bit further. So they will now to try and get the res, but our fam on the other side here, Gibson, also exchanging the res as the zone falls back to the south, back towards Kiwi. The first team that has entered the 100-point threshold. They're going to try and get the confirmation, though, but Adam stands up and puts down Timothy.
Yeah, McCoy's got an M249 here as well. So what he likes to stop. He gets another one, and Bob and co get 60 points, and they are now over the 100-point mark as well.
Bob.
B-O-B. Be ready, because they are on the move, and they can win it in the next map as well. Scapino are also 1 kill away from getting over that 100-point mark, but they've only got 2 players left alive. It is heating up here in the race.
Talk about heating up. I told you, anyone on that right-hand side, when we get to those double points, though, it's double the chance. And the team like Bob has stuck that chance to get their name. They're now in that chance, so Skip looking for that additional point. Let's see if they can get the deliver. A little bit further afield, but again, looking for this opportunity just to get as close as they can, but they'll be praying. These teams are over the 100-point, not to get the win, though, on match number 7.
BL will wait. Remember, they just need 1 more kill. Will B.O.B. deliver it? Or will Fabinho have to wait a bit longer? Get a bit of damage to get a little bit more. They're desperate to go for the flush. They get it. And they're over the 100-point mark as well. 3 Americas teams can win it in game number 7. Only 1 EMEA team can get over the line unless FF can do something crazy, Mark. 6 kills or 6 points per kill. There is enough players left alive for FF with a chicken dinner to join those 4 teams at the top.
This is dangerous. I can see a world that Kiwi are just locked in. They just look good at the moment. Fuzz and the boys need to ensure they get a good amount of points remaining. There's enough on the board for them to get closer. Not enough just to get over, but it's going to be what they can do to try and go there. It's 10k non-explosive action, though. Starts things off here in the top.
Big nade does a lot of damage on Scapino, but they don't care because they're over the 100 points. That's all that matters. Going into Game 7, it's FF, Kiwi, and 10k. It's the last 3 teams standing. Remember, a win for these 2 teams over 100 does not count for the smash rule. They have to do it in the next map or the final map of the night, Game 8, if they want to secure that 10k prize for themselves. There's 30k prize pool total, but 10k for the winners. And like I said, if 10k win 10k, do they become 100k?
Oh, is it a multiplier? Oof, nice. Wait and see. Kiwi hold the ridge line. Now they're waiting for that movement. There it is. FF tying up. They know they've got a decision to make. Marslek tempted, drawn in by the shiny lights. That's going to be the drop, though. So he'll find himself a new level 3 vest and helmet. But he doesn't want to get whatever's remaining. AWM, it's not the Marslek style. He likes to get up close and personal. He might be calling for someone that can hit the bolty. I don't scrap that. Marslek's been told he needs to get the bolty.
Yeah, Fuzz facing. Remember, they only need a few kills and the chicken dinner. Cat has done the maths. Cat has said that if they get 4 kills and the win, they're over the 100 points. And now that Cat has said it, I don't have to worry about doing the maths.
Hashtag TMEG. That's what I'm saying.
Egg.
TMEG is always there for you in life. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. To be fair, what feels realistic going to happen. They just need to try and take a head-to-head fight. The third party from 10k could be the problem. Kiwi makes the play across towards the other side. That favors the potential FF and the opportunity. It is a split. Tig is on the hold. He holds the anchor. He's the one that needs to try and stop FF. Here comes the barrage of util against 10k.
Nades are thrown. It is time to get to the conclusion of map 6. Wexner will do a lot of damage onto Ashley, but not enough. She's going to hit the deck. She's done the right thing. Tosses the stun, tosses the flash. Can she convert? Not just yet, but Ibe can. What a 1-2 punch that is from Kiwi. The BZ nade will confirm out that kill, or at least should all but confirm out that kill, as 10k have only 2 players left alive. But FF for third partying. They're wrapping around this side, but Tiggleton was aware. He did not fall asleep. He held the task and he took down Fuzzface. Not for the first time. Those 2 have gone head to head inside of PUBG. Nades being tossed over, but Tiggleton is already wrapping around the other way. But can Fuzzface get himself back on his feet?
Time is ticking now for Kiwi. Fuzzface on the hold, though. He has to hold this 4-man push. That first knock has put an anchor down for FF as they will try and get that res back on. The smoke wall has been played and Gaxi holds the line. Iba gets that confirmation, though. It's the point will go on the board here for Kiwi as she will try and drive her way forward. They've got a 2-horse race. They've got to apply the pressure towards 10k, but they've got to keep Tig alive. Now they're working their way back towards Tig. Does 10k understand that they can apply the pressure? Does Kiwi become the sandwich filler in the middle, though? They've got to try and hold the line.
FF, as you said, back to a 4. They need the points more than any of the other 2 teams, so they're going to play this as casually as possible. They should not be third-partied. They're in a position where if they play their cards right, they should not be the team that's the third party. At this moment in time, Kiwi are the team that is at the biggest risk of having something bad happen to them. Because if 10k engage, you can bet Fuzzface will call all systems go to wrap on in and end the fight. Iba will be the first one to taste some lead, but she dips back into cover once more, evading the danger, staying alive, and switching positions. So Ashley will hold the angle for now, while Iba first aids.
It's all about who can not get knocked right. I feel like the first knock is going to be the start of chaos. There goes out the Dorito. He's trying to play back towards the zone. It is phase number 8. Adona will be beneficial here, but as the smoke starts to dissipate, Marselect has been unleashed as he wraps his way round now on towards the west. It's hit or miss for him. If he gets the knock, though, it does get the opening, but it is the opening that could be the other side, though, as we get a flash, though, of glory. back towards the lobby, but we're already here, locked in with the Azurbas as things heat up.
Yeah, Gaxi just behind the tree. Marsalek the same. This is the most reserved I've ever seen Marsalek play. He's going to be prone. He's going to be waiting. Fuzz faces. Just zapping him every 3 seconds. Marsalek, do not go too far. Stay where you are. Your job is to stay alive because our job is to win and give ourselves a chance to get over that line. Now remember, there is already 4 teams over the 100-point mark. Bob has got himself in there thanks to huge plays from McCoy and Penta and Adam and Bob himself putting in the work. But Mark's center point has been drawn. Look at this. 10K are the first to get on the move, and Tig's going to get a knock on to Gaxi.
Yeah, they might be the first to move, but Kiwi's the first to get the knock, though. Gaxi goes down with a headshot. Looks like it's a green light. Here comes the push, though, towards FF. They're the team that leads the master. First done. It's going to be a nade. It's not coming from the AWM, though, but he has to try and hold the line. He needs not just 1, he needs 2. He delivers 2, though, with a final fadeaway. But the charge is coming. Fuzz has to go towards the other side. They need to get a few more kills, so they try and hold the line.
Yeah, Fuzzface using the chain for every single bit towards Marsalek. Will activate Fuzzface finds Ibba. Fuzzface dips back into cover.
Hold.
1 player is down. Hold the line. Tig's going to step up. Fuzzface gets him. It is a 2 versus 2. Marsalek definitely trying to confirm the kills. Hits 1 shot with the off. And that forces H-Win back into cover. Ashley steps up.
Let's go! Oh my god, FN, the shotgun Templar comes out. He's running low though, but he's down to Marsalek. Here comes the shots, goes down to a H-Win as he gets Marsalek down. 1 versus 1, the blue zone backs up H-Win and FF deliver the win. Marsalek and Fuzzface, 9 kills and the win. It's a double point game and oh my god, enter another team, Toffees, into the 100-point threshold.
Fuzzface used to be part of FaZe, who's known for winning when it matters most, and here they are 2 days in a row taking it home when you get to the final 2 or 3 games of the night. It is absolutely crazy. And I'll also say this, welcome back by the way, it was salving, it was fulfilling to watch Gaxi playing in the Kingwin Tower next to the div. I mean, it was fulfilling to me to see that happen once again. What a great game. What fun. Still no America's victory, but we'll accept that in this game and hope for the next one, because that's where it matters most, is we now have multiple teams who have crested the 100-point position. Gibson, 74 for Fuzzface, but a pretty good game for a lot of folks.
Yeah, look at all those teams. The top 4 all crossed the 100-point mark, and that's all that mattered. Now it's all about getting that chicken dinner. But Toffees, there's one thing to point out as we look at that leaderboard. Because we're now in Game 7, and there's only at max 8 games, you've got to worry about where you are in that top 8 as well, because the prize money drops dramatically as you fall every position down into 8th place.
Yep. I gotta say a couple of things. We got Tigglewin up on top. You're right. In a great spot if the 2 games don't finish out. Huge glow up. Fuzzface, who won yesterday, looks like they're in a good spot now. And then Hollywood Bob, who I feel like not more than 2 games ago, Mark, was somewhere near 14th place, is a contender to win this thing.
I told you, like, the streamer mode enabled, like,
it was
double points.
my glasses. It was my glasses.
They love it. You in tune the inner Hollywood Bob. We'll play from them. We'll play.
I glasped these kids up. All right, sounds like
Roll the
replays.
That's what you get.
It was too much. Roll the replay. I'm dying. Oh shoot.
It was good though. This was a real different final. It hasn't felt like the qualifiers. This feels more chaotic, and here comes that clippable moment. Oh my god!
He should have pressed F. Press F.
He's not in there, though. Yeah, sure.
Oh my god!
Did you know that if he had pressed F fast enough, he would have gotten in the boat and driven away?
He
was down already.
He was down and out.
It's a well-known glitch. You can charge cars with the stun gun, and you can press F while dead to jump in a car and drive away if it's a boat. Just saying.
Absolutely love it. Look how cool, calm, and collected Fuzzface is, though. He knows shotgun, back pocket, shotgun, friendly fire, not a problem. Fuzz win. Cool, calm, collective.
Nice. Cool, calm, collected, expected. And that's what I've come to expect from Fuzzface in general. They know how to find points and put them on the board. All right. That is game 6. That means the chaos of points is in. There is a chance that someone wins in game 7 with 5 teams north of that point total. And when we get back from this short break, we're going to walk you through the teams with a chance to win and how crazy it will get if we see a game 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the PUBG Race for the West. It's America's PUBG time, my friends. We're gonna win this, and I'm the host, and you can't stop me. He's got the USA. He's got the other place and a German flag.
Toughies.
Oh.
It's even better. Look. We've even got. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
You're not.
Yeah.
You don't even. Do you even go to school here, bro?
You don't even go here.
Do you even go here? Sir, this is a Wendy's. And this is Game 7. We're about to kick it off. It is double the points. It is quadruple the fun. And I wore non-reflective glasses so that Mark can't make fun of me anymore. Let's take a look at the points race. Up at the top, it's 130 dirty points for Tiggleton and the crew. Right behind that, we got 124 with 10,000 days. Fuzzface proves that every Sunday is a phase Sunday, whether or not the entire squad is there. Hollywood Bob says these are the big letters on top with a 105. And Skip Bino says, I think maybe we can try to win one this time as they look for their big chicken dinner post 100. And behind that, this is the crazy part, Gibson. Every team down to Rez, I genuinely believe, if this is not won by those top 5, we're gonna have at least 10 teams that could win the chicken dinner 100-pointer. Or it's even crazier, if no one gets the chicken after that, it could just be an old-fashioned whoever has the most points wins.
Yeah, and the best thing about it all is that we could end up like the Americas, where the team that finishes on top does not win the 10K. Like, if Tiggleton's team are 10,000 days get up to like 200 plus points, but somebody like Twisted Minds just about get over the line and get a 2-kill chicken dinner, they take the 10K. Smash and grab.
Smash and grab. It's supposed to be a one and done, but no one's won after the 100, though this is the first chance we've had to do it. Do you think it ends on this one, Mark, or has it been so crazy that it maybe I don't know, man. I thought it was going to end last time.
25%. 25% is going to this one.
That's just...
Look,
my
let's
name's
not take
Mark.
anything
I
away.
do analysis with numbers.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I've got French glasses on. Right, anyway, Tiggleton and the team, though, for Kiwis have looked really strong. So I have to, in the back of my mind, guys, go, this could be in Americas and it could be embarrassing for me, right? But you got to count on the potential control. Fuzzface has controlled a win in a winner chicken dinner format, right? And we saw it yesterday. Can they stay out of chaos again today? And more importantly, it was done on Miramar, and we're back on the sandy dunes. So I think it might be done here, and we might see a Fuzzface victory.
Well, hey, I got a statistic for you, Captain Statistics. Of your 25% chance, 3 of them, which is like 76%, is Americas. Heck
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
It's part of my America's cosplay to do math badly.
Yeah.
Very excited.
I have a fun story though. You cast your mind back to PN. No.
Here we go. Another story.
Settle into
Another
this.
story.
Grab a drink, boys.
At PNC, Tiggleton and Team Australia cost Team USA a ton of money. He cost Kick and Shrimsy a ton of money by wiping them out in the final map.
Yep.
Could you see Kick and Shrimsy get their revenge this time around by wiping out Tig and them and costing them a ton of money?
No, Tig and Shrimsy, Kick and Shrimsy worship at the altar of Tiggleton. All right, they love him. They love the GPT that he has brought to their team. They will never hurt that man. They will love him forever, as all of you should, guys, gals, everyone who's watching. This is Game 7. Points are doubled. 5 are in the race. This is the chance to win $30,000 by taking home your cluck chicken dinner. I'm gonna turn it over to the 2 men who've got the call. It's Mark Powers and it's Gibson. Let's go.
Mark, you know for a fact that Tig is going to get that clip. The next time he walks into a Falcons meeting, it'll be playing that clip of Toffee saying that those 2 bow down to Tig and what he brings to the team. And he'll be like, don't you swear word ever forget, boys. This is what I bring.
He's going to get it on a t-shirt. That's what he's going to get it. Wait and see. We've already got a kill, though. BB does get 10k down to start with. Zone, though, or the plane path I start with, is a southwest up towards a northeast. Does go through the heart of the soul. That might be the penultimate game. We'll have to wait and see. And it is game number 7. We will cap out at game number 8, or match number 8. And the zone has caused chaos, though. Despite a nice even divide on the plane path, it is down towards the south to southeast. Only a couple of teams now in zone, as everybody else has to get looted and shifted quickly.
And cast your mind to the leaderboard, everyone. There's a slight change. If there's a star beside the team's name, that means they can win the entire event by winning this map. So the star now indicates these are the teams that are in play to win the event. You know what's nice as well? We've already got a kill on the board per 10k. Who had a chance to win it this game around, lost somebody on a hot drop. Will that come back to haunt them?
We'll have to wait and see. I put the Team Germany jersey on just in our work Team Zuzu, as I hope and pray that they might be able to get the win, denying the opportunity for the outstanding 5 teams that already have the opportunity to close it out today. I want to see it go to the wire. Why? Because I think a game 8 could be really interesting. It's not just about potentially getting the win and a smash and grab, as you say. It's actually how does the leaderboard end up? And actually, you get an opportunity, especially if you've done that sort of lower part of the leaderboard. Now, 2 games is better than 1.
Bad boy. Why have you needed your own teammate in the midst of all that action?
Because you know they had to do it as a duo, right? That's what it is about. 10k is down, but just at the wrong time as the boys pull up. Bad boys.
Fella was just hanging on the street corner, and then comes the drive-by, full on, just completely driven by the bad boys.
They put up, they getting points. Bad boys though. We said yesterday, remember, these guys were above the line. Same as 10K, and they changed how they played. They were very passive. They were looking for the win. I said they've got to be aggressive. Maybe trying to do though. Only though, a team which I thought would be over the 100-point mark by now, maybe costed due to that double BRDM that we saw a little bit earlier. Looking eager to get a win here to try and force a second.
Yeah, Danny, of course, not inside that magic point threshold. Just a couple of kills away, though, so we'll have two roles, really. If you're Danu this team, one, get over the 100, and two, deny a victory for those teams with a star at all costs. 10K, they're going to try to regroup. Maybe they might see themselves fall, maybe not. Just hang on in there as Perfectix make sure the Kraken can't hang on to those handlebars. Zuzu will pick up a knock, and you know that Perfectix is going to flush that one out because there's nobody nearby to pick that one up, and that will put them over the 100.
They're trying. Come on, team.
Oh, is nobody here to help him? He didn't have anybody to help him push.
No, he's not got the opportunity to also apply the pressure himself, though. Zuzu, though, is driving up, sees the car, evacuation for Zuzu! He comes up, hears the car, sees the car. It's got to be enough, but example, though, gifted enough to try and help. Unfortunately, though, if you're down, you can't pull the handbrake in the car, and that is rolling down, but Perfectix has to hold it.
Oh, just get the kill, Perfectix, get it. No, he can't. 10,000 days, they can't win it in game number 7. They fall, and Zulu, man, can you find a kill? Can one of your little players that are still alive flush out a downed opponent? Pippa is going for Zulu, or going for the res as well, though. They want to get everybody back in their feet, but this is so important for Pippa and their team. Getting these extra 2 kills will get them right up on top of it. Perfectix gets it, and Zulu, man, if we go to game 8, puts themselves into contention to win the whole thing.
I wore the jerseys. They're going to get stars in their eyes, though, for match number 8. But for now, they can tap themselves out if they want. They have done enough. All they could do, if they stay in, ensure they get a victory. If they get a victory, so one of the remaining teams is not going to be the case. BB, though, is unfortunately a team driving their way forward, but a team now looking to be above, again, that 100-point threshold.
Yeah, Danu's team now 2 kills away, Thug 2 kills away, Giga 1 kill away as all these teams advance towards the 100. Remember, 5 out of the 16 teams are able to, well, 4 out of the 15 teams that are left alive now are able to win it in game number 7. What does that win mean? It means $10,000, and we don't go to game 8. It also means that whatever placement you finish in is what share of the rest of the 20k that is remaining goes to your team. But Mark, it's also worth noting, if Kiwi gets 200 points, but Scapino's team get 1 more kill and the chicken dinner and end up in 160, but they get the chicken dinner, they win the whole thing.
The smash and grab that we love.
And I think we'll reiterate for the viewers at home. The star beside a team name means that team is eligible to win the event, this map, with a chicken dinner. That is all. If you've got a star, it means you can win.
Yeah, we're playing Smash Rule. We had the threshold was 100 points. So historically, the Smash Rules you've seen, when you hit the threshold, the day stops, but the day will continue. We opted to stay and fight, though, and that star has been put against their name. They're the teams, as Gibson says. If they now get a win, it will stop here. If not, we will go through to our final game, which will be game number 8. And wherever we end up will be the top 8. We'll be dividing out the prize pool. It's down to the smash and grab. If someone gets to win above with a star against their name, like we're seeing a lot more teams now enter into that 100 points, they will have the opportunity to take the line for the prize pool.
Have you seen the circle, by the way? Is it?
Yeah, it's crazy. No one cares about the circle.
And there's 4 teams that definitely care about the circle right now. Resort is in the middle. That is how far south the circle goes. You can't even see 30% of the circle because it's so far below the map that we are in a crazy, crazy situation. We have got 50%. It's not very often on Miramar where you can say 50% of phase 1 circle is unplayable, or basically unplayable, but it is. It's all water and Partona.
Look, out to the east of Resort is FF. They're a team obviously looking to try and control it. Bob has moved in from the east as well. They go past Porto Puerto as they
That's
work
Mr.
their way
Bob
down.
to you, European.
Mr. Bob. Yes, Mr. Bob will come in. So he's going to go head to head. Now, if those two clashed, potentially one of the teams on the way out though. But back to this at the moment. Shrimsy works his way around. Is able to get a kill and confirm though. Giga now enter that 100-point threshold as well. The rest of the teams, though, we've already seen 10K go down. Kiwi sits on the north side, or south of Los Leones as well, so they're looking for a victory. But there's another side to the story here, Gibson. If all these other teams that are eager to get to 100 points just continue fighting and dying on the outside edge of the zone, if we're only left with 4 teams or 3 teams that are able to get the win and victory, they haven't done enough, and it's going to come down to where they end up on this leaderboard.
Yep, Peepa's team 90 points, 2 kills away now from getting over that threshold as well. Swifty is going to attempt to hold them out inside El Pozzo, just sitting with the M4. Red dot sight. iThugs is back for BB, as they are also in that 100-point mark, and they're going to drop inside the... If you drop on top of the hat of the tequila, does it summon something?
A victory. We'll have to wait and see. There's a world that it might play back down towards the southwest, and it might then bounce across towards the island, and that could be chaotic. There's a slim to little bit of a chance of that happening, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, we've got 2 seconds, 1 second before it goes. Fuzzface stands off against Bob. The zone goes back the other way, goes back towards a south to southeast, and we hold huge amounts of water. Everyone else has to come this way. Fuzz puts a couple of shots, but he knows he has to get in his car and relocate.
Yeah, FF with a 2-2 split right now. 2 are in the center of the circle, which is on that road that runs from Puerto Paraiso down by the coastline. The other 2 are a little bit closer to the bridge that goes over towards Drumstick Island. And right now, Bob is intersecting that circle, but there is a race right now into the middle of the zone because so much of the circle is unplayable. And I think that the team, I don't know if being in the center of the circle early is the best thing you can do if you need a chicken dinner, Mark. I think play it like you normally would at an event. Play the edge of that your side. Play whatever style you're most comfortable with.
Oh my God, jeez, for teams! What has happened? The fadeaway. Now they're going to go charge their way forward, though, beating over that threshold. But again, they haven't got the star. They're just denying the opportunity here for Griggs, though, to work their way up. 85 points is not going to be enough. The nade's going to be there. Boosted takes some damage, but it's not enough. He has to try and survive this one out.
Yeah, we've seen it before from Twisted Minds where Boostic or the likes of Batu have put in the hard work, and Boostic is going to find one. Remember, they are not over the 100-point threshold. One team that is, though, is BL for Scapino, who is missing his shots here on the James, but trying to steal the kill away from Boostic and successfully doing so. Boostic now is basically all by himself. Last player alive, not over the 100-point mark. So here's the thing. If Twisted Minds fall now and win game, and we go to game 8 and they win game 8, they will not win the event because they have not earned the star that you need to qualify.
This is mad. This is absolute madness. Interesting though, Skip obviously going for the flush because that's the point, and then more importantly denies the points though from Boostic. Here come the recalls back as the race is on. Who's got the better shoot to get to the loot? Our fam will return 1, so will RNG.
Yeah, this is the real race. The race to the ground. Which team can get there first? Our fam, by the way, needed to get Vox back. They're on 75 points. They need 25 more to get over that 100-point mark as well, just to play the game. They need those points to play the game in game number 8, or else the best you can do is placement, as Vox will hit the ground. This is a big 1v1 though. RNG, 54 points for them as well, 3 players up. Like, it is not out of the realms of possibility that they also can get over 100 points this game, even with 3 players alive.
3 players alive. 3 more opportunities here. Boostic surviving, 85 points. Needs to find some recall chips and, more importantly, somewhere to bring them back in. Does Skip understand that actually this might be more easier to get a player like that off the board, off the chessboard? Because if he does get the opportunity to recall the team back in as he makes a dart across the other side, could be danger a little bit later on.
Santa, remember Scapino, I want to point this out. They had more match points in the Americas than anybody else, and didn't get over the line. All that means nothing, though, if they can get the win in the final game of the night, Mark. If they can get the win in this one, it's going to be a big win for them. Vox, 30 rounds left for his MP5. Vox, 21 rounds left for your MP5. I have a sneaky suspicion that RNG are going to go very hard to get this kill.
Yeah, you want to get this piece off the map, right? Vox, a dangerous player. Gotta be careful, but we're going towards the other side here. Tiggleton launches the nade through. The RG gets some damage done. He sees the player sitting on the other side. That's a quick kill. Marspecto gets the knock, but it looks like Tiggleton will get the confirmation.
Yeah, Droog will lose
God,
their
sorry.
inspirational leader mark, and yes, I've seen it. It's gone over. The south side of Puerto Paraiso is just about inside and no more, and all the water around the coastline is still on. The furthest north point is directly in line with the most southerly point of Los Leones, where those silos are that run south of the city. So that gives you an idea of how compressed in the southeast. It's probably the most southeasterly circle you can get with all of the terrain still in.
Yeah. Hollywood Bob, or Mr. Hollywood Bob, as I say. He's split from his team. The rest of them are right in the centre. As the thugs, well, unleash chaos. They receive the favour, though, from the Kiwis on the other side. They've got to be cautious, though. Nearly going down. Have to relocate and reposition now to apply the pressure back on towards Kiwis, who are inside of the zone. Lots of these teams got to try and work their way back in from that north. And this is at north 5. Pippa try and take on Danu's team. Kiwis is split here as well. Again, a team looking to try and get across that line.
Yeah, Kraken now with an aid underhand. Going to throw it right on top of Mika, but Mika's going to get Namorado, and he's not going to get out of there. Danu will not have a chance to play for the victory in the final game of the night. She falls as Pipa will pick up that kill. And Mark, can we point out they have now also gotten over the 100-point threshold?
Yep, another team enter their way in. Looks like there's more. Down to 10, yeah, down to 10 teams now. It'll be interesting. Do we go smash and grab at the end? Pippa has to lay low. Shots will come in though. Zuzu Man, a team which is over the line already, but doesn't really matter if they tab out. Perfectix and Swifty will remain. He's getting towards the car. Phase 3 will be able to drive and med his way in towards safety, but does he have anywhere to go? Lots more teams stack up on this west side of zone. He's going for a full send. It doesn't really matter anymore. It's about getting and ensuring that you take out the teams that are important to you. Unfortunately for him, it's not one of the ones with a gold star against their name already.
Yeah, and one of those teams has fallen, and that is 10K. One of the EU's 2 hopes of winning the game in this map is down. Chucky will fall for Pipa's side. But again, they're already over that 100-point mark, and, well, to be honest, it is in their hands and the hands of the other teams in the lobby who don't have a star to ensure that they get a chance to win in the next game. Zulu, back in the fray, back in the action, over the 100-point mark. Let's see what is going to happen.
Well, we already know. Unfortunately for Danu, she's got 99 points. One shy of the opportunity to get the smash and grab. So been playing very much for a position in the last game, but unable to kind of take the victory as well. Zuzu Man will go down. Doesn't really matter. Already done enough. 106 on the board for them. They will get the star against their name. As we now move our way. 12 teams remain. 37 left alive, and store a large amount of teams on the outside edges. So
yes, Capino, remember, they're one of the teams that have a chance. They have got all 3 of their 4 players up, but they've got themselves on the southern side of the circle on that road. Kiwi on top of the leaderboard are going to take to this guy. One of them just ate a fat headshot before they took off. I think it was H-Win. Hunter took it, but he's still alive and in the fight, and they get out of there. B.O.B. Bob is down, as well as Nuki is able to wipe out another one of the members of the teams that are playing for it all. But Mark, are you seeing what I'm seeing? This compound in the middle, this building in the center of the circle is vacant, and if they can get there before Bizzler can get a kill, they have just gathered center circle for free.
yeah, centre circle, but it might come with some pressure now. The teams are looking to try and close the gap. Bizzler does the spray though on towards the inside, but doesn't get any knocks though. Now has to go for the reposition, and does Kiwi get away with a leapfrog to victory? We'll have to wait and see.
Bizzler will fall back into cover. Orfam, remember, they're not over the 100-point mark, but they can get a chance. Giga, Shrimsy falls, but let's talk about it for a second. Giga have went big in this game so far. Miza will confirm by Ingemar alongside Mikaz, and, well, there's only one Giga Brain left in the team. And Mark, once that player falls, at that point, it is all up to the gods. Will they get a chance to battle for victory in game number 8, or will it end now? At the minute, they're in 4th spot. So you'd like to think they've got a good chance of being in the prize pool, even if the game ends in this map. But they've still got a bit of work to do. Like, you'd like to see maybe that solo player find another kill or two before it's all up. And hold up, Boostic has brought 2 members back.
He got him from Resort. So he's been living out here for a while. Can he get a med on? He can. He's got bandages. The terrain, though, is not going to help him realistically. And Batulins, though, does find potentially the ground in a second, but the shots come in. Skips one, transitions towards the other. Shots to the York. The spray goes through. The connection's not there, but they do find one. Looking for their second. And unfortunately for Sunblowery, he's quite high up on the ground. I don't know if he's going to get it. There goes one, there goes two, and there is him down. Unfortunately for them, they will go back to a solo player, back towards Boostic, but more points have been given up to other teams.
Yeah, Twisted Minds falls, so it was all that for naught for Boostic. Twisted Minds will not have the opportunity to play for at least the Smash Rule win in the final game of the night. Bizzler for Resreal. He's got pressure coming his way. It's Executor. Can he get it? He goes to stun. He's going to sprint after him. He's got dropped. He's going to get dropped himself. But there's the trade from Resreal. Kinsby is there as well. They confirm out that kill. That's 6 more points. That is 81 now. They're 19 points away from getting up into the placement spots. Marsalek is dropped, by the way, for FF. They're down to a 3 for the remainder of this game. The only team that can win with all 4 players alive, Mark, is Kiwi. Tiggleton is still up.
And in center circle now as well. We have to wait and see. He is in a good spot. That leapfrog from the emergency pickup could be critical. It's going to be down to some of these other teams. Desperately, the numbers are against him, but maybe the zone, maybe the luck is going to be in the eyes of Kiwi at the moment, though. Other teams, though, teams like FF, you spoke about trying to play this one from the outside. That's what they've got to do now, but they've got to work their way through. Hollywood Bob's team, they're a team of 3.
McCoy still alive. He promised me a victory in this game in the chat. Oh no! Leapfrog! Oh, that was a nice POV to see that from, but they'll keep on moving as the boys, who are now really back in town. 57 points though, Mark. They need quite a bit more than what they've managed so far if they want a chance to go for the win.
They've got a chance to get rid of Kiwi at the moment. Now they put up on the compound. Smoke goes out to cover their back, though. Nades will start to unfold. First one goes through, not too much damage, though. But Damas in hand, they just got a bit of a mountain, though, to cross if they want to take this team on.
22 minutes gone. 8 minutes left inside this game. You'd like to think that 8 or less, but is it 8 or less left in the Masters West race? Sorry, the West race. That was I mixed my tournaments up. I apologize. I'm sorry.
God. It's gone. Let it go.
How dare
We're
I?
on to the race now.
How
it's
dare
down
I?
towards Smash Rule. It's not the same players, though, fighting their way out. Let's face though, down to 2. Him and Bad survive. Him and Bad in the middle of an open field. Fuzzface, though, doesn't have the cover, doesn't have the numbers, and more importantly, doesn't get the support. Only a little bit of zone remains, but here comes the pressure. The molly is good, though, as it comes through the window. Iba has to swing away around, has to try and find a knock if she can to try and stop this push here, as the boys will be looking to try and get rid of one.
And the fact that nobody is putting pressure onto the boys now is crazy as well. And it's because of the fact that Fuzzface has got all the attention of Orfam a little bit further north. Bob, though, they're moving in. They're pushing in from the edge. You've still got 4 teams out of the 8 that can get the win. There's a 50% chance if you just go by straight up who can win and who can't rules in this one. Who can win the event here and now. BL from Scapino, like we said yesterday, they could not get it done on Friday. They couldn't get the win when it mattered most, but this is when it matters the mostest, Mark.
This is the problem, right? This is, unfortunately for them, they're going to be taking out teams that have the opportunity to try and close this one out. But it's, they've got to deny the opportunity. First, we'll go down Fuzzface. The dance is not for much more as FF will fall. They will be praying that someone without a star against their name will try and convert this game. Match number 7 underway. 7 teams now remain. 21 left though. Here comes the spray from the Org. Doesn't quite get the connection. Followed with the grenade though, as they will try and use the ridgeline to the advantage. But looks like Bob's team will move further afield out of the danger of the nade.
Yeah, so said will confirm with a kill on to Nuki from the boys, as well as Miza will find Timothy using that mortar strike to go to work. The boys, 57 points. It would be a momentous effort for them if they were to get over the 100-point mark, but it is possible. Remember, 20 points for a win and 6 points per kill. But Droog so said will say no more. Boys will suffer another player confirmed. That's a really good timer that he's put on, and that timer should be enough to confirm the kill. As long as So said doesn't go down, that player should get flushed. But So said spots the run, throws it in, gets the flush, but he doesn't get the knock onto the rotating player. That thing, however, does.
Oh
Here
my God.
comes the flank, and here comes the move. RNG making the push now.
Make the push at the right time. Unfortunately for him, stuck in a hard place. Trying to still control this outside of the zone now as they're going to try and push in. Kiwi store unchallenged in the compound, getting a pass maybe to a top 4, but we're going to have to wait and see. Skip though, use the train and say no, we can't get across there. We have to move our SL down towards the southwest though. Hollywood Bob though, Penta stands up on the other side, doesn't quite get the connection he wants though, but our fam stand in their way and their opportunity to convert the win.
Yeah, and there is another nade on to McCoy. Bob is getting put to the sword by Orfam, a team that cannot even win it just yet, but 1 kill would put them over the 100-point mark. McCoy getting rezzed inside the smoke. Desperately putting his healing hands onto it, but Bizzler cannot spray. Just close enough to get that knock onto Penta, the back player for the team. While the rest going on, he sprays wildly through the smoke, but the winds of Miramar will not bring his bullets to the destination as Adam will drop the nade onto his teammate. He had no choice, he was cooking it, and McCoy will fall.
He falls, but unfortunately for them, our fam now enter the 100-point race. 11 teams now will be there. Bizarre trying to charge straight in the edge of the car. Knows the danger right on the other side, but sees there's the car, sees there's the hard cover here. Kiwi still holding the compound. PUBG Gods delivering potentially another opportunity. 6 teams, 16 players left up as Bizarre needs a friend here for the late game. Oh, there's a C4.
Yes, it could be. Kiwi, though, still sitting pretty. All 4 players alive. Center of the circle. Skipinho peeks around one side. Gets the knock onto Penta. This is big for the side. Both of these teams, you're desperately trying to get the win in the final game of the night. But it's also really good news for Kiwi. Because if these teams take themselves out, it gives even more of a chance for the TIG to get it done. BL will confirm out that kill onto Penta. Skipinho, 133, sprays up towards the Bizzler, but Bizzler takes down Adam, and Bob, B.O.B., will not be winning. And even more importantly, Mark, they've fallen outside the top 8. There might not even be prize money for them if the game ends now. Actually, if the game ends now, there will definitely not be prize money for them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. If they fall now, our fam store there, you'd hope they'd be good for a couple more kills. That means they're going to push them definitely further down. They are outside a prize pool. 30k for Bob might just be falling short. There will be a team praying, hoping our fam, RNG, or the boys can get a conversion though. But all of those teams have one thing in common, and that is not a full stack roster. Kiwis, 4 standing. 4 remain, and more importantly here, Gibson, the only team with some hard cover.
Kiwi, entrenched in the center of the zone, playing for $10,000. Every other team should strike a blow onto each other before Kiwi even need to peek their heads out. It is a case of be patient, be smart, don't overpeak, don't overextend. Let the win come to you. The sign of a good team, Mark, is winning the games you were supposed to. I don't even think the Kiwi were supposed to win this game. They made a absolutely phenomenal E-pickup play. They gambled on the center of the zone. They bet it all on this shack, and it came up trump. They could leave the house with house money.
We might leave the house with house money at the moment. They hold tight in the kitchen. Skip though, the team which is looking to try and challenge him. Get one of the kills. Our fam do work their way forward though, and they do push themselves into ninth though. 100 points for them. They have to try and find anything they can, but Skip though causes some issues. Kiwi will be looking at this as actually potentially the Fruit can try and claim the prize if they can try and stop Skip. If they get rid of the one team that has the capabilities of converting a win over them, it means they will be able to close the day out. Skip though now move themselves though just on the shy. Thugs 117 points as well, but they are one position, and more importantly, they're in the prize money.
Do not rule a victory away from Skipinho's side either, despite the numerical disadvantage. If Tiggleton's team, if Kiwi need to leave the compound, the high ground could be held by Skipinho, depending on what happens between the Bizzler and RNG. Remember, there is a world. There is 100% a world where not only do RNG cross the 100-point threshold and win this game, but they put themselves into contention in the final game of the night, Mark, because depending on what happens with Bizzler, Skipinho and RNG could both be sitting on either edge of that ridgeline watching Kiwi leave the compound. But the only thing Kiwi has in their favor is the fact that Skipinho and Skipinho and RNG will also have lines of sight on each other if they need to leave that compound.
Bizzler's thinking, can I crawl down that valley? Nope, I don't think it's been the case. Well, the top, it goes straight on to the Kiwis. The Kiwis have been quiet all game long, but this is their time for eruption. This is the time to peel back the slices of the lobby and make a surgical victory, because them, like Skip, have the opportunity to try and convert the win and end the evening as it stands. Can RNG, can FM hold out? Can they get a win? It's down to phase number 9.
Yeah, and this is getting very tight. There is your center point under the balcony of the compound. Kiwi, stand strong. Hold the line. It's what you gotta do at this point. For everyone else, for RNG, try and stop the inevitable. Try to keep it going to game 8, but Bizzler will stop it from happening. He gets the knock on to Vinny. There's just 2 RNG players left alive, and DraftKing will try to throw it out. This is all helping Skipinho though. They're breaching the compound. They're marching. They're pushing in. Mark, they're trying to take the fight because they know it. And there's a C4 in the hands of Skipinho. This could be This could be a $10,000 C4.
Oh my god, I forgot about it. They held on for it for so long. They've been holding the compound. He put it right underneath their chicken dinner as well. Skip have to try and fall their way back though, as we do see our fam do fall their way down. RNG down to a 2 as well. They can hear the bleeping. They've got to try and work their way out. Iba sees the danger though coming out from the south side. She repositions, but can she reposition for long? They go for 2. Skip have the number of archers. Kiwi slicing himself apart as they try to breach their way in.
And not only that, they actually wrestle away top spot as well, which could be important. Kiwi, it is all down to 1 remaining player. It looked like it was theirs, but it was being wrangled away. The Brazilians, the Rocks, they are making it work. There's a link up above, but DraftKings falls 1v1, v2. Ebba's going for the res, Mark. This could be. Is this a $10,000 res?
This is it, Iba, big rest, big plays now happen. Kiwi have to keep cool, calm and collective now. RNG down to 1, Skip down to 2. Now the blue is going to be on the backs of them now as he's chunking the damage. This could be the time for them to step out, but more importantly, to step up and get the victory. Tick sees 1, Tick claims. Now he's going to go for the swing on the outside though, looking to try and close it down. The final player for Skip as he tries to go for the res. It might go back to a 2 versus 2, Gibson.
By God, it could be an old-fashioned centre win. It drops to the smoke. Tig's in the blue. Tig's in the blue. They're dancing. They're firing through the smoke. Nobody knows where anybody is. There's 1 player. And it's Tig!
Oh my God! What a victory! Kiwi get it in the end. The $10,000 res from Iba stands the test of time as we see Skip fall down. The C4 had a play, but it's not enough for the cool, calm and collective girl from the EMEA region to bag the punch here. Kiwi, it was about the numbers, it was about the leapfrog, and oh my God, how much more can Toffees put on?
I don't have to put on any more because Americas wins. Yay! Thank goodness, because I'm running out of stuff. But that was an amazing final game and a huge win with that chicken dinner going the way of Big Tig and the crew. Congratulations. We'll take a look at that leaderboard so we can see how many points they walk away with. But that was a huge game, and what a blast at that end game, Mark. That was exciting.
The C4 was in the back pocket the whole time. Skip had a game plan. They knew the team in front of them was going to be a danger. They estimated that's where the end zone was going to be. As you strip yourself down, the C4 did not strip away enough bodies. And when it came down to it, it was that res from Iba that was critical. She put herself the opportunity to have 2 bodies up at the end, though. Tig went high ground, Iba went low ground, and they were able to bag themselves the winner chicken dinner.
Woo-wee. So it's a big take for Scapino. Axe coming in with a good number. Rez, honestly, for a second, thought they were going to pull some crazy stuff out. But the final leaderboard is as follows. Team Tiggleton comes away with 168 total points, along with that chicken dinner. Very exciting, Gibson. What's your takeaway?
Oh, the forever bridesmaid, Scapino. That is how many
I
match
know.
points they've had over the course of the weekend. And they didn't get it done, but it was a $10,000 res by the European onto the Aussie for USA to win.
Gosh, that was good. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We have the awards. We know who won. We're going to try to get a interview if we can with one of our one of the winners. So hold out for that if you're interested. Overall leaderboard, though, remember, the prize pool is as follows. $10,000 for Team Tiggleton. 6,000 for Scapino, and then it goes 4,000, 3, 25, 2, 15, and 1,000 down from there. After that, obviously, there just is no money, so you're out of luck. Let's take a look at some of the big moments, though, from the last game.
What a last game. Insane.
Oh, that was nuts. I thought that C4 Toffees, the C4 Toffees, I thought that was the game. And it was such a genius play. But Iba, we said she was the heart. Godspeed told us on Friday night that Iba was the carry of the team. And she was the one that got the res. Tig was down, he was out. But Iba looked him in the eyes and said, not today, Tig. Not today. This is our moment. This is our win.
Yeah, just survive.
It was... I hope we get to watch that final again, too, because there was. You're right. In that smoke, there was just too much chaos.
Look at his eyes.
He's locked in. I'm getting tippy toes. I'm going to give him a pedicure. Bam!
His eyes get like 6 times larger when he's playing. Like you get,
focused.
that was hyper focus, and then the flick up to the. That was awesome. That was good. All right, so great games by them. Congratulations on the win. That is $10,000 going to them. It sounds like we are working on trying to get that interview, hopefully with Tig as the winner, if possible. But it was an interesting event. It was something kind of new for most of the Americas and something relatively new, even for EMEA. It didn't go to 8 games, Mark. It seems like we're sort of getting this smash by 7 thing really rolling.
Yeah, I think it was good. I think the points play a big factor, and it did feel really different today compared to the qualifiers, the group stages, so to speak, because that felt a bit more cool, calm, and collective. Today was about trying to get as close as you could before the chaos, the double points. And when the double points were kind of enabled, it just was anybody's game. So really well played, and it came down to strategy at the end, back ending on the sandy dunes.
It was. I love that we ended up back on the sandy dunes. It's, you know, there was that discussion we were having, Gibson, where you were claiming that Miramar is not a good esports map, according to Kat
I said it was the best one.
She said you said it was a bad take and that you didn't believe Miramar was any good.
Kat is spreading misinformation on the
hold
internet.
on. I'm sorry. I heard that our interview is ready, so we're just going to go to that because you can't keep the goat waiting. It's Big Tig, the creator of Tigonometry, the man with the giant eyes who sees everything. What is up, my man? Congratulations on the win.
Not much is up. You know, it's just another day in the office, Toffees. How you doing?
Jeez.
Dude, I feel that. Like, can you not tell it's just another day in the office? Also, thanks for pulling that out there. It got a little bit chaotic at the end. But I'm going to turn over to these guys to ask serious questions if they can find some. Mark, what do you got?
Sniffing out the toes for victory there, Tig. Good play at the end, though. Look, for me, it was very cool, calm, and collective, though. But what was the game plan? How did you really find that sort of the smash, and especially on this sort of 7th game? Like, was it a different game style? It felt a little bit more quieter from you guys, and you were just trying to find the zones and trying to find your way in. And that was a huge emergency pickup, though, to find a centralized compound.
Well, we said we'd play for points at the start, and if the win came to us, it came to us. And then we hit the E pickup, and we didn't know where we were going to land. The long building looked completely free, and we were just like, all right, we'll take that. Like, it's going to end on us, basically. And simple from there.
GG's, mate. Well, big congratulations, mate. Well done. And yeah, what an ending, though. You gotta give it to you. Going straight to the ground, big eyes, pedicure done, game, set, and match. Absolutely loved it, mate.
Yeah, shout out to Eba for
Gibson.
carrying.
Oh, go ahead. For sure, right? Go ahead, Gibson. What do you got?
So a couple of questions. Take the first one's a proper journalistic one. So Toffee said before that game started, and I quote, that Shrimsy and Kick worship you, and that you're the reason why Falcons are a global partner team, and that they should thank you every day. Is that true?
I don't think anyone talks more smack to me than those guys. Like, they're just ungrateful little kids, to be honest. They got smoked this tournament. I think I put Shrimsy down like once or twice. Like, it was pretty free, to be honest. Oh, wow. And I'm glad we figured out who the better Falcons duo was today.
Yeah,
I like it. I think we realize who the best fan here is now, above all else. So let me ask you this: Smash was a unique experience, especially with double point Smash. What was it like when the points doubled? It felt like it got pretty chaotic. Did it feel different in game?
Yeah, of course it did. I mean, we put up like a solid game 6 with the double points, and we just knew that was going to catapult us up the standings. It gets exciting, you know. It feels like the real game started at game 6. You know, before that, it's just kind of warm.
It did seem that way. Okay, let's ask more fun questions since this was a streamer event and you're technically a streamer. Who was the easiest kill in the lobby for you the entire weekend?
Easiest kill in the lobby for me the entire weekend. Oh Lord, I don't even remember smoking people. Shrimsy was pretty free today. He was running in the open. That was an easy knock and flush.
Wow.
I like that. That's good. That's good teammate stuff right there. All right. Okay. Mark, do you have any silly or fun or interesting questions, or are you mostly still stuck with like the serious stuff?
I'm going to take a bit more of a serious question, though, and this was a bit of a fun event, but look, are you going to give the guys some grief, though? Because you'll be traveling to PGC, you've taken the victory, you said you smoked Shrimsy. Are you going to get a t-shirt made, a banner made? What are you taking to PGC to remind these guys that you and HWin are the best duo?
I mean, I think I'm just going to have to let Batulans know that, you know, I'm coming for him. We're out here winning the important tournaments, and his team, I don't think they were looking too hot this time, so maybe his IGLing, he's fallen off a little bit.
Jeez, never the case.
So,
look at that Sonic's hot sauce. This is a classic.
That's the Sonic's hot sauce classic. Tiggleton. That's Tiggleton on a bottle.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. Continue.
Here's the last question I have, Tick. So you've now proven you're the best PUBG streamer on any platform, anywhere, right? It's been proved. But the question I have is, come the end of the year, which trophy are you putting on the shelf? This trophy or the one that you're going to get at PGC in a few weeks?
Do I get a trophy for this one?
I don't know.
Apparently Gibson's buying one.
Gibson's sending it.
That means that this trophy's actually in contention, though.
Yeah, we're getting grouped to PGC, so definitely this one.
Well, you know what? I like that you're starting at that net negative, so that everything's a win after that. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
you're gonna do
exactly,
great.
exactly.
You know what? Your streamer, your fans are watching. I want you to give a chance to shout them out, or your team, or make fun of Shrimsy more if you want to. Really, it's your stage. So whatever you want, go with.
Shout out all the fans in the chat, everyone for supporting. We have a lot of international fans here, and I appreciate the banter, especially from some of the Thugfast chatters. They were letting me know that, you know, Thugfast is my daddy, stuff like that. Thugfast greater than Tiggleton, but we proved him wrong in the end. Shout out to the Twitch chatters with locked in, socks on, engaged. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Just, yeah.
Locked in, socks on is fascinating. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. I think after 7 games of Smash, it's okay to be cooked. So we're going to let you get out of here. Go celebrate. Have some fun. Congratulations on yet another win, Tiggleton.
Thank you, Toffies.
He's too good. He's too good. It's one of those things where it's like you're running out of questions because you've interviewed him 6 billion times in the last 8 years. Congratulations to Tiggleton and the team for walking away with that win. In case you guys were curious, it is Tiggleton, HWin, Ashley, Khan, and Eba who made up that team. They were incredibly dominant, and I loved that it wasn't Tiggleton that got the clutch at the end, right? That was fun to see because this was a streamer pro tournament, and I feel like we really accomplished an exploration of that mix, Mark.
I'm just going to take the fact and the win that Iba, the EMEA champions, borderline traitor now, got that critical res to allow you guys to have some kind of
No, I stop.
faith and
This is peak EMEA, EMEA, right? It's like, oh, EMEA won, but it's a CIS team every single time. Oh, it's not an NA victory. That one player later, yes, every single time. Find an excuse, bruh. That's a win for the Americas, and I'm coming to you, Gibson. How'd it feel?
Feels good. Feels good to put the Europeans down where they belong.
Stop the accent.
In the bin. All right. That's about all that we have. I do want to do final thoughts because it was a pretty fun it was actually a really fun tournament.
Yeah.
I had a great time. I want to go to you guys for final thoughts. I'm going to start with Gibson because, you know, Americas, we won. What are your final thoughts?
Oh, look, it was great to see. At the end of the day, this was a festival of PUBG. We saw some of the best creators that we have in the business, some of the best players having fun over 3 days. I had a bunch of fun. Smash format was definitely something I'd love to see again, maybe with a couple of tweaks. And the last thing really is for all those players who were taking part, you're traveling to PGC, safe travels, put your best foot forward, and I suppose same to you, Toffees, safe travels.
Thank you very much. I think it's going to be a good one. All right, Mark, final thoughts?
Just love Smash Raw. Good event. My cheeks are hurting. From Ashley's driving through to the super reses and everything in between. I think Smash really sort of leveled into this kind of pro and streamer mix. So if you haven't already, give everyone a follow. Much love, obviously, for having me, guys. It's been a great couple of days for me.
It has, and that syncs up perfectly with my final thoughts. It's been a wonderful event. I state again, thank you, Kraft, and everybody else for putting this on. Having an event that awards PUBG streamers and lets them play PUBG is something that I will always get behind, and loved seeing that mix of pros and streamers, seeing some of the these are mixes that play together on a regular basis, and that was what made it so much fun. Thank you to you guys for being here, having a great time. Thank you to the viewers. You're the reasons we do this. You're the ones that make this possible. Thank you to the streamers and the pros for pitching in and having a good time, and thank you to Crafton for putting this thing on. One last plea for you. Go to the streamers' sites. They're still running. They're still having some fun. Give them the follows. Give them some love. And finally, vote for Kylaris Play-by-Play Caster of the Year. Guys, until we see you next time, don't forget, play more PUBG, y'all.
Last one.
Nice, bro.
Green. I got him.
Nice. One box.
Two guys trading from outside. One up front.
Knock one below. Might one over.
Nice survive, Blia. Now kids. Let's go. How many kills we got?
Easy. Gimana ya kan? Aku jadi negar.
Boa. Tá bom. 3 para 3 para nós. Tá bom. I don't think he did. He didn't see you. He didn't see you first. No way.
You're the goat. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. You're the goat.
Let's go!
No, me vuole la mierda.
Knock one. Get on you.
Nice.
Way better than the other guys. Holy.
Let's go, baby.
Same room. Same spot.
Kill this guy. Run if you have to.
Nice! What the fuck?
You got the feeling. You got the feeling. The feeling that you get once in a lifetime. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. Don't forget, don't forget, you got the feeling. Don't forget, don't forget, you got the feeling. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I'm remembering your eyes. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I'm remembering your eyes. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. The feeling that you get once in a lifetime. You got the feeling. You got the feeling. When you're looking in the bright lights, then you're lost in the lights. I'm remembering your eyes. When you're looking in the bright lights,